Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early lie. Every single hour, every single day, every single night, early lie. I know it's hard to believe it's the whole forest, not one tree, and it's every branch and leaf. They're born to deceive, but I'm telling you the truth. It's not just one or two, it's every single Jew. They all hate you, and it really breaks my heart. But their lies are off the charts, and they only bring us harm. You gotta get smart. So if you want to be safe and don't want to get replaced, it's best you start being based, or you'll get erased. Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early life. Every single hour, every single day, every single night, early life. I know it's hard to accept that all the ones you've met lie with every single breath. They want you dead, but you must not be weak. Just open your eyes and see they always exploit the meek. See their vampire teeth, and it can make you cry to learn your life was full of lies and their face was a disguise. But you must fight. So if you want to live and protect all of your kin, you have to grow thick skin, or we won't. Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early life. Every single hour, every single day, every single night, early life.
All right, and we are live, guys. What is up? It is June 12th. We are here. The camera is not, though. Let me get myself on here. Welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Let me turn some of these things on. Give me 1 second, ninjas. Welcome to the stream, guys. It is a beautiful day. Summer's here, pretty much. And here we are. Here we are. Riots all across the country. We're on the verge of World War III. You know? Just crazy stuff going on all over the place. I'm going to be out there tomorrow. Out on the streets debating why immigration and ICE is right. And we're going to have a good old time. Okay? We're going to have a good time. If this is your first time tuning into a live, give me a 1 in the chat. Give me a 1 in the chat if this is your first time tuning in live. If you've been here before, give me a 2. Should mostly be 2s, but I want to see who's new here. If you've never been here before, give me a 1. If you've been here before, give me a 2. A senator got arrested? Oh, shit. Yeah, guys, I literally just got up. Literally just got up, man. Which senator got arrested? Let me look at this real quick. We got some breaking news here. Okay, mostly 2s. Well, you guys are the loyals. You guys are here at 1. Sorry, you guys are here at 5. Which means if you're here at 5, you know what time it is, right? So, all right, let me look this up. It actually looks like it's trending. Senator Alex Padilla forcibly removed from Kristi Noem's LA press conference. Interesting. Interesting. It looks like we got a video on this thing. All right, some breaking news. We got a senator getting arrested, huh? All right. So here he is.
And ballistic. Sir, hands up, hands up. I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary because the fact of the matter is a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your
So, bro, them niggas said, yo, get the fuck out of here. Okay, so FBI police. FBI does have their own police, guys, by the way. They have their own like kind of security in their buildings, which this tells me that this is probably at an FBI facility. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try to identify who's who based off the badges, chat. Give me 1 sec. Let's see here. Let's analyze this together. Let's see who the fuck grabbed this guy. Okay, so we got FBI police here, which this tells me more than likely, high likelihood, this is at a FBI building. This guy right here is plainclothes. He has the thing here. This guy might be Secret Service. Let's see. I don't know. Because he has the ear thing. Okay, I can't see his badge. But one guy in uniform. Okay, this guy. All right, that badge right there, that is not an FBI badge. That is really small. That might be somewhere in DHS. Yeah, it's a DHS badge. It could be HSI or ICE. Or even Secret Service. Okay. Yeah, he's HSI. You can see from the polo right there.
It's on your back.
Yep, HSI. Okay. So we got FBI police. Yep, this guy's bureau as well.
Hands behind your back.
If you let my hands go and put behind my back.
All right. Cool. Other hand. Lay flat. Lay flat. Other hand, sir. Other hand.
There's no recording allowed out here. I do not know. There's no recording allowed out here per FBI rights for the building. So what, I'm sorry? There's no recording allowed out here.
That's
my boss. I have to. There's no recording allowed out here. Even recording, there's no recording allowed out here. I'm not a member. There's no recording allowed. I understand that, sir.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. Wow. What is his name? Alex Padilla? He said his name was, if I'm not mistaken. All right, let's play it one time without me stopping and interrupting it, trying to figure out who's who. All right, let's play it one time, full through, no stops.
Guys, ready? And ballistic. Sir, hands up, hands up. I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary because the fact of the matter is a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your
I also want to know typically how many of our ICE agents have been docked.
On the ground. On the ground. Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back.
If you let my hands go and put behind my back.
All right. Cool. Other hand. Lay flat. Lay flat. Other hand, sir. Other hand.
Yo, that's crazy.
I do not know. There's no recording allowed out here per FBI rights for the building. So what, I'm sorry? There's no recording allowed out here. That's my boss. I have to. There's no recording allowed out here. Even recording, there's no recording.
It's probably one of his aides or subordinates. Okay, so wow, here he is right here, guys. Alex Padilla. Alejandro Padilla, born in 1973, American politician, serving as a senior United States senator from California, a seat he has held since 2021, a member of the Democratic Party. Well, of course he's a Democrat. Padilla served as the 30th Secretary of State of California from 2015 to 2021 and was a member of the California Senate, State Senate, and Los Angeles City Board. So, yeah, guys, every state has 2 senators. So, obviously, he's one of them, right? There's 100 senators in the country, obviously 2 per country. Sorry, I said 2 per country, excuse me. 2 per state. So yeah, this is a big fucking deal. I'm not sure what they charged him with, if they even charged him. Let's see here. He might have just got escorted and kicked off the ground, but let's see if he actually was formally charged. Okay, here we go.
Over the course of
So it goes here live. Senator Alex Padilla, and this came literally 2 hours ago. Padilla speaks after handcuffed by security agents in L.A.
Over the course of recent weeks, several of my colleagues, have been asking the Department of Homeland Security for more information and more answers on their increasingly extreme immigration enforcement actions. And we've gotten little to no information in response to our inquiries. And so I came to the press conference to hear what she had to say, to see if I could.
And who he's talking about, guys, is Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem is the current Secretary of Homeland Security. You guys should know who she is if you guys watch me. But again, I know that we got a lot of new viewers all the time. So here she is, Kristi Noem. I'll be honest with y'all, she's not very competent. She's known more for cosplaying than actually being a good secretary. This woman didn't know what habeas corpus was. And she, you know, flagged an ICE ERO officer when she was out in a raid. I'll show you guys what I mean. Just so this will perfectly sum up who Kristi Noem is for you guys right now. Kristi Noem, flag ICE officer. She has no muzzle discipline. There we go. Look at this shit, bro.
We're going to go out and pick up somebody who I think is got charges of human trafficking. Earlier had an op-ed.
Oh man! And guys, during in the beginning of Trump's administration, right? She was wearing all the tag gear, going out with all the fucking all the immigration raids and all that other shit, man. She'd be dressing up all the time. She'd be putting on CBP uniforms, Border Patrol uniforms. She loves it.
Swept up somebody who was wanted for murder. So appreciate the good work that they do every day, and we appreciate them working to make America safe.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem led nearly 100 federal agents on a deportation raid in.
And you guys could see the gun was pointed at the fucking guy to her side, bro. That nigga was like, oh shit. You could tell he was sweating. He was like, oh shit, you know? Oh shit!
Phoenix, Arizona yesterday. At least 3 illegal aliens with.
So yeah, that's Kristi Noem for you. She, you know, there's no better way to really describe her than that. But this is her hardcore Zionist as well. Hardcore Zionist. Okay, she passed an anti-Semitism bill, right? In fucking South Dakota, bro. There ain't no Jews in South Dakota. What the fuck you need to pass an anti-Semitism bill for, right? So yeah, this is Kristi Noem in a fucking from a bird's eye view.
Learn any new additional information.
And that's why he was there, because she runs Homeland Security. Homeland Security is the chief law enforcement department that runs immigration in the United States.
And at one point, I had a question. And let me emphasize, just as we've emphasized the right for people to peacefully protest and to stand up for their First Amendment rights, for our fundamental rights. I was there peacefully. At one point, I had a question. And so I began to ask a question. I was almost immediately forcibly removed from the room. I was forced to the ground, and I was handcuffed. I was not arrested. I was not detained.
Well, technically you were detained, bro. Technically you were detained, brother. Like you gotta just hold L on that one. By them putting you in handcuffs, that is by definition detaining you. So you know, let's face reality here a little bit. But yeah, I knew that they probably didn't want to. Arresting it might have not been a good move politically. Probably would be a fucking cause a lot of headaches for them for no reason. And then honestly, what would they charge him with? They charge him probably, I think the only charge I could think you could potentially hit him with is, you know, 18 USC 111, which is basically this charge right here. Oh, by the way, guys, I got a sub counter now. So the goal, guys, if you want to rock with me, support your boy, is 2,500 subs. Right now we're at 416. I'd like to hit 2,500 by the end of the stream. And if we do, I will stay on longer. But let me go ahead. Give me 1 second and just. This is the charge I think they can hit him with, potentially. Right, and I've done this before. 18 USC 111, assaulting, resisting, or impeding certain officers or employees. You know, do I think Innate USA will take it? Probably not, to be honest with you guys. But this is the most probable charge they would hit him with if they actually charge them. But they probably didn't want to deal with the fucking political hot potato of arresting a senator, right? During the middle of these immigration raids, you know what I mean? Like, the Trump administration is already getting enough heat right now for all the riots. Arresting a senator probably would not be a good look, and yeah.
I will say this. If this is how...
But they got that boy out of there quick, bro. They're like, who the fuck are you, man? So I'll say W agents for doing their job, I guess, because they got him the fuck up out of there. You know, because their duty is to protect the secretary, obviously. Make sure that no one touches her. You know, they might have not known who this guy was or whatever. So
how this administration responds?
It's not like senators are famous, guys. Like, let's be honest here. The only people that are going to know who certain senators are people that actually keep up with this shit and follow politics. The average American doesn't know who this guy is. The average American can't even tell you how many senators there are in the country, let alone the state. So they probably didn't even know who he was.
To a senator with a question? If this is how the Department of Homeland Security responds to a senator with a question, you can only imagine what they're doing to farm workers, to
Oh, here we go. Niggas about to start crying.
to day laborers out in the Los Angeles community and throughout California and throughout the country. We will hold this administration accountable. And we'll have more to say. We'll have more to say in the coming days. Let me say just briefly in Spanish as well.
No, chat. He used to be a state rep, but now he's federal, obviously.
Soy el senador Alex Padilla. Y estuve aquí porque tuve una junta para recibir más información.
See, bro, okay, look, man, look. The fact that he has to give a second statement in Spanish is precisely the fucking problem here.
Falcon punch!
I don't think Democrats get it. Like, the fact that you even have to switch up from English to Spanish so motherfuckers can understand you is the root cause of the problem. It's actually incredible to me how Democrats are not aware or don't have the wherewithal as to why there's been an incredible push to the right and to conservatism. This is actually crazy to me, right? Last week, right? I think it was last week or the week before. No, or earlier this week. No, it was last week. I was live streaming and I was talking about how the Democrat Party lost the young men, right? And they're desperately trying everything in their power to bring back the young man's vote, right? Because most young men now, or most men in general, especially white men, the majority, identify as conservative, right? And that's a big reason why Trump won. The voter base turned out, and not only did they turn out in numbers. And they all voted accordingly, right? So the Democratic Party realized, holy shit, Trump absolutely demolished Kamala Harris, right? He absolutely demolished Kamala Harris. And he did it because his voter base showed up and because he has the men. So they understand for 2028, they're going to have to find a way to bring the men back in because the men have left the Democrat Party. Even black men are starting to say, oh, man, I don't know if I want to vote for these niggas anymore. So last week, they brought in this fucking gargoyle, okay? And I'll show you guys what I mean by this. Let me find this shit. I forget her name exactly. But she's a goddamn whale, bro. Holy, man. I was like, bro, these dudes are stupid. Here, maybe I'll go here. I'll just go to my channel. I might have a clip of it for you guys. Bear with me real quick, because this is actually really important, actually. Like, so you guys could see what I'm talking about here when it comes to this shit. Well, first, this is a big reason right here, because you got idiots like this guy leading the progressives, Hassan Piker, right?
That's crazy.
That's so fucking cringe. And then look at this guy. This is Twitch for you. Mental illness.
That's crazy.
Illness. These people need to be in fucking asylums, chat. This is why nobody that has half a brain that's a guy votes Democrat. This is why being progressive is effectively cucking yourself. This is why liberals are losing the young men's vote. I think at this point, air fried. You guys are done. You're never coming back. And that's just one example, because when you look at their social media influencers on the left, men don't aspire to be like Hassan fucking Piker, bro. They just don't. And the left is so disillusioned and doesn't understand what their voter base wants that they brought in this fat female activist, you know, in an effort to try to get people to vote for Democrats. And it just goes to show the lack of awareness or wherewithal with what men want. Right? But it's because they've been ostracizing them and neglecting them for so long and not giving a fuck about their needs that men have left. And I don't know if they're going to come back. And then, like I said before, this is an example of what I mean when I say Democrats are unaware. The fact that he's doing part of his speech right now in Spanish is precisely the fucking problem. This is why people are pissed and want more deportations. They're tired of people not understanding English. They're tired of this fucking double standard, how things have to be in Spanish, right? Or people speaking foreign languages. They're tired of this shit, bro. They just are. The inclusivity, the patience and the tolerance for inclusivity, it's over, bro. People are just tired of it. And the Democrats are the only people stupid enough to not see this. And this is why they fucking lost in a landslide. This is why Kamala got cooked. Despite the fact that she's a woman, despite the fact that she's black, and she hits all these fucking metrics of, wokeism, DEI, she lost. Because people are tired of the political correctness, they're tired of the inclusivity, they're tired of the fucking double standard, they're fucking tired of it, bro.
Especialmente porque desde el principio del término de Donald Trump, y especialmente esta última semana por lo que ha ocurrido aquí en la región de Los Ángeles, hemos pedido más información para entender las pólizas, las estrategias de la administración. Y las respuestas han sido mínimas. Tuve una junta aquí para recibir más información. Traté de con cocineros. Continue peacefully. There's a lot of anxiety. Just want to once again, for not just the community here.
Bro spent more time talking in Spanish than English.
In Los Angeles, but throughout the country. Because there is a lot of concern, there is a lot of tension, there is a lot of anxiety.
Hey, retard in the chat named JDLS. I'm not saying don't speak two languages, retard. I'm saying the fact that we have to speak another language when they're in the United States so people understand is stupid. Where did I say not to speak another language? Some of you guys are stupid in the chat. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Some of y'all niggas are really retarded. Charlie Mota, I'm calling you dumbass niggas out. And who else? Where'd the other guy go that said this stupid ass shit? Whatever. Some of you guys, bro, real talk. You guys gotta be niggas, bro. You guys gotta be niggas, man. There's no other way. You niggas are stupid. Holy shit, man. I forget that I got a bunch of FBAs in here.
Anxiety. And a lot of people are beginning to make plans for what they may or may not do come this Saturday. I encourage everybody to please peacefully protest, just like I was calmly and peacefully listening in that press conference and preparing, attempting to ask a question. No violence, no vandalism. Please continue peacefully protesting, and that's all I will have to say today. Thank you very much.
Can you give us any insight what you and the secretary said afterwards?
Why did you come in and do that? Why did you disrupt it?
Lucifer661 says, W. Myron with the explanation. I appreciate that. By the way, guys, if you are in Castle Club and you guys want to go ahead and join OSS, I got a special sale for you ninjas. I'll drop the link for you guys, where you can get them for $4. All you got to do is put them boys 911. Or if you want to get in for a year, $55, steal, you basically I think it's JFK 911. So let me, I'll give you guys the code here in a bit. What, they cut the feed off now? It's only open for Castle Club Ninjas. Link is right there, guys. Takes you right to the fucking thing. You can get in for $4, and then it goes to 10 after that, or you can get in for 55 for the year. What is this shit, bruh? Nigga. All right. Good job uploading this video, retard. Oh, is this another angle? Oh, this might be another angle.
All right, press conference happening right now, live in Los Angeles. Just moments ago, you saw Kristi Noem, Secretary of Homeland Security. Now you're listening to Todd Lyons. He's the acting ICE director. Basically, both of them defending having National Guard troops and the U.S. Marines in Los Angeles as these ICE raids carry out in the...
Someone said, I don't see the point. If he's on CC. Anyways, guys, I'm going to start migrating off Castle Club. The debrief is going to be going on OSS only very soon. So I am going to start migrating things. I'm trying to separate, obviously, Fresh and Fit and Myron Gaines X, right? So that is not so intertwined for a bunch of different reasons, right? Number one, brand recognition. Number two, so I don't get confused. So that I could have a better idea on revenue, right? From a records keeping standpoint. So it'll just be a lot easier that way. So yes, I am going to be transitioning this podcast, this stream, these streams, they're going to be streamed on the OSS locals versus Castle Club. Castle Club is going to be Fresh and Fit only. I'll probably do this for like another month or so. But, you know, you might as well just come on over now, get the discount.
The city. You also probably did see a moment, a little bit of a disruption. I'm still hearing this press conference in my ear. But moments ago, California Senator Alex Padilla, who's been totally against troops there on the ground in Los Angeles, he actually was inside that press conference and was protesting and was taken out of the room immediately. Our Selena Wang, White House correspondent, has been listening in. Also, our Jacqueline Lee is there on the ground in Los Angeles. But Selena, why don't we start with you? Because clearly the DHS secretary just not there in Los Angeles defending what's happening on the ground there. But these raids, as she pointed out, are going to continue all across the country. And we're also getting word of National Guard troops deploying in other parts of the United States. So it looks like this is going to be a part of the mission. And that is that National Guard troops will be assisting ICE as they carry out these immigration raids with no apologies.
That's exactly right. I mean, this was about defending their very aggressive deportation and immigration strategy. There was that moment you pointed out, if we can just show the footage there, which appeared to be Senator Alex Padilla, who was forcibly taken out of the room there as the president executes this very controversial strategy. But you heard Kristi Noem there sending out a warning.
Hey, are you guys, let's do a poll. I'm going to do a poll on YouTube and on Kick. Are you guys for Donald Trump utilizing the National Guard to bring order? Okay. Are you guys for it? I'm going to put out the thing right now. Josie or Mods, can you guys put this thing for me in the chat, this poll? Shout out to the real Rick Ross with the gifted sub. I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much. The real Rick Ross gifted 1 sub. And guys, depending on how I feel, I might play some Marvel Rivals after this on Kick only. So, because I'll tell you guys this, the Democrats are losing their minds. And thank you so much to my guy. It's me, Matty P. Or it's me, Matty P. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted on Rumble, bro. So I want to get this poll, see what you guys think. I'm dropping the poll on YouTube, and now I'm gonna go ahead and do it on Kick as well. I hope Rumble makes a thing for this thing for you guys. Go ahead and vote on Kick and on Rumble, guys. Sorry, Kick and YouTube. If you're watching on Rumble, open up a tab and watch on Kick. If you guys don't mind. All my ninjas that are watching on Rumble, open up a tab, help me out. Watch on Kick, as you guys know. Fucking, I don't get paid on YouTube because YouTube sucks balls. We just literally use it as a funnel because it's fucking trash. But it's okay. We got other ways to innovate and stuff like that. The Kick channel's growing pretty decently. We're gaining damn near 500 to 1,000 subs a day. So that's good. Guys watching on Rumble, open up a tab. I just dropped the link for you guys for the stream. So you guys can go ahead and vote. I do want to get your guys' ideas. Are you guys for or against Trump utilizing the National Guard to bring order in these blue cities? And it looks like you guys are overwhelmingly in support of it.
Message, the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security saying that anyone...
This is fantastic. It's good to see that my viewers are just as racist as me. Let's go, baby.
Welcome, punch.
Let's go, man. W bigotry. W bigotry. And we got Stephen Heitzman with 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much. I truly do love you ninjas, man. I'm be honest with y'all, right? I'm tired as fuck, bro. I didn't really sleep last night at all. You guys know we had a late night show. Fantastic show with Zerka, though. It was fun. We're going to bring him back again next week. And obviously, right, I'm not going to lie to you guys. So we've been going now for, actually, no, we can reflect a little bit. So as you guys know, I started this show. I started doing it in January, right? I started doing it in January. I committed to you guys. I said, yo, I'm going to go live at 5. Okay? Well, let's go back all the way. Let's go back all the way. So, as you guys know, one half of the Fresh Fit podcast, right? We all know that. We cover dating, male self-improvement, etc. And we started to take a little bit of a more political nature in 2023 into 2024, right? Politics have always kind of intrigued me, right? It's just that we didn't talk about it so much. So we started talking about politics, right? And obviously, when you talk about politics, that's one of the ways to quickly divide your audience, right? So the people that were fair weather fans left. The people that fuck with us stuck with us even harder, right? Thank you so much to Stephen Heitzman for another 5 gifted. Thank you so much, my friend. And then we got another $1 from Captain Cook. Says, if you're going to shift debrief to OSS, then what are you going to be doing in your channels on YouTube and Rumble? What are going to be doing in your channels in YouTube and Rumble? We're still going to do Fresh and Fit, Captain Cook. The fuck, bro? Nothing changes, man. Relax. I'm new to CC. I'm a bit confused about the Zoom calls. When exactly are they? And is there a limit on what I can ask or get in contact with? There's no limit, and we do them every Wednesday. We do them every Wednesday. Sometimes we do more, but you guys get at least one weekly Zoom call, unless like we're traveling and shit like that. But in general, we're pretty good about having our Zoom calls every Wednesday, right after the show, right? So anyway, one of the fastest ways to trigger people is to start talking about politics and cultural stuff, whatever. And, you know, granted, I though we do enjoy, we both enjoy like the diversity that Fresh and Fit brings, I was like, you know what? I might need to just kind of like take this content and like put it on another channel. Because you guys see from coming on here, we go really deep on certain topics, right? We cover red pill shit, we cover foreign policy, we cover politics, we cover all types of shit. And for me to be able to go as deep with this as I really want, it needs another channel. So in January, I made the decision, or December I made the decision, but then I started actually implementing it in January. At the time, I was at about 186,000 subscribers on this channel, around 186,000, right? And, just started getting consistent. Instead of going live only on Sundays for Fed It, I started going live every day, Monday through Friday, 5 p.m., right? Channel slowly starts to grow, start posting clips, streaming every day, getting more consistent. And, it's been really incredible to see us grow, like almost in 6 months, damn near 100,000 subscribers, chat. Damn near 100,000. We started this bitch at 186. Right now, we're sitting at about 270 something, I think. I don't know what we're at exactly, but you guys get the idea. So, I just want to go ahead and tell you guys, thank you so much for the support. Obviously, right, implementing other strategies with like the OSS and, Kick and all this other stuff, because the reality is, guys, it is not cheap to run this channel. It's really not, right? I was telling you guys yesterday, I spent about 10 to 20K easily a month just on clippers and editors. Because, guys, I'm dropping like 5 shorts a day, FYI. I'm dropping like 5 shorts a day. okay? And if you want good shorts from good clippers, it's not gonna be cheap. Shout out to my guy Brett. Some of you guys know him. He's in Cows Club. He does all my shorts. Then I got another guy that edits my videos, the long form videos. Now, this is assuming I don't travel. If I travel, like I did for New York, where I was in New York for 2 weeks, add another 10K to that, easily. Right? To give you guys that Diddy coverage that I was giving y'all, that was like another 5 to 10K easy. Between flights, hotel, food, traveling, right? Because keep in mind that I was going to New Jersey every day to stream at Academics Place. Right? Buy him equipment while I'm there and shit like that. So yeah, we're talking about on a cheap month, 15K, on a higher month, like 13. So obviously we need to start, and the good thing is, guys, you guys know I made sound financial decisions, right? Bought houses, have real estate, etc. So I've been putting my own money into the debrief, right? Just to grow it. I've been doing that for a while now. So now I'm like, okay, I'm at a crossroads. Am I going to keep doing the show and wanting to elevate the show? Or am I going to kind of just sit where we're at? And to me, I look at it, if you just sit where you're at, if you're not progressing, by definition, you're regressing. Say that again for you guys. It's very important, man. I need you guys, you could apply this to your real life, okay? If you're not progressing, by definition, you're regressing. And the reason for that is because time always moves, okay? So if you stand still, whether you're gaining or gaining ground or losing ground, time is moving, so therefore, by definition, you're going backwards, right? So, and the thing with YouTube is you need momentum. Like, if you got momentum, you don't want to stop it. So I'm like, all right, channel's growing, we're doing good. I'm going to put more effort into it. I'm going to put more money into it. Hence why I went to New York, doing shit a bit different, whatever. But obviously, all that shit costs money. So for me to keep the channel going and be able to have it operate properly, right? Can't just be sitting here putting my money into it like an idiot the whole time. So this is why I, obviously I stream on Kick, stream on Rumble, the OSS locals that I made, all these different things, kind of to at least like break even or make a small profit, right? Like my goal isn't to become super fucking rich from the debrief. No, my goal is to make the content, make it super high quality, and make it where I'm not operating in the red. Like I said before, it's cool. I've been funding this channel for literally years. Since I think 2021, I've been funding this channel with my own money, right? But to take it to the next level, it needs to go in the black, to be honest with y'all. Because I want to do like more shit. Because obviously I'm gonna, and then the college campus tours. I've been doing that. I want to set up the table every Friday for you guys. You guys really enjoy those street debates. This Friday, wait until you guys see the fucking episode. It's gonna be litty.
Falcon punch!
You guys are really gonna enjoy this Friday, by the way, right? I'm gonna set up a table. We're gonna fucking debate immigration. I got a hilarious quote that I'm gonna use, right, to prompt. So yeah, bro, all this costs money, guys. And you guys know me, I'm a stickler, right? Like, I'm using a fucking Sony FX3 here, high-level Sonys over here and shit like that. Like, I really want to give you guys, like, high content quality and all the other shit. So yeah, all this shit costs money, guys. So when you guys donate subs, when you guys super chat on Myron Gaines X, when you guys join OSS, basically what you guys are doing is you guys are giving me the ability to be able to make the content and take it to the higher level, because I'm demonetized on YouTube, bro. Because, YouTube just sucks. It is what it is. It really sucks. Ambiguous fucking terms of service. They don't tell you what you did wrong. They don't try to help you. They just demonetize you or give you a strike, and they don't go fuck, bro. You know what I mean? Really bad to their creators, bro. I'll be honest with y'all. Right? So, versus like you look at alternative platforms like Kick and Rumble, they're very receptive and they take care of their people way better than like YouTube and Twitch, right? They become corporatized, and they don't give a fuck. So that's kind of what it is, chat. So that's kind of the goal here, is to ensure that we generate revenue so the channel can keep going and then progress. To progress, you need to invest more in. Right now, I'm doing it myself, 10 to 20, 30 on a bad month, like with the Diddy shit. But, you know, that's my long-winded way of saying thank you guys so much. I love y'all ninjas for supporting, because I do feel as though I need to explain to you guys what the situation is and how much I appreciate you guys for supporting, whether it's on gifting subs on Kick, on Rumble, super chatting on Myron Gaines X. Thank you guys. That's really what it is. That's my long-winded way of saying thank you and explaining what the fuck is going on behind the scenes, because you guys do have a right to know. Demetrius Raps gifted a sub to Toolkit. Appreciate that. Desert Joe gifted 5 subs. Appreciate that, Desert Joe. Brainiac CVP gifted 5 subs on Kick. Mercius gifted 5 subs. You guys are the fucking men. Shout out to you guys. And then also the real Rick Ross. And then on Rumble, we got Steven gifted 5 subs from before. And then he gifted 10 subs. And then we got It's Matty P gifted 10 subs as well. And then we got Chuck Ghazi says, National Guard sets bad precedent for when the war happens between Israel and Iran. Will all protests for that once goes to $11 a gallon. Bro, I'm telling you, bro. Yo, it's crazy to me how more people are covering what's going on, dude. It's crazy to me how like the media is not like, they're focusing more on the riots. Bro, the riots is distracting from what's really going on. Groiper says, Base Merit, appreciate you, my friend. Nick Hurd says, if you're spending $30K a month, you need a new clipper. Okay. Like my last comments, a TikTok Kick editor can do that same work. Please consider this clips are not worth what you're paying for. The clipper's not good. Okay, bro. Nick Hurd. Number one, I explained to you just a second ago. For clippers and shit like that, I pay between 10 to I'm spending like 10 to 20 between clippers. Mind you, I have multiple clippers and I have an editor, okay? And then when I said the 30K, that's like if I'm traveling. Like when I was in New York for 2 weeks, that adds up, bro. But yeah, easily I'm spending between 10 to 20 just on editors and clipping, dude. And I don't think, like, again, I love it when people that aren't in the content game try to tell me that I'm overpaying when in reality, like, you guys just don't know what it takes to, like, make good content. Like, bro, with all due respect, Nick Hurd, unless you got, like, a YouTube channel, like, 1 million subscribers, like, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, you really don't know what you're talking about, dude. You know, I don't go to your job and tell you, hey, man, flip the fucking burger this way. You know? Make sure you put fucking ketchup in that bitch. Like, I don't go to your job and tell you what to do, bro. So, you know, you just put the fries in the bag, nigga. Let me do my thing over here.
One who harms a law enforcement officer, saying that they would be prosecuted to the full extent of...
Alboys, 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Our Audi says no more Rumble. Yeah, bro, of course I'm going to be on Rumble still. Nigga, Rumble is home base. Don't get it fucking twisted, guys. Don't get it twisted. I'm still on Rumble, bro. I ain't going nowhere when it comes to Rumble, bro.
The law. She also praised law enforcement on the ground at the protests, as well as the Marines, the National Guard. But what was also notable is that also today, President Trump acknowledged that his aggressive immigration policy is harming some sectors, including the farming industry and the hospitality industry, both of which heavily rely on immigrants.
Some other nigga said you're overpaying. You don't have to pay 10K for travel. Bro, you are stupid. Some of y'all niggas are retarded. Bro, do you realize that I was in New York City for like 2 weeks? Do you guys not realize that I stayed next to the courthouse so that I can walk there and get there easily? Do you guys not understand that New York City is the most expensive city in America alongside San Francisco? Nigga retarded, bro. Some of you guys like need to go outside. Some of you guys need to go outside. This nigga really said, oh, 10K in New York City. What? Yeah, bro. I was there for 2 weeks, nigga. The fuck? Dudes are dumb.
Including undocumented migrants.
Hey, shout out to my guy DPG, man. Shout out to you, bro. 50 fucking gifted subs on Rumble. You are the G, my friend. You are the G. I really appreciate you, DPG, man. Shout out to the homie. He was out there last week, actually, when I was doing the debates. You know, was watching my back and shit like that. Shout out to you. Guys, I'll be out there again this Friday. I'll be honest with you guys. OSS members, CC members, come out. Because it's going to be a very controversial topic, bro. It's going to be a very controversial topic. So if you guys want to come out and support, right, watch my back in case some fucking Megalitos or some fucking Mordecais try to attack me. Or some Shaniquas. Because I'm pretty much everyone's top op. Then, you know, make sure to show up. Tax says, yo, Myron, thank you for everything you have done for us. I've never said this, but you are someone I look up to. Thank you for standing for the truth, no matter what the topic is. When are you going to the unusual suspects with Vinny? Oh, you know what, bro? I got you right now, nigga. Let me hit their booker up. You just reminded me. I got you right now, bro.
According to the Department of Agriculture, 42% of crop farm workers lacked legal status. I was earlier in the White House East Room where President Trump was giving a press conference, and he made comments about how they, quote, can't do this to the farming, to the leisure sector. He said that there would be an order soon on this, but unclear what that means. But this does come as ICE is ramping up their deportation. Sources tell us that the White House wants to get to 3,000 arrests a day.
All right, and as we saw also during this press conference, Senator Alex Padilla, I mean, from mayors to...
All right, I got you. TAC 127. I literally just sent a text just now to the booker. So we'll see what happens, bro. If I go on unusual suspects, it'll be you. You'll be the reason. Because I completely forgot about fucking hitting them up. So if I go, it'll be on you. Well, in a good way, of course.
To senators, to members of Congress. Clearly, they've been out protesting these troops there on the streets, but this was the first time we actually saw one of the senators physically removed from a press conference there as the DHS secretary was speaking. Let's just take a look at that moment, and Jacqueline, I'll take it to you.
Thank you to every single person that has been able to do this. Also, I want...
Okay, so she didn't even miss a beat.
I want to talk specifically to the rioters and to the politicians in Los Angeles.
Hey, nigga, get the fuck up out of here.
I also want to talk about specifically...
I guess you can't help the politics getting weaved into all of this as well, whether it's the protesters there on the ground. We're now seeing senators, members of Congress participate in any way possible. Jacqueline.
That's right, Kira. You know, local as well as state politicians have made it clear this is huge federal overreach. I mean, we saw this a few days ago. Representative Lou Carrera actually flew in from Washington to be here in Los Angeles after he saw what was happening with the protests, as well as with the National Guard troops and then the Marines being deployed here. The biggest thing I think we're seeing protesters respond to is those videos of those ICE raids. I mean, we saw the video in Oxnard, California, which is famous for growing agriculture, and the worker just running away from those ICE agents. The biggest thing that we're hearing from the mayor as well as other local leaders, California relies on immigrant labor, and it generates billions of dollars for the California economy. So the fact that these raids are occurring, this is detrimental not only to the communities who are traumatized watching this unfold, but it also hurts the wallets of the people who live here. Kira.
All right, Selena Wang, Jacqueline Lee, thank you so much. We will continue, of course, to follow everything happening out of Los Angeles from the White House to the City of Angels, and as these protests are popping up across the country.
All right, so let me, they said there was a video that
made it clear this
is ground. We're now seeing senators, members of Congress participate in any way possible. Jacqueline.
That's right, Kira. You know, local as well as state politicians have made it clear this is huge federal overreach. I mean, we saw this a few days ago. Representative Lou Carrera actually flew in from Washington to be here in Los Angeles after he saw what was happening with the protests, as well as with the National Guard troops and then the Marines being deployed here. The biggest thing I think we're seeing protesters respond to is those videos of those ICE raids. I mean, we saw the video in Oxnard, California, which is famous for growing agriculture, and the worker just running away from those ICE agents. The biggest thing that we're hearing from the mayor as well.
All right, let's see here. So these seem to be the triggering, these are the triggering videos? Let's see. Oh, shit. Bro, what? This is what pissed the protesters off, chat, right here. This is what triggered them.
Hay varias patrullas.
Válgame. ¿Y eso?
Pues quién sabe. Ya se llevan uno.
¿Adentro?
Sí.
¿Te llegaría por alguno que ya debía algo que?
Pues no sé, lo que pasa es que está aquí, ya la gente ya corrió, ya se fue.
Oh, this dude Mexican as hell.
Válgame la... No, pues...
verga! Border Patrol is here.
Estos amigos andan donde quiera ya ahorita, Víctor.
Sí, pues, parece que estamos en Yuma.
Entonces, ¿a cuántos se llevaron?
Pues aquí nomás estoy
Chingao, Border Patrol is here.
mirando, enfrente de mí está una patrulla que subió a uno.
A ver, sácale video, sácale unas fotos.
Bueno, pues, ok.
Mándamelas de volada, Víctor.
Ok.
That's just crazy, bro.
Joining us now, NBC's Jacob Sobroff. He is on the ground in Ventura County, where ICE
So that's, I guess, where, okay, this is where it started.
raids have been taking place. Jacob, what is happening in Ventura County?
Alicia, what's happening in Ventura County is what was happening in Los Angeles County over the course of the last couple of days. ICE enforcement actions in this mass deportation effort that had been announced and is now being executed by the Trump administration is happening right here in the beating heart of the Californian agricultural economy. Jenny Alvarez works for the United Farm Workers, and she's going to walk us through. She was here. You responded, right, yesterday to what happened out here?
Yes. Since I'm a volunteer with the Rapid Response Network, I got a call at 6 a.m. from one of my worker leaders that her friend was trapped in a packing house here on Laguna Road in Oxnard, California.
Is this the packing house? Come with me, Jenny. I want to show you, Alicia. So, Jenny, this is the packing house. This is the farm across the street, but this is the packing house. And you said someone was trapped here?
Yeah. So my friend. Not my friend, my worker leader called me and she said her friend was trapped. She was really anxious about what was going on. And so I came here to just offer my support. I offered to take her home or follow her home if that made her feel a little bit safer.
Was ICE still here when you showed up on the location?
ICE had fled the scene because like 20 volunteers came over to just film and report and be legal observers.
They wanted to get into this packing facility.
Correct.
And so do you know anything about where they were, where the workers were? What happened exactly?
Well, I don't think they could get through because they had security. And that's a critical point in all of this is understanding how to protect your workers during this time. But afterwards, I think they fled and went into the nearby Navy base.
So let's just go back over here, Jenny, and tell me, like these types of fields, there's thousands of them in Ventura County, right? And there's tens of thousands of farm workers that work out here. You work with them as an organizer for the United Farm Workers. How do you understand what this means in this moment for this community? Because these workers are so central, I said the economy, not just the economy, but they're the people that live here. They're the people that send their children to school here. You tell me.
Well, I think shifting the narrative is very important. They're not just workers, they're people, they're community members, they're students in our schools, they're our friends, and we visit them daily in homes, and we hear them worry about how everyday things are difficult to make decisions about. Do I go to my children's school to see an award, or do I stay home to be safe? And these are questions that people were dealing with yesterday.
Jack the Man says the United States has informed Israel that it will not participate in an attack on Iran. Axios, Trump finally putting his foot down, bro. Easier said than done, bro. Easier said than done. Because I've heard other reporting that the United States will assist Israel in their attack. We'll talk Middle Eastern foreign policy later as well on this show, guys.
Attended.
You know what? Do you guys want me to give you? Oh, you know what? Let me end the. Did I end the poll on YouTube? I think I ended it. Okay. Let me wait until the viewership goes up and then we'll cover that.
A school ceremony with a farm worker because she was afraid to go and support her own child.
You're telling me that a farm worker that works in these fields wouldn't show up to her own kid's school because she was afraid she was going to get detained?
She didn't show up to pick him up for school today in the afternoon. I did because of the same reason.
Johnny Duck says, Steven Crowder banned me for talking in Rumble chat for saying exactly this quote. /Myron Gates, OSS crew here to support you. I said that, now I'm banned on Rumble to talk. Bro, what the hell? Yeah, bro, look, man. Crowder will not sell Christ is King shirts, all right? So that should tell you everything you need to know. I like Crowder, but he is not a fan of talking about them boys, bro. He does not. That's not his thing. And actually, you know what? This covers this. Actually, thank you for saying that, chat, because this is something I want to talk about, and I'm glad you just reminded me. Let me show you guys something real quick, right? Let me show y'all ninjas something real fast, bro, because this is actually kind of important. Because I've realized this trend, dude, as I cover certain topics when I'm streaming and shit. Let me show y'all ninjas. Oh yeah, this is funny too. Let me show you guys this fucking clip. Hold on, let me have that ready. All right. I don't want you guys to see what I'm working on here. It'll be a surprise when you see it. But all I'm going to say is I hate being right all the time. Let's see. Where the fuck did it go? Give me 1 second, ninjas. All right, here we go. So I made this tweet, right? We got Silver Slap says, media pundits are talking about how the illegal roundups are affecting industries like they're supposed to give a fuck. Send them love, even the pretty ones. Joey Jew says, you got to be real dumb to not at least be of equal or greater value in a specific career and tell someone who is at an elite level how much money they should be putting into it. Some of you are doomed. Yeah, I appreciate that, Joey Jew. Some niggas are retarded, bro. When people over here trying to tell me like, oh yeah, you spend too much on Clippers, I'm like, yeah, bro, you're not, you don't know anything when it comes to social media and getting shit done and growing your channel. You have no idea. You know, it's always comical to me when like some dude that, you know, can barely turn on a fucking camera and record himself is over here telling me like, oh, you just, you know, you paying that much for Clippers. Why are you investing so much in your business? That doesn't make sense, bro. Take more profits. And that's exactly why you're at where you're at and I'm where I'm at. You know what I mean? Niggas are retarded, you know? DPG gifted, I think you gave another 50 subs, bro. Shout out to you, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate that greatly. So yeah, man, like people are retarded, dude, when they do this shit. What's up?
I'm gonna take my friend to Kanu, see if they accept him, and if not, then I'll come back here if we get.
Okay.
If anything, I'll just come back here. I mean,
all right, that's cool. So, oh yeah, he needs a walk too. So anyway, so speaking of Crowder, right? Because you said the O/ thing or whatever, right? And this kind of segues into what I was gonna say. So one thing I've noticed, guys, about like the biggest political commentators in America. Did you guys notice that like none of them really talk foreign policy like that? You guys catch on to that? Like I kind of noticed this like last year, but like now it's like obvious. Like I started the noticing last year, but now it's like very blatant, right? Like who are some of the biggest right-wing commentators, right? Dan Bongino before he left for the FBI, Crowder, Benny Johnson, you know, Daily Wire, Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro, all these guys, right? Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh, Candace Owens, Brandon Tatum. There's so many, right? And I noticed that like a majority of them don't really cover foreign policy in detail, right? They might say things like, yeah, Ukraine's stupid or, you know, we don't want to go to war, but they don't like go into the detail of it, right? Especially like Crowder and Matt Walsh and these guys, like they stay away from that shit. And then they make really bad comments like this. So Matt Walsh said, Iran does not pose any credible threat to the United States. We do not need to get involved in yet another war in the Middle East for reasons that have nothing to do with defending our own nation, right? And I responded to this and I said, this is 100% false, Matt Walsh. Iran does pose a credible threat. Despite that Iran can't stand up to us militarily, it can absolutely kill American soldiers in the Gulf, destroy strategic oil locations, and shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which controls 30% of the world's oil. We're talking about gas prices going up to $11 a gallon. I find it absolutely incredible how all the biggest American right-wing commentators know absolutely nothing about foreign policy. War with Iran is far more significant than what is a woman. Which, for those of you that don't know, this is how Matt Walsh actually blew up. He went viral, I think, on Dr. Phil for asking this trans person, what is a woman? And they couldn't answer the question. The only big right-wing commentators that cover foreign policy are me and Nick Fuentes. Shapiro's a pro-Israel shill, and everyone else avoids the topic. Why? Because it inevitably leads back to our greatest ally, Israel, and criticizing Israel is a death sentence in conservative media. And that is the bomb drop, right? That is the bomb drop, right? Don't say sending money to Ukraine is stupid, but they won't talk about Middle Eastern foreign policy because if you talk about Middle Eastern foreign policy, you need to deal with the elephant in the room, which is Israel. And the fact that Israel controls our government and controls our both political parties. So that is why they stay away from it. This is why Matt Walsh is reluctant to talk about what's going on in the Middle East. Crowder stays away from it. He talked a little bit about AIPAC, but he stays away from it, right? Conservative media is cucked by Israel, chat. And I kind of learned this from coming into this space that, like, you know, thankfully I was able to come in with fresh eyes and just say what the fuck I want to say. But, like, if you're going to talk about, like, established media in the United States, established conservative media, the Blazes, the Daily Wires, the Bonginos, the Lateral Crowders, the PragerUs, all these these right-wing political think tanks as well, all run by them boys. Miss Me With It said, I like how you want your audience to be knowledgeable on topics that are important. Thank you. There's a Brookings Institute paper. It's called Which Path to Persia? Okay. Frank over his shits? A little bit. So, yeah, bro. That's why you got banned. To answer your question, because this comes from this guy, Johnny Duck 311. That's why Crowder banned you, bro. Because kind of indirectly makes fun of a certain group. So, yeah, bro. You're definitely going to get banned for that shit, bro. Because they don't cover foreign policy like that, man. They just don't, dude. They just don't, right? They'd rather say, trans are stupid. What is a woman? Right? Like, they'd rather rage at, like, drag queens reading books to kids than, what the fuck is going on in the world. And, I've told you guys before, I'll say it again. Like, in the grand scheme of things, like, this shit that we see where, like, we got drag queens reading to kids and shit like that, that's like 1% of the population, bro. You know what I mean? Like, we're talking about a very small portion of the U.S. population doing this fuck shit, right? Like, we, obviously, but here's the thing. It's like, it's what I call, like, conservative bait, right? Like, Democrats know and liberals know, progressives know, that if you do anything and show, like LGBT stuff with kids, it's going to enrage conservatives. Right? It pisses me off too. Don't get it twisted. Like, I get mad about it too. But I'm aware of the fact that, like, they're doing that to, like, rage bait. They fucking love it. So, anyway, and race as well. They like to race bait as well. Let's go. Where were we? Okay, we got Mel in the house. Let me get Mel on the thing, guys. We got Mel in the house. I think he's out there in New York in the protests.
I am Mel Smith, Instagram. Yes, sir. How are you?
Yo, what up, bro? My man got a fucking Mikey's literally on some news type shit.
I told you I was serious about this, brother.
Yeah, no, that's what's up, bro. Hold on, let me turn my camera on.
The protest. After we're done talking, I'm going to give them a lot of footage about what the signs say and all that.
Okay, let me give me 1 sec, bro. I'm gonna turn my camera on and off.
Another hour from now, it's going to be popping down here.
All right, bro. So shout out to Mel, guys. You guys know his YouTube channel is Watching the World. Go check him out. I'll drop the link in the chat for you guys. He's been, a critical component as to my covering of the Diddy case. As you guys know, I was in New York for 2 weeks. This guy right here was the one responsible for getting me in the main courtroom with Diddy because it's a fucking mission to get in there. And as I've been back here in Miami streaming, he's been kind of keeping us up to date with the Diddy stuff. And now he's out there with the protests. So shout out to my man. Let's go ahead. I guess we can start with Diddy. And then, yeah. And how much time do you got? Because I know you said you got to dip in a little bit, right?
I have about 35% on my battery. So as long as I'm good on the battery, I'm good.
Okay, cool. So I guess we'll get right into it, man. Hit us with Diddy. What's the latest with that? And then we could do the protest.
Well, what everybody's talking about is when Jane left the stand today, which you would find to be very interesting, she hugged Comey, and then she went and basically hugged Garagos against her will.
Really?
Bro, it was crazy. And Garagos was real uncomfortable. She reached down and grabbed her up and hugged her. Never seen that before.
So she hugged the attorney that was cross-examining her.
Comey is first because she's sitting in front of the defense.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah, and then she came and hugged Garagos, and everybody was like going crazy.
Holy shit. And I'm going to show my audience real quick who Comey is. Guys, I've shown you guys this before, but I'll show you guys again. Her name is Maureen Comey. Okay. This is her right here, chat. Let me see if I can pull this picture up real quick for you guys. Bro, what the fuck? Okay. This shit's so trash. Okay, I'm just gonna hit images. Bear with me here. Yeah, this is her right here, guys. This is her right here. This is Comey. This is her. But yeah, she's obviously Comey's former FBI director, Comey's daughter. She's an AUSA, and she actually prosecuted Ghislaine Maxwell as well. But okay, so she testified. So we had day 2 of cross-examination with this Jane Doe.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
So basically, with the Jane Doe, it was just a repeat. she went through everything that basically she had testified on the prosecution, but she never really hit any high points. She just basically tried to paint a picture that basically she was just as much involved as Diddy was in ordering these sex workers. So we went through a lot of case in point. A very interesting feature of this case is that at some point she was upset with Diddy because, you know, Diddy had all the girls. He had Gina, another girl named Jessie. So Jane got upset and she went to Las Vegas with a big time, they say, iconic rapper and his wife. And this porn star named Anton that you'll see on the porn site Black, he was there banging some chick on the bed. And she describes how it all went down. And when Diddy found out about it, he went ballistic.
So wait, but didn't he hire this porn star to have sex with this Jane girl?
Yeah, but then also on the low, Jane went out to a party with a rapper in LA and Anton just happened to be there. And so when she got there, she saw Anton and she's like, oh, I'm in big trouble now. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, because he went back and told Diddy that she was there with another rapper.
Yeah, Diddy went through her phone after he beat her ass. Oh, sorry for cursing, man.
No, you good.
After he beat her, he went through her phone one day and he saw the text messages between her and Anton and figured out that they had seen each other at this party out in L.A.
So was he more mad that she was out with another rapper at a party or that they were texting each other or both?
His exact words were, you went to another rapper's freak off? So that'll tell you.
Okay. So he's under the impression she has. Okay, so that's very strange. So like Diddy basically, he lets other men fuck his girlfriends, but he needs to be there, basically.
You don't want it behind his back, that's all.
Yeah, okay, all right. So that's so weird. It's like, he's like, he's a cuck, but it's like, he's actually got to be cucking for it to, otherwise he gets livid.
Right, absolutely.
Okay, so she finished her cross-examination today. What do you think now that you've had both her get her direct examination or cross-examination? Because as we discussed yesterday, this woman is a significant witness for the government. Comey gave her direct examination. Right. We know Comey's the main AUSA. Her, Mia, and Cassie are the main witnesses. And I think another reason why this Jane Doe woman is supposed to be so important is because she's the only other witness that participated in freak-offs. Mia did not participate in the freak-offs, though she was abused by Diddy allegedly. So what's your thoughts on the overall testimony? Do you believe her? Do you think she came off credible to the jury?
Well, I don't think she came off credible because I saw some jury members when she was coming off, they really shrugged their head as though they didn't believe her. And I thought that was very expressive for the jury. They have warned us about talking too much about the jury, so I'll leave it at that. But I think the big part here is that she got immunity, and most people in the audience, you know how it is when we're sitting in the 14. After court, they're basically saying they felt like she went in and worked for the defense. She did a switcheroo. Because think about it. She's telling that she was the one ordering the freak-offs and ordering the workers, not Diddy. So in a way, he clears his name. So if this was a strategy, it was a hell of a strategy.
And she's safe because she got immunity. Wow. So
yes.
So
yes,
the fact that you're telling me that her testimony can be actually utilized by the defense to help them tells me that she's probably a horrible government witness, man. Holy shit.
So let me lay it to you like this, right? Diddy's still paying her $10,000 rent, and he's paying all her legal fees. Do the math on this story, brother.
Oh, he's paying her legal fees too?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
So put the whole picture together, and you'll see why people think she's actually in there for the defense. She's giving him a look.
Wow. Because I know, I remember, it was crazy when you told me the other day he was still paying her bills. Because this is how it went down. I was on Law and Crime and I saw that they were still, they were seeing each other up until he got arrested in 2024. He got arrested like November 17th, 2024, some shit like that, right? He gets arrested. Yep. And it came out that they had been seeing each other up until he got arrested. So I was like, okay, that's a red flag. Then you told me he was still paying her bills while he's been in jail all this time. I was like, what? And then now you're saying that it came out that he's paying her legal fees too?
Yeah, and guess what? Over the last year, he had paid, over 3 years, he's given her $150,000. She was like, is that all I'm worth? Is $150,000? Was talking a lot of junk today, bro.
Wow. And that came out today that he's paying her legal fees. Mel, can you hear me?
Yeah, a call came in and threw me off. I'm sorry about that. Anyway, go ahead.
No, I said, so it came out today that Diddy's paying her legal fees.
Yeah, paying her legal fees.
Uh-huh.
And when they brought it out in court, Diddy turned around and looked in my direction and our direction sitting there, and he was nodding his head because they already shut him down from communicating with the jury. So now he's turning around communicating with the crowd.
Wow. Was his family there or no?
Yeah, everybody's there except the daughters, the 3 daughters.
Okay, the 3 sons and his... Okay.
Mother, his sister's there, his god sister's there. They're showing full support.
Yeah, because
a lot of people... Go ahead.
No, I was going to tell you, bro, they weren't there every day when I was there. Remember that? Like, there was a couple of days they missed.
Yeah, they're on it now. I mean, everybody feel like it's winding down. The prosecution says that they'll be done by Friday. They'll rest their case. But they said, listen, we might be done by Wednesday. They're trying to pull out. They feel like they have Diddy sold up.
Damn.
Yes, sir.
So they still feel confident even after this fucking blunder? Bro, that's crazy that he's paying her defense fees, dude.
They feel like they're dominating this show.
Wait, say that again? You feel like... Oh, your camera's off, by the way, Mel. I don't know if it turned off on purpose or accident, but
okay.
we can hear you, though. We can still hear you, but your video's off.
Okay. I said, you see me now, right?
Yeah, we got you now. Yeah. But if you want to save battery, bro, and you want to turn your camera off, that's fine, too. It's up to you. I'll just let you know. Go ahead.
Yeah, but they feel like they're dominating the whole show now.
The prosecution is still confident, you mean?
Yeah, if you cut out your witnesses, what are you saying? You know, if you felt like you were behind the 8 ball, would you cut your witnesses?
I mean,
when we started, they said they had 5 victims. We've only had 3, and then the one disappeared. They can't seem to find her. I guess her name is Gina.
Oh, that's what I was going to tell you. Because I did see this as well. This came out before the trial. Now, I heard it come back out last week. So it is in fact true that there is a witness missing for the prosecution.
Absolutely. And she's not responding to anyone, including the prosecution, from what I understand.
Didn't she do an interview with Tasha K, this chick?
Yeah, she did.
I'm going to show the chat who she is. She's like an Asian chick, guys. This Gina girl is the Asian girl that Diddy was seeing. I'll show y'all her picture right now. While you talk. And this Gina girl, if I'm not mistaken, this is Cassie's worst enemy, right?
Yeah. Also, it's coming out that she's also Jane's worst enemy because she can't stand her. Basically, she felt like the girl was taunting her and also she was getting all the good time with Diddy while Jane was being freaked off. You get me? Yeah.
Okay. I'm showing my chat right now who she is. As you guys can see her, she looks like she's half Asian or something like that. But this is her. This is the girl. And guys, just so you know, when Cassie broke up with Diddy, it was because of this girl right here. So, and you're saying that Jane hates her as well. So, okay. That's crazy, though. She went ahead and did an interview with Tasha K, but she's not going to testify. Okay. Do they know why? Did she have a change of heart? Did she not want to prosecute? Did she not want to testify against Diddy?
No, she's MIA. Nobody seems to know anything about it. I've even been asking everyone because I did see the interview on Tasha K. I was anticipating her arrival because she told a good story, but she's missing. So there's a lot of speculation. Maybe she's out in the islands, wilding or something like that, but you never know. But everybody wants to know what happened to this girl. You know how it is on the internet. Some are saying she's missing for real. So you never know.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, she probably got cold feet, bro. She probably went into hiding because it probably hit her after she went on the Tasha K interview, she probably realized how big this shit is. And she said, fuck that. I don't want to deal with this.
Yeah. Let me tell you how she fits into this narrative. So basically, Jane was participating in these freak-offs. They call them debauchery nights. She was getting down, all the way down, right? Happy. She's telling Diddy which guy she wanted. It was her idea to get the porn star and bring him over. He was coming through.
Oh, it was her idea?
With her as well.
It was her idea. It was her idea to bring the guy from Blacked?
Yes, sir, because she said that if she had to do these freak-offs, she wanted to get a guy that she was attracted to, like a superstar. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, so this story is coming together pretty weird. You see what I'm saying? But let me tell you how Gina fit into this. She would have these freak-offs and get down. Then she'd go on Instagram and see Diddy with Gina. And then she'd start texting him, you low-down, dirty shame bum. You follow me?
Yo, so it's kind of what we were discussing yesterday. So, because I kind of caught on to this yesterday when you were explaining it, but now it seems like it's completely out there. So, and just tell me if I'm right here. I'll try to summarize this. So basically, Jane was involved in these debauchery nights, aka freak-offs, what Cassie used to call it, where she's having sex with all these men. And when Diddy was treating her good, and she felt like she was the only girl, she'd be down, she'd initiate it, she'd even find men, she'd set up everything. But if she found out that he was going out on trips with other girls, hanging out with other girls, or linking up with Gina or these other women, she would basically get mad and then use the debauchery nights to weaponize against them, basically.
Yes, and that's what it came out on the cross-examination. Now, hey, listen, I got a real one for you. You ready for this one?
Yeah.
Bro, she would go to the little sex shop and buy matching shorts for Diddy and the sex worker. Had them dressed like toddlers. Yo, bro.
What?
Yeah, bro. What? They had on the Osh Bigosh shorts. Matching, bro.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, man. Come on, man.
No, I'm telling you real. I'm telling you real facts, brother.
Because here's the thing. I do know that Diddy frequents, or not him so much, but like I remember he did like use a lot of sex shops, because Cassie in her testimony talked about how she would often go. I think there was 1 or 2 times where Diddy actually made a run to the sex shop. But you're telling me that she would buy matching like what, like little shorts, like the Speedo shorts?
Yes, sir. Matching, bro.
For
weird.
Diddy and the escort?
And Paul. Let's call one of them was Paul. She really liked Paul. In fact, she said Diddy gave her some X, and when she made out with Paul, she said, I made love to him, and it was so good. You made love to a sex worker? God damn.
Bro.
Bro, I lied to you not. You know how I do it. I'm taking notes all day. I'm in the
like I'll tell you this, Mel. If I didn't sit in the courtroom for 2 weeks with you, I would think you're lying, right? But we heard so much crazy shit during this fucking trial. It's like I can't put anything past anything. Dude, when Kid Cudi said, I walked into the room and he had his hands behind his back, staring at the glass like a Marvel supervillain, I already knew. I was like, bro, it's over, man. This is a fucking clown show, man. What's going on here? Like,
yeah, they're trying to cook him slow. I'm telling you, man. I don't know how you could get around it. Listen, he has the best attorneys, but I don't know. You know, the Southern District where I'm standing right now, Southern District area, they have a 95% conviction rate. How you gonna how you get into that 5%? I don't know. But he is a $10 million man. I heard he's paid $10 million thus far.
For the legal, he's already paid $10 million for his legal team?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, I'm sure is not cheap. Yeah, no, the Southern District of New York, bro, is one of the best prosecution offices in the country, bro. That's why this is going to be an uphill battle for sure. But so you think, okay, so I guess to summarize, you think Jane did more damage to the prosecution than help?
I think she helped the defense, in my opinion. Okay. I don't want to say it too much, but that's how I feel, brother.
Okay.
Listen, the whole argument of the prosecution, you know it. You were here sitting with me.
Yeah.
Their stories that Diddy was in control. Cassie couldn't do anything. Everybody was at his command, right? But she's saying no. She was the one ordering the guys, and she was turning it up. She even planned what they call a super fest. 3 men in one night at the same damn time. I swear to God. Telling you the truth, brother.
Wow. So I guess he upgraded, because it used to be one guy at a time with Cassie. So I guess he upgraded it to do them all at the same time.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Stranger than fiction, man. So she helped the defense, in my opinion. It looked like she's a good writer. She expresses herself well. So I think that she wrote this story. This is just my opinion. I'm talking lightly because I know people are following my channel from the courthouse. And I don't want them to lock me out tomorrow. So
no, you good. I mean, I think, bro, the thing is that she has no real reason to lie in this situation, because she doesn't have a lawsuit open right now. It makes her look really bad sexually. And I mean, yeah, I mean, I think that's because how embarrassing this story is. Like, I'm looking at it like she's probably telling the truth, man. Like, she doesn't have anything to gain about lying about this shit. It's like a L.
Listen, let me tell you this right here. I'll give it to you straight.
Yeah.
He tells the sex worker, send me a video, show me something explicit. Like, that's outside of Diddy. You see what I'm saying? There's a guy, right? There's a guy named Bear that sent her $9,000, and Diddy got pissed off about it.
Okay.
But she was it came out today, she was telling this guy Bear to slide through, come on through. And the guy didn't come, but she was trying to get him to come.
So she was outside relationships with some of these escorts. Did he know about this or not?
Now this guy wasn't an escort. He was just a guy, I guess, that she knew that had money. They say he had multiple companies. So she had her own thing going on the side. They had an open relationship, but Diddy wasn't with her. Diddy likes it to be open on his end, but not on the girl's end.
And if she does have sex, it's got to be him watching, basically. He doesn't allow her to talk to other men without him there and shit.
And at least 20 bottles of baby oil. Yes, sir.
Wow. Okay. Yep. All right. So was it all her today? Like, did anyone else hit the stand today, or was it just her on cross-examination?
Just her. Tomorrow we have 3 other people coming in. We have Jonathan, which was his assistant of some sort. I think he was in court the other day because I saw the picture they had of him.
Jonathan.
He was sitting in the,
Jonathan who?
I don't know his last name, but yeah, he was there in the court 3 days ago.
What's
comes
his
in tomorrow.
What is he? Is he like law enforcement? What's his role? This guy?
No, I said he was Diddy's assistant. So.
Oh, okay. A guy named Jonathan that was one of Diddy's assistants.
Yeah, you could probably look him up right now. Somebody could look it up.
Do you remember his last? You don't remember his last name, right? He hasn't testified already, right?
No, he hasn't testified yet, but you can probably find him online. And then they have, I believe, some law enforcement person coming in tomorrow too. So we'll see what's going on with that.
The LAPD or HSI? You think?
I think it's probably going to be LAPD.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So how many more? So you think? So they're going to wrap by Friday, is what they're saying? The prosecution.
Yeah, everybody's saying that he pretty much has to bring in KK, Kristi Noem, to seal the deal, and maybe even a security guard, D-Rock Bonds or Uncle Paulie, one of these guys, But who knows?
Okay. And you did mention that the defense actually has their own witnesses, right?
Yeah, they have a whole lineup. Something happened in the case where the judge changed the rule. So the defense came on, they said, listen, the prosecutor did not call all the appropriate witnesses, so we need to call more to build out our story. So instead of, because they had cut the case back to 6 weeks from 8, but they said now we need that whole 8. We're going to go all the way to July the 4th. So I'll be doing it for a long time, brother.
Okay. So do we know how many witnesses the defense is going to call?
No, they won't reveal that. They're not going to show their hand because they're trying to seal the deal on them, and they don't want to give the defense any time to.
No. I'm asking. I'm asking not how many the prosecution has. I'm asking.
Oh, boy, hold on.
Go ahead.
All right, chill out, bro.
No, I'm asking. No worries. It's New York. They're crazy. What I was asking was how many more witnesses how many witnesses does the defense have? Not the prosecution. So prosecution has like 2 or 3 more. But like I'm asking, do we know how many the defense has witnesses?
No, they won't state it either. They don't want anybody. They don't want the prosecutors to know much of anything so that they can't prepare well.
Okay, but you know for a fact because a lot of the times defense never produce witnesses, so this is actually kind of unique that they're producing witnesses for the defense.
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you, Brian Steele and also Nicole Westmoreland, they're pretty tight. They're really sharp.
Okay, shit. Okay. Anything else on the Diddy stuff, or do you think we covered everything as far as today goes?
No, I think for the most part we covered everything. We spent a lot of time today, 2 hours pretty much just sitting in court because the judge, the defense wanted to reveal who was in the room with them in LA, I guess when they were having this freak-off type of deal with the rapper. But the prosecution did not want to reveal the names. They said, hey, we need to try to protect these people. But the defense said, listen, the reason why we want to put the names out is just like with any other part of the case. When we make things public, more people come forward. But the judge shut it down.
Well, when you're talking about the LA, are we talking about the Intercontinental when he beat her that day?
No, it's the event where she went out with the rapper, I believe. With this rapper, she flew to
this
Las
is Jane.
Vegas.
This is Jane, not Cassie.
Yeah,
Jane.
yeah,
Okay.
Jane. All Jane now.
Okay, gotcha.
So, yeah.
And then you said that they denied the mistrial on Bolonga lying with the balcony.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, they denied it.
Did the judge at least strike it?
Yeah, he struck it because he said basically this type of deal is not enough to, kill a case of this magnitude. He said this was like Paul Newman, whatever. He used the name, but he said you go back to the locker room and say, hey, you did a good job, but it's not enough to throw the case.
Okay, so but just so I make sure I understand this, Diddy hanging her over a balcony, that's not coming in as evidence anymore.
No. Well, the whole discussion was, so the dates were wrong. She said it happened on September 26, 2016, right?
Yep.
The defense showed that Diddy was here in New York at the Trump Plaza.
Yep.
So basically, they tried to get a mistrial on that note. So basically, the judge says that, well, because your girl called me, I call her your girl, the good prosecutor. She basically said, metadata does not always have to be accurate, which, that's kind of weird. So they basically just struck the whole thing.
So basically, so Diddy did hang her on the balcony. She just had the dates wrong, is what's.
That's what they're trying to say.
So do you think it's going to come in, or did he tell the jury not to count that anymore?
No, it's still in there.
Oh, okay, so still evidence. It's just that it's they just got the wrong date.
Right. That's the way the judge left it.
Okay, fair. Cool. I think we were caught up on the Diddy stuff. Well, how's the protest going out? We could shift over to the protest. I see that you're out there. I see a bunch of people behind you. What's the latest with that?
Yeah, man. All right, so a lot is going on. I mean, yesterday they were really going. I think as the night go on, you see there's a lot of media there. But I think around 8 o'clock tonight they'll be chanting and going on with the whole. They really hate Trump out here, so.
Yeah.
I think that's the big thing. I'll show you guys some of the signs before I pull out, but you'll see most of the signs is about Trump versus ICE.
Okay, so it's less of an ICE riot versus it's more of them just hating Trump.
Yeah, everybody out here hates Trump pretty much.
That's crazy. I'm going to wear my Make America Great Again hat then when I go out there.
Yeah, bring it on through.
I'm going to have to fucking put that shit on, bro, and just see what happens. Because, there was a YouTuber live streaming that shit yesterday, and obviously, like, they threw water at him and shit, man. This, like, so yeah, I'm going to make sure I got to put this fucking hat on when I go out there. So, all right. That's crazy, bro. Is there a curfew in New York City yet? Because LA imposed a curfew 8 p.m. their time.
They're working on it. The police officer told me it's in effect right now. They're trying to get it going.
Okay, so
let me see here.
So you predict the curfew is coming to New York City as well?
Yeah, definitely.
How are the NYPD cops taking it? Are they going hard on these guys and arresting them? I've seen them tackle a few people. LAPD's.
Here you go. Here you go.
Oh,
here you go.
shit.
Look
Here
at
we
them.
go.
They're coming right now.
Oh,
Here we
wow.
go.
Here come the boys.
All right, listen, bro. I'm going to check out, but I'm going to start showing footage. You carry the show. There's the problem. Oh, shit.
Oh, what the Yo. Here we go, bro.
You go ahead and rock out. I'll rock some footage for you.
Yeah, no worries, bro. No worries. I'll drop your channel in here right now. I'm sure you're going to probably drop some videos here in a second on this stuff. All right, bro. I'll let you go. Be safe, all right?
All right.
All right,
Thank you.
All right, peace.
All right, bye.
Wow. Okay. Guys. Shout out to my guy, Mel. Here's his YouTube channel right here, guys. Let me show y'all this shit real quick. This is him right here, man. Actually, oh shit, I got it right here. Here's his YouTube channel. Watching World 777, go check him out, guys. He drops shorts and shit like that of stuff going on behind the scenes, right? Like this crazy ass chick.
All right, so just tell us what's the latest happening right now.
With me?
Yeah, with you.
Well, I tried to go in the courthouse today, and they said you can't go in. So I said, all right.
Bro, this is the crazy bitch, by the way, chat. This is the girl that wears the MTA uniform that I told y'all about. MTA lady? This her right here, bro.
Are you sure? So then somebody said she could go in. So they was like, you just can't wear this. So I said, all right. So I took it all off. I took my radio off, put it in my pockets.
Bro, why is this bitch wearing a radio, nigga? Like, bro, this girl's off her rocker, chat. This woman is crazy, bro. I'm telling you guys, it is a fucking madhouse over there in New York City, bro. I might need to go back, chat. I'm not gonna lie, man. I might need to go back.
Undressed.
And guys, get your chats in right now. I'm going to start reading chats here in a little bit. Get your chats in. I'm going to start reading them here in a little bit.
Did a whole, took this all off, everything. They said you can use the ledge. I put it down. 2 seconds later, somebody said, oh no, you're not allowed in. I said, y'all just made me take off everything, show my ties as I stretched out of this hoodie, take everything off, put it to the side, and then y'all telling me now I'm not allowed in. So apparently the U.S. Marshals allowed me in. That's what they said. But the administrative judge said no.
Okay.
So I'm back outside.
All right, well, thank you.
Bro, this chick is crazy, bro. She makes like random comments and shit like that. But yeah, go feel free guys to check him out. Like he does a lot of shorts where like he'll be outside the courthouse and he'll see like catch the pandemonium that's going on, right? So, you know, all this shit. So yeah, if you guys want to go ahead, like when the witnesses come out and shit, right? Like here, boom. This is Diddy's people right here coming out. That's Diddy's mom, and then this guy's been in the courtroom every day. I'm assuming this is probably a family member or a close friend.
I love you. Frenchie, this song you is so beautiful.
Look at these niggas simping, man. Now, there was a bunch of times, guys, where the celebrities walk past me, but I'm not chasing these niggas, bro. Yo, there's so many paparazzi out there. Like, when a big witness comes out or anything, niggas are just running with their cameras trying to catch it, bro. I don't do that shit, man. Fuck that. I'm not a groupie, man. Fuck that shit. Matter of fact, bro, remember when that crazy black chick came up to me and was talking shit with her titties out? Bro, the whole reason why she even found me is because I didn't run after a celeb, actually. Now I think about it. I was just standing there talking with a supporter, and that's how she found me. If I had run after the celeb, she wouldn't have bothered me that day. That's why she was just able to walk right up on me and talk all that shit, that weirdo chick, man. Someone said El Ego. No, nigga, I'm just not gonna chase him. Your name is Gloria Steinem, bro. Shut up.
Hey, Miss Diddy, I got some questions for you. Don't leave yet, baby, please. Yeah.
Look at that shit, bro. This is what it looks like every day after court, chat. And this is where I was standing. I was standing right around here when that fucking weirdo chick came up to me.
Don't leave yet. I got some questions
So yeah, man, go check him out. This is his YouTube channel, bro. Watching the world, right? Go show him some love. You know, he was the one that got me into the courtroom every day. So, all right, let's read some chats real quick from you ninjas. Guys, I'm only reading 5 and up. So pop in 7. You gotta stop being one of them boys. Benjamin Sewer Yahoo says Myron ain't afraid of the small hat people, which is how you know he's real. W Myron, yo, I'm telling you, bro. Telling you. Kevin J says, hey Myron, with the rising tensions in the Middle East, particularly with Iran, how do you remain stress-free despite the imminent potential threats we face here globally? Really, the only thing you could do is like just report on it, educate people, right? And go from there, man. I mean, it really sucks, bro. War is not in our best interest, but you guys will see. You guys are going to see when these fucking war hawks get us into war and we fucking paying a bunch of money for gas. I ain't going to feel it because I don't drive. But you guys are. I'll tell you that right now. Let's see here. Yo, this guy Poppin7 wants me to get on Monkey. But yo, look, Poppin7, if you donate, let's see here. Trying to hit 2,500 subs. If you donate 50 subs, bro, I'll do the monkey shit for you, okay? How about that? I'll put on OMEV TV and put on Israel like you want and debate some Israelis. But you gotta donate 50 subs on Kick, my ninja. Okay? DPG with 50 gifted subs, bro. Shout out to you, DPG, man. Single-handedly helping all you guys be able to watch the show without ads on Rumble. Shout out to 3 Diglets with $100. He says, Myron, why are niggas so horny? Bro, I don't know. I don't know, man. This guy Diddy is a horn dog, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Fires Jabber says, shout out to DPG for the sub. Still learning how to use this shit. No worries. Well, let's see here. Yeah, we're caught up. But yeah, 3 Diglets, thank you so much. Down the marker for you and for DPG. I got to give y'all a double air horn, man. Thank you guys so much, bro. Thank you guys so much. But yeah, for this guy, Poppin7, if you really want me, because bro, you've been bothering me about getting on fucking Monkey and debating Israelis all week on Kick. Fine. If you want that, donate 50 subs. I'll make a fucking account. I'll pay the monthly fee because I don't want to fucking talk to anyone that's young, because that's the reason why I don't like using these apps like Omegle and Chat Roulette and Monkey and shit, because like a lot of times you'll get paired up with fucking kids, bro, and I don't want to talk to them niggas. You know what I mean? I just don't want to, I don't even want to see them. So that's why I'm reluctant to do it. But yeah, if you fucking go ahead and do it, then I'll go ahead and take the time, make an account, put all my information in, put a fucking credit card on there, and fucking, you know, do all this shit. But yeah, it's a big divergence from the content I'm making right now. So if you really wanted that bad, you want me to talk to niggas in Israel, that's fine. I've done it before. It is kind of funny. I did it on Sneeko stream a few times where we would set the Monkey to Israel, and we ended up getting paired with IDF soldiers, which is kind of funny. Shout out to JR from Dallas, 5 gifted subs. Appreciate you, my friend.
Welcome, punch.
Thank you so much, JR from Dallas. Someone says you partner, you can't on Kick? You can't get on Monkey on Kick? No? Well, he wants me to get on something else. It's called Omi TV. I'm putting his chat up on screen so you guys can see. It's Omi TV, I guess. OME.TV, and set the location Israel. That's what he wants me to do. So, I don't know. And by the way, guys, I got to update this sub counter. I'm really at I'm at 432 subs. It's not 416. I don't know why it's not updating. I got to get with Bills. Because, let me see here. Yeah. That's weird. Okay. All right. Let's get into, let me make sure I didn't miss any other chats. Again, thank you to the 3 Diglets and DPG, my OG supporters here. Love you guys. All right, we're going to cover, let's see if are we going to move into the Middle East before I move into, okay, we got Weinstein still. Let's take a look at the ICE protests right now. Do a quick check-in on that. See what's going on.
Now when an inmate walks...
Trying to find... I know this guy streamed yesterday in New York City, and he got water thrown on him. Okay, never mind. He's done now. Actually, you know what? Watching the World's live right now. Let's see. I think he's talking to protesters.
On a side note, I've been seeing you at the courthouse for Diddy case. Has your position changed on Diddy? Where you at now? I saw you talking to his son.
My position has changed towards the kids, because I was holding them accountable just like I was holding them. Thank you. I was holding them accountable just like I was holding Diddy accountable. But the kids, I can't go and put pressure on the kids that they already are enduring already. You know what I'm saying? So I talked to Justin. I told him, listen, I want to go ahead and extend the olive branch and let's keep it peaceful and let's just move forward. Anything I got. Oh, wow. I got towards any type of feeling I got towards their dad ain't got nothing to do with them, and I'm gonna lay off the kids.
Okay, well, thank you, man. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Stay safe out here, brother. It's gonna get crazy
now,
at
I'm
night.
gonna go put some pressure on the guy with the maroon hat, because I know him and he knows me very well.
All right, I'm gonna go check him out too.
Thank you.
Fuck, I guess I'm gonna go put pressure. What the fuck?
All right, thanks, man.
Bro, these New York people, bro.
That's Big Mike. Mike, what's your channel? Hold on.
You can find me on TikTok, Big Mike 626. You can find me on YouTube, Big Mike 0626. Make sure y'all subscribe and keep following the baddest host in the land.
All right, thank you, bro. I appreciate it. All right. Okay, guys, so we're out here at the protests. It's about to get heated up. They said last night it was off the charts, so I'll be out of here before it gets too crazy. But let's see what's happening.
The problem is that you're talking about the black guy, the white man. Now you're talking about the white man. Put some respect on my name.
You're a journalist and not supposed to debate your name.
I think it said put some respect on my bro.
Thing is, you're the one that's bringing up. Oh my. Man, with me. I come from the South. Niggas that moved up north to Chicago, they can't read or write.
Well, I'm not here fighting like these guys are like here, you know, the whole ICE stuff, right? They want ICE. I feel like these are like.
So wait, hold on. So wait, you're going against them?
Well, yeah, because they're the same like Palestine. It's like in the mix of like.
So what are they trying to do?
I mean, they want ICE. Like, I mean, well, they don't want ICE here. I mean, the thing is, I want ICE here because, you know, this is like quality of life issues of like, you know, like the toddlers working in the subway, the brothels in like Roosevelt Avenue, Jackson Heights, all this fentanyl and like predators, and like wasn't there like situation where like a woman got raped by an illegal in Coney Island Beach. So it's like it's kind of getting a little out of hand with this migration stuff, and then like being told like, oh, I can't play soccer because we built a migrant camp in like freaking Randall's Islands. It's like really affecting our, you know, Americans' quality of life. Like, yeah, everyone wants to say like, oh, immigrants, they have rights. What about like the people that like live here that don't break the law, that are not like, you know, selling fentanyl and like running brothels and like fucking, you know, making toddlers work the subway? Like, why? Like, you know, so it's like, where are my rights then? Like, what? Like, because I don't want to see toddlers in the selling mango in the subway.
There was a woman raped in Coney Island, and they took the two illegal migrants and took them back to the border and let them go. So there's a 13-year-old girl who got raped in Queens by knife point, dragged her in the woods.
All right, let's go to guys. You know, other breaking news: a plane crashed in India. Chat. Let's go ahead and cover this as well. I think only one person survived of them, if I'm not mistaken.
So let's return to...
This broke this morning, actually.
The Air India crash.
Yeah, I see some of you guys like the new sub. Yeah, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and get that emote with the merchant, you need to... yeah, why'd you censor it, bro? Come on, mods, don't censor the guys on Rumble. Yeah, if you guys want to go ahead and see that funny emote with the merchant or whatever, you got a sub on either Kick or Rumble, and you're able to go ahead and get unlock it. Tom Jones gifted a sub. Appreciate that, my friend.
Crash at Ahmedabad. That's in Gujarat province. It's just north of Mumbai, going towards the Pakistan border. Shocking scenes. I'm joined now by Patrick Christies of GB News London, because of course this flight was bound for Britain. Patrick, what can you tell us?
Okay, so the flight is a Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner. As far as I can see, it's the first 787 that has ever crashed. It's carrying 242 people on it, all bound for an airport just a few miles away from where I'm sitting now. 230 passengers and 12 crew members. The video that I've seen, it appears to just lose power. And then from what locals on the ground are saying on social media, it's crashed into a construction site, but it is a very heavily and densely populated area that it has crashed into. It does seem as though maybe it's managed to avoid the worst of the kind of housing estate.
Elias says, Myron, Jane said she was in a trifecta with Diddy and Paul. She was Kobe. Diddy was MJ and Paul was Shaq. LMAO. She also told Garego she earns $50K a month from OnlyFans. The last hour of the transcripts from Inner City Press, Garego's cooked her. Diddy winning. God damn, bro.
Welcome punch!
Bro, this chick is a thought, man. Yeah, her OnlyFans probably definitely going up since she's doing this testimony, man. Oh, Anton Daniels, man. Shout out to you, bro. $500 from Anton fucking Daniels. Thank you so much, brother. He said, love your street debates. You're doing good work. I appreciate you, Anton. I'm actually going to be out there on Friday. You know what, Anton, since you're here, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to put debate on there. I'm going to be debating immigration. Okay? So I'm going to put a sign out there that, you know, the ICE raids are right, and put some other triggering language in there, and it's going to be a good-ass time. So I'm going to be out there probably around 7 or 8 p.m., and we'll be out there. I anticipate we're going to draw a big crowd because obviously you guys know these protests are huge. I'll probably bring a Make America Great Again hat and really start triggering some people because it's going to be hilarious. So it'll be a good time. Thank you so much, Anton. Yo, I'm going to be on stream, by the way, bro, for a bit. So if you guys do your panel shit, I'll jump on today. So let me know. If you end up doing the late night stream, I got you, bro. I'll hop on there, you know, and we'll make some history. So shout out to Anton Daniels, guys. Go check out his YouTube channel. This is him right here, actually. Let me go ahead and show y'all real quick. Please go subscribe to his channel, guys. Here's his channel right here. Showing love. He has this channel, and he also has, where's the other one? He has another channel. Boom. After Hours. So here's his other channel, guys. Subscribe to this one, because this is when he does his panel shows. I be jumping on this one. So make sure you subscribe to both. Jump on this one, After Hours with Anton Daniels, and then make sure to subscribe to his main channel, Anton Daniels. Okay? So subscribe to both. Very based. Very, very based. You know, he's not like one of the dumbass FBA niggas that's always on some victim bullshit. Very, very based. So go check out his stuff. We agree on a lot of things. A lot of things. So make sure to go check him out. Good dude. Good YouTuber. Independently successful. Did the YouTube after already being successful. Teaches guys how to make money. Does a lot of similar stuff to us. So, you know, definitely verify. Go check him out. Thank you, Anton. I appreciate that so much, bro. But guys, yeah, subscribe to both his channels. Anton Daniels and After Hours. And if he's on tonight, I'll jump on one of the panels. We got Pop In says, the user is wrong. You actually can go on Monkey without getting banned, but only when you switch to only Kick. Omi TV is free for preferences that you can stream on all. I want to see Monkey when you switch to Kick Out. 50 subs is $324. I can't afford it. Oh, is it really that much? Shit. Don't worry about it, bro. We'll figure something out. Just like the video. If you can't afford it, don't worry about that. I don't want none of y'all going broke to support me. Fuck that shit. It's got to be expendable income only. I'll figure something out, bro. But yeah, you're saying you can go on Monkey without getting banned, but you switch to only Kick. So I got to be only on Kick to do it? All right. You might need to clarify for me, bro. I'm a little confused by that. All right. Hey, Myron, big supporter. Not to sound cheesy, but you've been a huge inspiration to me throughout the years. I'm 20 and currently just moved to Italy on my first pro soccer contract. And you telling your story really sets an example on who I want to become for me and my family. Thank you for changing lives. No problem, bro. Congratulations on your pro soccer career, man. Don't get injured. Take care of yourself. And don't fuck up your life and do drugs or do anything like that, man. Just go hard on the sports. Literally, don't do anything besides caring about playing soccer. You literally are just going to train, eat, sleep, and shit. That's it. Those 4 things. That's what you're going to do, man. Be locked in. Be locked in. I remember the days when I was a Division I athlete, bro, and I was literally doing nothing but training. You know, good times. Isaiah JRC, gifted sub. Thank you so much, bro, on Rumble. Shout out to you, my homie. Shout out to all you guys. DPG, gifted 10 subs. Thank you so much, DPG. And he gifted 25, 45 subs. Holy shit, man. I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you so much, DPG. Guys, you need to thank DPG, because honestly, if I go out to New York, it's going to be DPG that funded it for you niggas. So you guys better fucking give him a big Don DeMarco, him, Anton Daniels, the big supporters. If I'm out in New York next week, you guys got to thank these guys, okay? They are supporting the content. They are supporting the travel. You know, I might go out there with bills, do some IRL shit, right? So, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But what else do we got? So, yeah, this is Anton's channel, guys. Go check him out. I think he's going to do an after hours. Anton, if you're in the chat, bro, let me know what time you're going to go. Or you could text me, too. And just so you guys know, Anton will be on the show in July. Me and him coordinated. He's going to be in Miami in July, so we're going to have him on the show. It's going to be lit. Right? If he's here multiple days, every day he's here, we'll do some stuff. Naja Ray says the JetBlue plane pilot was a woman. LOL, check out my story. Oh, was it a female? For the India shit? Bruh.
There are some aviation experts that are just a bit confused about what's gone on here, because the quote that I've seen is that about 1 minute after takeoff, which is when this plane crashed, the planes really should be almost flying themselves.
Yeah, DPG gifted 45 subs and then 25 subs and then 10. So shout out to you, man. Thank you so much, dude.
Which is quite confusing as to why it's come down. Nobody has ruled in or out terrorism or any kind of evil intent. We don't want to speculate too much there. From the video that I've seen, it does look more like a loss of power. That airport itself, I was having a look at, there's about 250 flights a day from Ahmedabad Airport, several to the UK. It's about 9 hours, 45-minute direct flight. So it was due to land this evening here in Britain. I've got a statement for you from Gatwick Airport. They say, we can confirm that flight AI 171 that crashed on departure from Ahmedabad Airport today was due to land at Gatwick Airport at 6 p.m. local time here. They said there's more information to follow. It's a confusing picture at the moment. I do have to be realistic. I think most people who've seen the pictures will also understand this. We're not necessarily expecting there to be any survivors, unfortunately. It would be miraculous if there were. We hope there are. But
I think they said that there's one survivor, chat, is what I heard. But this was 12 hours ago. So
that's where we're up to at the moment. Gatwick, I mean, the airport here is not suspended all flights or anything. It's just appeared to be very much a problem at India's end, really, when it comes to this. But yeah, and also, Andrew, it's worth pointing out as well, sorry.
Bro, I got to double check. Was it really a female pilot, bro? If it was a female pilot, man, women can't stop taking L's, bro. Bro, let me... No way it was a female pilot. Five students, doctor, woman killed, over 60 injured as plane crash sent to hostel. Air India plane crash, according to Air India, of 230 passengers, 169 were Indians, 53 British, 7 Portuguese, and 1 Canadian. The other 12 on board were 2 pilots. Let's see here. Okay, 2 pilots and 10 crew members. Does it say who the pilots were? Bro, they're not saying who the pilots were. Chat, you guys got to be trolling, bro. Was it really a female pilot, chat? Come on, man. Was it really a female pilot? You guys got to be trolling, man. I'm going to ask ChatGPT. We'll keep playing this. Give me 1 sec.
It is, we don't know what's happened here, but it is another disaster for Boeing. They've had several disasters in the past for a variety of different reasons, not all of them their fault, but pains to say. There was a problem with a different type of plane that they had, the 737, which this plane isn't. But of course now, you hear the word Boeing and you see something like this, and some people will be wondering what's going on, really.
Yes, they've had a terrible time. They just had some record orders in May, so they seem to be getting out of it. And now this, of course, as you say, it's far too early to speculate what were the cause, but it did seem there to lose power. And if it is a mechanical...
All right, so they gave the names, but it's tough because they're Indian names. The sources provide details on pilots' experience levels. Captain Sumit Sabharwal had 8,200 of flight experience, 8,200 hours, and co-pilot Clive Kandara had 1,100 hours, but they do not specify their genders. So I don't know, because I'm not familiar with like Indian names, what's masculine and feminine.
Issue? Wow, that's, woof.
Hey, Myron, you watched the Bibi Files documentary. According to that, Netanyahu's wife has some amount of influence in decisions. Another reason why women shouldn't be involved in politics. Yeah, I'm sure his wife does play a huge role in it. True Alpha, New Criminal Minds, documentary 304 case studies, and now debates the most diverse media in 2025, W. Myron, WCC. I appreciate you, the True Alpha. Yeah, man, we do news, Criminal Minds, documentaries. We literally do everything on this channel, bro. So shout out to you guys, man. We're diversified over here. And as you guys know, if you guys really want to support and you're a member of Castle Club, I'll give you guys some discount codes right now to join Castle Club for only $4 for the first month, then $10 after that. Or you could go ahead and join for the year for only $55. Use code JFK911 for the year. Okay. Link is right there for you guys in Castle Club. It's only available in Castle Club right now, chat. I'm not giving it out publicly. And then we got Dem Boys 911 for the monthly. So I put it in the Castle Club link chat for you guys. It's in there if you guys want to join up. Join OSS. That is how we fund the mission, chat. Okay.
Anyway, but the real tragedy right now.
I'm trying to take this channel to the next level, and to take the channel to the next level, we gotta get in the black. Obviously, I've been funding it on my own for a while, as you guys know. But if we really want to take it to the next level, I'm talking IRLs, me traveling, shit like that, giving you guys like that type of stuff. Instead of just desktop streams, because I do want to switch it up and travel and shit for you guys, because it seems like you guys really love when I go to New York, cover cases there, maybe go to the riots, put on a Make America Great Again hat, let niggas get mad. It'll be hilarious, right? Because I'm probably one of the most triggering people on the internet at this point. That's how we do it. So appreciate all the support, my ninjas.
Is the lives lost and all those people in Britain who are waiting to see their relatives or friends come back from India. I mean, oh my goodness.
Sorry to cut across you, Andrew, but that's a really good point there, actually, because we have a huge Indian community here in Great Britain. And in fact,
that's a fact.
Just down the road from where
too much, to be honest.
Where I live now is a place called Harrow. Further on to that is a place called Southall. Massive, massive, massive Indian communities. So people who are, either born in India or have relatives, etc. There will be so many people currently in England who are worrying about their relatives, about their friends.
The promo code for the year is JFK911. But it's only in the Castle Club chat, guys. I'm only giving it to the Castle Club guys. It's not public.
Desperately trying to get in touch with them as well. So it's incredibly concerning times for a lot of Britain's Indian population at the moment.
Right. Oh my goodness. All right, we'll have more during the night on this tragedy.
Aaron Silencia says, Myron, my girlfriend has best friends that pick her up and drive her to Southern Connecticut State University. He ain't never getting pussy from her. Should I let him continue to do slave labor for me? My girlfriend has a guy best friend that picks her up and drives her. No, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you? Bro, that dude is going to move in on your girl. Nigga, what are you talking about, bro? Are you stupid? Bruh, come on, man. You must be new here, man. Bro, we all know that men don't be friends with women because they actually enjoy their company, bro. They're trying to smash. Bro. Aaron, be smart, man. Use your brain. Use your brain. Okay? That guy is trying to fuck your girl, man. Come on, dude. Nigga said slave labor. Yeah, okay. Slave labor, my ass. He's gonna, look, here's the thing what you guys gotta understand. If your girl has a guy friend, that dude is just waiting in the cut. He's just waiting in the cut, man. Until you fuck up. Nigel Ray says, nah, bro, there was a JetBlue plane that derailed as well today. No one was hurt. The pilot was a woman. Different story. Okay, Nigel, I appreciate the clarification. I appreciate that. Yeah, because in my head, I was like, wait, an Air India flight with a female pilot? No way. Okay, that makes more sense, though. So, once again, women can't drive or fly planes. Fantastic. If you guys remember, right in the beginning of Trump's administration, a female helicopter pilot fucking crashed into a plane, killed like 100 people, bro. Holy.
As news comes to hand, news and vision. Patrick, can I just ask you about something?
Improving Dan says, yo, Mara, could you do a true crime on the murder of Junko Furuta, a Japanese woman? So sad about what happened to her. I think Angie talked about it. If that's the one where they raped her for weeks, I think we might have covered that already. The plan never had takeoff thrust or lift for the takeoff. The plane even used the whole runway just to barely take off. The pilot should have aborted the runway versus attempting takeoff. That's from Silver Black Slaps. Okay.
You know, we've seen the riots in America caused by supporters of illegal immigration. It's also turning immigration Britain into a tinderbox. You just had riots in Northern Ireland after alleged sexual assault, blamed on boys who needed a Romanian interpreter. The context is, of course, of deep concern about mass immigration, especially the tens of thousands of illegal boat people sailing to Britain this year. Now, you had your Prime Minister actually say he was going to do something about it. He hasn't, not that I can see, but you have been able to do something after you got in touch with a people smuggler who was shouting for business on the internet. Let's have a look at the ad that you saw. No, we haven't got that. You set it up. You left you a message on the phone, Patrick, to come and join him at a particular place. He get you over to Britain. What happened next?
Exactly. So if you just go on one of these things on TikTok, you will be able to find human traffickers who are operating around northern France, trying to get people illegally into Britain. So I contacted some of those people. Then they moved the conversation onto WhatsApp, which meant that I then got their personal number, which means that police and authorities can track them. They quoted me a price to get a...
Hey, Nav, I'll give you the JFK promo link right now, bro. I'll give it to you right now, Nav. I see you in the Castle Club chat. I'm going to just make it simple for you and just give you the link right here. Here's the JFK one. A lot of people are getting the annual. Very smart. Half off on that shit. There you go, my friend. That's the JFK one. So you can just get in right there for a year.
Across the English...
literally $55 for the year.
Channel, 1,500 euros, by the way. So it's not particularly expensive. That price has gone down significantly. So there you go. We had their voices on record. We had everything on record. And they even...
Yeah, W promo code, right?
even on maps, pinpointed the exact location to us about where the boats were taking off and when they would be taking off. Now, we did that with not one, but two illegal migrant gangs, and we've handed all of that.
All right, British accents suck. All right, so check this out, guys. So I saw this shit while I was going through Twitter, bro. This shit's funny as fuck. As you guys know, Mark Lamont Hill, right? This is a dude that I debated with on Pierce, okay? This nigga's been talking shit about me, calling me a racist and all this other shit. Check this out, bro. Right. This episode right here.
Games, because you've been smirking and laughing.
Niggas started going crazy, right?
You have no power and you lose your
on here. So
say what they want unashamedly, and you will not.
And this is us talking about the N-word and freedom of speech, right? Because as you guys know, that Shiloh Hendricks girl, you know, dropped the N-bomb out in Minnesota or some shit like that, and it was like a huge news story. So, you know, obviously you guys know me. I'm all for the freedom of speech and the racism. It's hilarious. And then this guy right here is like some fucking, you know, pro-black FBA nigga, man, as usual. Dude's always, you know, crying about some shit. So check this out.
Say things to white people all the time and they never get canceled. There's no backlashing about this. I want to live in a country where people are allowed to say what they want unashamedly, and you will
go
not
on then,
have
say it. Say
you
the
will
N-
not have
Go on,
free
say
speech.
go on. Say
Now he's telling her to drop the N-bomb, right?
the N-word. Go on.
No.
Hang on.
Don't invite. No.
No.
We don't want you to invite this woman to say a racially harmful term.
Look at this nigga. He going crazy. Yo.
No. Me, because I'm the only on here. So if she says it, I'm the victim of it. So please.
Bruh. He said, I'm the only nigga here. So if she says it, I'm the only victim here. Bro, look, you see my face, bro. I'm already losing my shit, man. Bro, there is nothing funnier than these pro-blacks always fucking crying about some shit, man. Holy, niggas so mad his camera's starting to get blurry. Look, me and Lily are just laughing at his ass, bro. As this nigga starts going wild, man. Nigga's camera is literally blurry, man. That's how fucking much he's shaking. All right, let's play this back a little bit. I'm sorry, I'm just having fun with this shit. I'm gonna play it in full so you guys see it, okay? I'm gonna play it in full for you niggas.
People are allowed to say what they want unashamedly, and you will
Well, go
not
on then,
have
say
free
it. Say
You
the
will
N-
not have
Go on,
free
say
speech.
go on. Say the N-word. Go on.
No.
Hang on.
Don't invite. No.
No.
We don't want you to invite this woman to say a racially harmful term in front of me, because I'm the only on here. So if she says it, I'm the victim of it. So please don't invite her for ratings to call me the N-word, because that's basically what it's going to be. There's a bunch of white people up here. You and one Uncle Tom on the left here, and asking her to say the N-word while I'm here is ridiculous. You would not sit here with a Jewish person and say, please use a Jewish slur in front of this Jewish. It's ridiculous. I understand you don't have any bad intent, Pierce. I understand what you're trying to do. But we already know she's
Mark, I hear
racist.
you.
And I don't want to invite
Mark,
a racial harm to me.
I
to
hear
prove
you.
it.
I hear you, and I accept that, and we'll leave it there. Thank you.
Bruh. I think you guys know what I had there. They blurred that shit, but I think y'all know what it was. Oh man. Pure entertainment, man. Pure entertainment. Anyway, now you guys remember who this guy is. I'm sure I'll refresh your memory. So this nigga be simping for black women all the time, right? Look at this shit. He's delivering a speech, right? Look at this shit, bro. Hold on. Is there no sound? Oh, sorry. Tab was muted, ninjas. Let's play this in all its greatness, full screen for you guys. Look at this shit, bro. This is what happens when you simp for black women, bro.
I want to ask you to take a step back, please.
Bong!
I want to ask you to take a step back.
So she walks up. He tells her to walk back. He already sees, he can see her hand, something in her hand, and he knows, like, this chick's not gonna listen. And she starts pepper spraying him, chat. Hey, shout out to, W Mans that came in and tackled that bitch, though. Holy. That nigga hit her with the fucking Goldberg spear.
I want to ask you to take a step back, please.
Bong! Hit her big ass right there, bro. Yo!
I want to ask you to
Yo, I could watch this shit all day. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. This shit is funny as fuck.
take a step back, please.
Falcon punch.
Bro, and here's the thing. This is a big bitch, man. This is a big bitch. You know she's over 200 pounds, right? Guaranteed over 200 pounds, bro. Her big ass, she probably weigh more than Lamont, man. And this dumbass nigga been simping for black women, calling me a racist on the Joe Budden podcast, talking about I'm a fucking, you know, Uncle Tom and tether, all this bullshit. And then look what happens. His own sister comes up and fucking maces his dumbass. Bro, and just so you guys know, mace is debilitating, okay? When you go to the academy, I'll never forget this shit. When you go to the police academy, any police academy, right? When I was at the Federal Agent Academy, they mace you so you see what it's like. Bro, mace to me personally, it's very bad. Like it completely rendered me fucked up for like 2 or 3 days. It took like 2 or 3 days to finally get it out of my system. Eyes were burning. You know, if you shower and like you let it, like you're washing your face and it gets on your balls, like it burns your balls, bro, it is extremely painful. Okay? So the reason why they pepper spray you is so you guys understand the effects of pepper spray and how it works. And also so that if anyone ever gets a hold of your pepper spray, you know how to react. I'll tell you guys right now, if you take pepper spray from a cop, he's gonna shoot you. I'm telling y'all that right now. If you try to take the cop's pepper spray, or if you pepper spray a cop, he's going to probably shoot you, niggas. Most police academies in America purposely pepper spray their cops so they understand how much it could fuck you up. So that if you do get into a use of force situation and you shoot someone, you can literally go on to, you can explain, yo, I've been pepper sprayed before. I know how my body reacts to it. If I get hit with pepper spray, I will not be able to defend myself. They could take my weapon from me and kill me. That is a big reason why they teach you about pepper spray. Number one, so you know how to deploy it. Number two, so you don't get it blowback in the wind. And then number three, God forbid someone gets pepper spray, gets your pepper spray, or comes with their own pepper spray, you know what to do when it comes to use of force. Okay? Pepper spray warrants deadly force, chat. That's how fucking dangerous it is. All right, you won't be able to breathe. Eyes are gone, burning. You're basically like cooked. You're just gonna be sitting there like, ah. You know? So, the fact that this fucking linebacker comes up to this nigga, right, at this speaking event and pepper sprays him is crazy to me, bro.
I want to ask you.
But these are the queens, right? I ain't gonna lie. It was actually enjoyable to see this shit because this nigga be sipping and talking shit. Because, bro, this guy was on the Joe Budden podcast talking shit. And Joe Budden's a bitch-ass nigga, too. Oh, this guy reacted to it. So, yeah. Basically, like, they're over here. They were talking shit about me for on their dumbass show. You know, this guy Lamont, whatever. And he's like I said, when he's pro-black activist and shit like that, nigga be fucking always simping. But yeah, I've had a problem with Joe Budden for years, bro. Fuck Joe Budden, man. He fucking sucks. What's this? What's my post of this?
It's very important to understand the entire context of what led us to this position because, again, Metcalf and Hendricks is a microcosm of a much larger problem. Black people can be as tribal as they want to be. You have people like Tariq Nasheed, Dr. Umar Johnson running around about black power and marry black women and keep it in the hood and all this other stuff. But if white people assemble and say, you know what, white power, we need to keep our nation white, they're immediately ostracized and labeled as supremacists and they get banned off every single platform. I find that interesting.
Yeah, the FBA's hate it when I say that shit. Interesting.
You went ahead. It's not the same thing. No, actually, it is the same thing. Because here's the problem with black people. Black people practice the very racism they cry about. And what we're dealing with right now in America is literally a backlash to this black supremacy that's been able to run around unchecked for a long time. And no one has the balls to call it out.
And that's a fact, bro. Niggas don't want to hear that shit. But that's the truth, bro. That is true. But anyway, yeah, niggas were crying on their dumbass show. Joe Budden been talking shit about us for years, bro. Joe Budden's a bitch. And he's a shitty-ass rapper. He sucks, too. He's not even good at what he does, bitch-ass nigga. Where we at here? So, yeah, one more time for the LOLs.
I want to ask you to take a step back, please.
Boom!
Falcon punch!
One more time, niggas. One more time. Come on, man. This shit's too funny.
I want to ask you to take a step back, please.
niggas. Fucking big ass bitch, man. She's basically a linebacker, bro. Bro, the average black woman in America, by the way, chat, is 187 pounds. All right? Okay, someone said one more time. All right, niggas, one more time. Let's do it.
I'm going to ask you.
One more time. Boom! Hey, man, I ain't gonna lie, but that's some great A entertainment right there, chat. Let's fucking go, man. That nigga hit her with the fucking Goldberg spear. The 1999 Goldberg spear, man. WCW fucking Nitro type shit on that one, man. Remember Rhino Gore? Oh, man. All right, one more time, niggas.
I'm going to ask you to take a step back, please.
Bam! You can hear the footsteps coming too. Oh, man. All right. Foreskin Finagler says, Myron, did you see the Argentinian president wants to move their embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem? Check their early life. Yeah, bro. Nigga, I've been telling you about the Argentinian president for a minute. Malay? Bro. I've been telling you about this nigga, bro. And you know what's crazy? Like, I don't even know how this guy, bro, how is it that they end up as presidents in Latin America? Look, like this woman too. Scheinbaum. Fucking, I can't even spell it properly. Bro, it's like you can't avoid, like, bruh, how? What are the chances? What are the fucking chances, man? So, anyway. Bro, it's just crazy to me, man. Like, what are the chances, bro? Let's see here. All right, let's transition over to your boy Weinstein, okay? So, Weinstein was convicted in his retrial. Also, the U.S. is planning to withdraw diplomats from Iraq. Okay, so, as you guys know, he had a retrial. Because I think he had a mistrial on one of the charges, if I'm not mistaken.
A judge has just declared a mistrial for the last remaining charge in the sexual assault case against disgraced Hollywood movie mogul Harvey Weinstein. That judge.
And for those of you that don't know, Harvey Weinstein was a guy, obviously a very respected, guy in the film industry for years. And basically, he was smashing a bunch of chicks, to include Gavin Newsom's wife, okay, who also banged AB. So I don't know what the fuck is going on, man.
Making the decision after the jury.
And this nigga Gavin Newsom decided to wife her up, which I'll never understand. That is a big fucking L.
4-person.
Johnny V says, Myron, big supporter. Can you react to Shirley NYC protest? I think I covered that yesterday for a degree. They threw water on his ass, man.
And refused to continue deliberations. It follows reports of heated disagreements between jurors yesterday after they delivered a split verdict on the first two charges and deadlocked on a third. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis has been inside the courtroom following all of this. Rahima, what does this mistrial mean for the case against Weinstein, and what about the rest of those charges?
Well, in terms of the mistrial, the prosecution has already indicated that it is ready to retry Harvey Weinstein, who has insisted he is innocent of all of the charges, but they're ready to retry him on the rape charge. The judge says it won't happen.
Yeah, this nigga old as hell, bro. Cooked, man, cooked.
Until next fall.
I'll be honest with y'all, though, man. Like, a lot of these women that had sex with this guy, bro, they did it to advance their careers, man. It's like we give women no agency, bro. It's kind of crazy.
Unless it involves another juror. The prosecution, I should say the defense, had argued that Jessica Mann, who has alleged she was raped by Harvey Weinstein, should not be put through the rigors of a trial again. The defense has said they've spoken with her and she is ready to testify again if there is another trial. In terms of what this means for the rest of the charges against him, as you point out, he was found guilty of one charge of criminal sexual assault in the first degree and not guilty of criminal sexual assault in the first degree. So it was a split verdict on that. he could face up to 25 years in prison with a mandatory minimum of 5 years on the charge for which he was found guilty. As for the mistrial, again, they are ready, according to the prosecution, to go back at it again on this charge. And if they do, it'll be the third time that Harvey Weinstein will face the jury and a court for the charge of rape. Ellison?
And Rahima, after trials, jurors are usually allowed to speak publicly if they...
Also, guys, if we hit 500 subs on Kick, I think we're at 432 right now. It's not 416. I got to update that. I'm going to get bills to fix that. But I'm at 432. If we have 500 subs, ninjas, I will go ahead and stream some Marvel Rivals for you guys. I know a lot of you guys want me to game. So what I'll start doing is, if we hit our goal, I'll stream Marvel Rivals. Stay on a bit longer for you guys. We'll do it on Kick. It's a bit easier to stream video games on there. And yeah, we'll be gaming on there. I was gaming with Chris the other day on Marvel Rivals. So I'm getting better. I'm getting my, you guys know I'm a first-person shooter kind of guy, right? I used to play McCree back in the day and shit. So I'm picking shit up.
Choose. Have we heard anything by chance from anyone?
I cover the news and the politics on Rumble and shit like that, as you guys know, and then we game on some Kick.
One who was on this particular group of jurors?
Indeed. I had a chance to talk to juror number 12 about what was going on in the courtroom. As you know, there was a lot of drama around the foreperson, juror number 1, his concerns that he felt that he was being bullied or being coerced into changing his mind about what the verdict should be on, particularly on the second charge. But listen to what juror number 12
and Candace Owens actually had him on for her thing.
Says about
for her show.
The question of whether or not it was a lot of heated discussion. Take a listen. Was anybody threatening juror number 1, the foreperson?
Shout out to Nav. He said, is OSS any different from Castle Club? I just joined. Yes. So guys, as you guys know, Castle Club is fresh and fit. OSS is my stuff. The debrief, Myron Gaines X. That is what OSS is. The OSS are pretty much, and me, this is me just being super transparent with you guys. The reason why I created the OSS, guys, was so that to support the mission. As you guys know, I'm trying to bring this channel up to the next level. And, for the longest time, I've been running this channel with money out my own pocket, right, for years, since 2021 when I started it. Now, granted, when I used to only go live once a week and I was doing, Fed Reacts only, whatever, no big deal. It is what it is, right? Pay the Clippers, editors, whatever, just pay out of my pocket. But now that we're going live Monday through Friday, right, 3 hours bare minimum on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, because I got fresh and fit, or I'm going like 6 to 10 hours, and I obviously want to update the content, travel, go to court cases, etc. Go to these riots, be there on the scene with you guys, IRL stream. In order for me to take it to the next level and continue to pump out clips and shorts and keep the channel growing, we obviously need to start generating, some since the channel is demonetized on YouTube, we need to find other means, right? So we're being resourceful here and finding other ways. That's why Rumble, Kick, whatever, and then the OSS, that's Rumble and OSS are like the foundation, right? Like that's free speech platform. We know we're always safe there, right? Because look, will YouTube remonetize me? I don't fucking know, bro. The problem is that they selectively enforce their community guidelines, bro. There's people that break community guidelines every fucking day, and they're not getting demonetized. We're getting demonetized because we had a target on our back. It is what it is. So that's what the OSS is for, guys, to be able to take the content next level and run the channel. Because I'm putting a significant amount of time into this channel, guys. You guys see me. I'm grinding. I'm doing Tuesday, Thursday, Sundays. I'm doing 7-10 hour long streams, right? And then on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I do 3-hour streams. I typically go from 5 to 8 p.m. Then I do Fresh and Fit right after. Then I do after hours. So I've been grinding crazy. So for me to, keep this up and keep the channel going, obviously it's going to cost money. It's not cheap, man. It's not cheap. Getting clippers and editors and all this other shit, traveling, all this stuff. It's not cheap. So that's what the OSS is for, Nav. The benefits you get, I'm going to start doing a call-in portion with the debrief starting next month, where at the end of every stream, I'm going to, allow OSS members to call into the show, give their opinions on the news or political takes, whatever. I do one annual meetup on 420 in Miami. You get access to merch that me and Brett are making right now. That's exclusive OSS stuff. It's not Fresh Fit, it's OSS. Some cool insignias and shit like that. Obviously, you get your super chats read all the time. Like right now, for example, I'm reading your chat even though it's $1 because you're OSS member. And yeah, bro, and you guys get exclusive behind the scenes stuff. So like when I'm out traveling and shit like that, I have Andrew record me, just throw it on there for you guys. No real need to edit. You guys just get the content right away. So that's kind of what it's gonna be. You know, and it's cheap. It's gonna be $10 a month, or 50 or 110 for the year. Right now I'm running a promo. You could get in for $55 for the year, or get in for $4 for the first month and $10 after that. So I'm keeping it low. So that you guys can basically set it, forget it, never have to worry. $10 a month, you don't even feel it, right? Well, at least I want you guys to be in that position where like $10, you don't even feel it. So yeah, man, that's kind of that's what it's for, bro. That's what it's for, Blogger too, or sorry, Nav. So you kind of get an idea. Back to it.
It wasn't about.
Would you serve on the jury again?
I would.
You would. Okay.
We also learned that they decided on the.
And I will be moving the OSS streams. Like when I stream on Castle Club, on Locals, it will be OSS only for this stream. I'm doing it on CC right now because obviously there's a migration period. But you know, for now, I'll probably go another month doing it on CC as well. But I will at some point keep everything completely separate between Fresh and Fit and the OSS / Myron Gaines X. But for now, we're gonna stream everywhere. So you guys got nothing to worry about. You don't got to switch anything. I'll give you guys plenty of lead time before it. So yeah, and the streams are always going to be free, just so you guys know on Locals. Like you just click the link and join the stream. So I'm not going to charge. I'm not trying to put like streams behind paywalls and shit. I'm trying to avoid that if I can.
Those other two charges on Tuesday, according to this juror.
What's the code for OSS? I'll give you the code right now, bro. There's two different codes. JFK 911 is for the year, $55, 50% off. Running this promo just now, but it's only for Castle Club. And then the other one is I'm putting in the link for you right now for the $4 for the first month and 10 after that. Just put the link in there for you guys in Castle Club if you guys want to join. Those are the links with the actual codes there for you.
And he said he was disappointed that it ended in a mistrial. Ellison.
And whether you decide to support or not, thank you guys. You know what I mean? Like whether you want to like the video, donate on Myron Gaines X, sub on Kick, sub on Rumble. Whatever it is, I appreciate you ninjas, right? Being demonetized on YouTube is fucking annoying. It sucks. But we're trucking through anyway, right? I'm still showing up every single day, right? Most YouTubers would never fucking do this. You guys think Anus and Reach would be making content if those bitch ass niggas were demonetized? You guys think so? Those fucking bums? The one thing I will say is that we work way harder than any other streamer I could think of, bro. We put out more content than anybody, bro. Between my channel, Fresh and Fit, whatever, nobody streams as much as we do, that I know. I don't think anyone streams as much as we do. So we're putting in the work, guys. We're not just here, fucking off and making bullshit content. Like we are like, taking shit to the next level, trying to make the content good, and we're almost always on air, bro. To some degree, whether it's me, Fresh and Fit, a fresh start, like we're always live to some degree. So, and shit costs money, man. It is what it is. So appreciate you guys supporting. If you can support financially, awesome. If you can't, no worries. Just like the video. That's all I ask. If you can't support financially, you don't got the money like that, no problem at all. Smash that like button on YouTube, and that helps me. Share the video with a friend. Subscribe to the channel. Put a cousin on, whatever. That's more than enough.
NBC.
Help from wherever you're at. Do what you can from wherever you're at.
Rahema Ellis, thank you.
We thank you for watching, and remember...
Yeah, so Weinstein is cooked, bro. Let's be honest here. He's cooked. Mel's still out there. Let's see what's going on in New York City. As you guys know... Oh, he got off air. Okay. Shit. All right, let's go... We'll go on the Iran war here next, but let me see here. We covered the India crash. The boys. We covered Lamont getting fucking pepper sprayed by this fucking beluga whale. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Why the Bibi Files documentary everyone needs to see. Let's watch a little bit of this. As you guys know, Ian Carroll is filling in for Candace on some episodes. Oh, yeah. And then look, YouTuber murdered rival creator on live stream. We talked about this the other day, how he gunned a guy down on the fucking Las Vegas Strip. Dude's an idiot, bro. How are you going to kill somebody on stream like a retard over copyright strikes? Absolutely nuts, dude. Absolutely nuts. Okay, so 13 minutes ago, but this literally just came out 13 minutes ago. Looks like 241 killed in the plane crash in India, man. Rest in peace to those people, man.
First to the plane tragedy in India.
Bro, there's been so many plane crashes this year. Holy shit, bro. Every time I get on, guys, every time I fly, I get nervous now.
241 people died, but one man aboard miraculously survived. Seen right here, bloodied but alive. It was after a Boeing 787. You see it there, crashed shortly after takeoff. You can see it right here quickly losing altitude, then falling into the horizon, and then the ball of fire billowing from the wreckage.
Hey, shout out to the 2 people that just joined OSS, man. I'll shout y'all niggas out, man.
Plane's tail wedged into a building. Other parts of the plane everywhere you look as first responders rush to the scene in a cloud of chaos. Senior correspondent Tom Costello covers aviation for us, and he leads us off.
Caught on camera the moment Air India Flight 171 lifted off from Ahmedabad in western India, headed for London Gatwick Airport. But only 600 feet off the ground, it quickly lost altitude and crashed in a horrific ball of fire. Dark black smoke billowing from the nearby neighborhood. Video captured the immediate aftermath as firefighters rushed in. Overhead, this striking image, the plane's tail sticking out of the side of a building as rescue teams frantically searched for victims.
Very tragic and very, very horrific. And even till now, I have to say.
Hey, bro, bro is hitting all the stereotypes with the red dot and the accent, man. Holy, bro.
I'm in a state of shock.
Local authorities say the plane crashed into a medical college hostel just as students were eating lunch. Dozens injured, at least 5 thought to have died. Out of the 242 people on board the plane, the local police say only a single passenger was able to walk away. Viswash Kumar Ramesh, a British national sitting in exit row window seat 11A and traveling with a brother who is still missing. Another brother in the UK spoke to Sky News.
He video called my dad. As he crashed, he said, "Our plane's..."
One survivor is absolutely nuts. This guy's lucky as hell.
Crashed. All of that. I don't know where my brother is. I don't see any other passengers. I don't know how I'm alive, how I exited the plane.
On board, passengers from India, the UK, Portugal, and Canada. The first crash ever involving the Boeing 787 Dreamliner, a plane with a stellar reputation and 1,100 in service worldwide. Already, veteran investigators are looking at this video of the plane taking off and noticing that the flaps on the back of the wings do not appear to be extended.
Without flaps and slats extended, the wing cannot produce enough lift at low speeds.
The nose of the plane is pointed up, indicating a possible aerodynamic stall, and the landing gear remains down well past the point it should have been retracted. Air India says the captain had 8,200 hours of flight experience, the first officer 1,100 hours. One of them radioed a mayday, but it's not clear who was piloting the plane.
This is a difficult day for all of us at Air India, and our efforts now are focused entirely on the needs of our passengers, crew members, their families and loved ones.
While Indian investigators will be in charge, British and American NTSB and FAA investigators will assist. Boeing says it is cooperating with the investigation of critical...
Yeah, Boeing's been caught cutting corners for a while, guys. I ain't gonna lie. Boeing has been cutting corners, trying to increase profit margins for a bit, man. There was a big whistleblower came out about this like a few months ago.
Importance, the plane's flight data and cockpit voice recorders may provide the clues into what went wrong.
And Tom Costello joins us now. Tom, tonight everyone is asking the same question. Are there any theories on why this one passenger survived?
Yeah, and it may be hard to know right now. This is where he was.
Is this an exit row? It might have been an exit row.
Seat 11A. This is the emergency exit.
Okay,
and this is business class. Was he catapulted out of the plane when it hit that building? We don't know, but experts say there is not one single seat that is always the safest because it depends where the plane impacts with the terrain, Tom.
Tom Costello leading us off.
Bro is literally lucky as hell, man. We got, let's see here. Gabo D says, first time catching you live. I'm usually just watching replay. Question, where was the level of vitriol and anger when Obama was deporting people by the millions? What's the difference? Good point. Craigatron, what's up, Myron and the rest of the OSS crew? Welcome, Craigatron, for joining OSS. Yo, Myron doing God's work from Geezy 2000. But yeah, why are we still doing blogs with, yeah, bro, I know. Why are we still doing deals with Boeing? I know. AFG says, bro, Ian Carroll went in on Bibi yesterday and he went in on them boys today on Candace Owens shows. You have to react to it. You'll be proud. Okay, I'll watch it today. Well, actually, we'll watch it next. We'll watch it next. Let's go ahead and get it right now. And then and then if there's a window, oh yeah, I also want to watch this with you guys as well. I want to watch this. This is Iran U.S. Air Bases strikes plan explained. And then also we're gonna go ahead and watch. Go to Candace Owens' channel, the Bibi files. Where is it? Oh yeah, this. I think this is what you're talking about. We'll watch a little bit of this as well. One chest says, Myron, did you hear about this? The FBI and Texas law enforcement rescue 109 children while arresting 244 sick pedos. Credit CC member Swanstein. Okay, let me pull this up on the side. One chest. Shout out to you, Swanstein. Shout out to the Castle Club. Let's see here. Improving Daniel Mark. Can you get a true crime murder? Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and pull this up on the side for you guys. Okay, this is 2 days ago. This is in Texas. FBI Dallas Operation Soteria Shield. Okay, this is at the FBI building. It looks like you can see the FBI flag right there. It's probably FBI headquarters.
Morning. Good morning. My name is Joe Rothrock, and I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI Dallas Field Office.
Okay.
Today we stand united, local, state, and federal law enforcement, with one clear mission: to protect our children or brought to justice.
All right, so that's the chief of police probably. Who is this?
That's 109 lives impacted. 109 stories that now have a different ending.
To combat these types of crime. Cases are now headed to court, and I'm proud of the prosecutors in my.
I think this is Marshall probably right here.
Very powerful. Just indeed, got the two men already to partner with our surrounding agents.
Yeah, I think this guy's probably the marshal for Dallas. Let's see.
Good morning, everyone. Greg Willis, Collin County DA.
Oh, Collin County DA. Okay.
If you're interested in how.
Why the hell would he have this thing? So is this a state case or federal? This might be a state case then. Because it looks like the FBI is the only state agency. Who's this?
Good morning. My name is Nancy Larson, and I'm the acting United States Attorney for the Northern
Oh shit, maybe it is federal then. She's the USA.
District of Texas. We are here today.
That's a presidentially appointed position, by the way, chat. Being a United States Attorney is a presidential appointed position.
Such as the priority for civil predator.
All right, who's up next?
Good morning. I'm Jake Holmes. I'm the acting United States Attorney for the Eastern District of Texas, and I'm privileged to be
Oh shit! So two big at USA's offices ran this. Okay. Okay, so that makes sense because there's multiple districts in Texas, guys. This is such a big state.
State lines to engage with minors for sex. So it is not just one threat we have to be concerned about. There's a multitude of threats and sophisticated predators.
Crazy stuff. All right. We'll cover this. No. All right, let's go to the Bibi files here. No, but I did not hear about that one chest, but that's crazy stuff.
There's a new tell-all documentary about Benjamin Netanyahu and the corruption in the Israeli government that you need to watch. But you probably haven't seen it because it was mysteriously pulled from all the major streaming platforms for reasons. They have some serious bombshells.
No way. You're telling me that Israel was involved in pulling media off of media websites? No fucking way, Ian.
In there, like leaked police depositions from the Adelsons, testimony from Bibi's lifelong best friend, his campaign manager, and co-conspirators in a long list.
Also, guys, don't forget this. A lot of people forgot about this. Benjamin Netanyahu was in the middle of a corruption trial when October 7th happened, chat. Okay? Okay, that's a big bombshell that a lot of people don't know about. People forget about that shit. He was literally in the middle of a trial, or a criminal probe, basically, on corruption and bribery charges, man. Embezzlement, all that shit. All the public corruption stuff. He was in the middle of that shit right before October 7th, man. So, October 7th conveniently allowed him to, number one, consolidate all power, number two, avoid prosecution, and number three, wage a war on all of his enemies. So, he had quite a bit to gain from October 7th, chat. A lot of people suspect that Netanyahu allowed October 7th to happen, as a matter of fact, since it lined up so perfectly with his agenda.
Of alleged crimes. But most importantly, the documentary sheds light on how the Middle East got so messed up, how and why Bibi took Israel to war with Hamas, and why he has no intention of ending that conflict. This documentary changes everything. And today, we're going to break it all wide open and show you where you can still find it and watch it for yourself. Welcome back to Candace.
All right.
The rest of Israel's military actions around its borders right now. And the best place for you to start, after you finish watching this video, of course, is with the documentary that was shortlisted for an Oscar nomination released last year, named The Bibi Files. It's one of the best documentaries you'll ever watch, and it includes leaked police interrogation footage, not only of Bibi and his wife, but also of Miriam and Sheldon Adelson, two of the most powerful Jewish political donors in the world.
Self-explanatory.
The world. It has footage of the interrogation of Arnon Milchan, ex-Israeli spy. You finished watching this video of.
Now, fun fact for you guys when it comes to Arnon Milchan, okay? This is the guy that funded what? The JFK movie. Okay? And let me tell you guys why this is a problem. All right? All right, we're really about to go into this. Okay. And I know I got a lot of new viewers here. A lot of you guys were not here when I covered the JFK thing. This is what we'll do. You guys want me to explain this? Give me ones in the chat if you guys want me to explain this. Or two if you guys want to just get back to Ian Carroll. Give me ones if you guys want me to explain this with the JFK link, or twos if you guys want me to go back to the Ian Carroll thing, because I've talked about this before, but I do realize that we have a lot of new viewers here, because this is kind of a rabbit hole. So give me ones if you guys want me to explain this, twos if you want me to just go back to the Ian Carroll thing. All right, I got to do a poll then. God damn it, man. Let me do a poll. Because I'm going to open up Pandora's box if I go down this road. That's why I'm starting a poll for you guys. Vote on YouTube, guys. I'm gonna put a poll for you guys on I'm gonna put a poll for you guys on Kick as well. While you guys vote, I'm gonna take a quick piss. Go ahead, vote. I got a vote poll on Kick and on YouTube. Rumble guys, open up a tab on Kick and not YouTube. Fuck YouTube. Open up a tab on Kick, ninjas, and vote there. It's kick.com/Myron Gaines X, as you guys can see. Here's a link for you guys on YouTube, or no, on Rumble. Sorry, there's a Kick link for the guys on Rumble so that you guys can vote real quick. Give me a quick sec, guys. All right, we got 59% on YouTube saying explain, and we hit, what did we hit on Kick? Shit, I saw like 60% or something like that. All right, looks like you guys want it. Okay. Cool. All right, before I get into this rabbit hole, Akechi Goro gifted 5 subs. Thank you so much, bro. Akechi. Thank you so much. And we got GetClap247 says, Myron, you need to do another sandwich making contest on After Hours. Do you think the riots will get worse this weekend? W-ICE and WFNF. We'll see, bro. We'll see. The riots probably will get worse on the weekends because people are off work. KY says, did you hear about the serial killer in Massachusetts? 13 so far. FBI is trying to keep it on the hush. KY, drop me a link. If we got time, we'll cover it. Drop me a link real quick. Drop me a link for it. KY. Okay. Looks like you guys want me to cover this. All right. Israel has attacked Iran? No way. Really? Someone said there's explosions in Tehran? Oh my God, bro. These niggas, man. Bro. More anti-ICE protests. Israel about to obliterate Iran? Okay, nigga. Bruh. Oh, this dumbass whore. All right, let me, all right, let's see here. U.S. soldiers won't participate in the strike. That's from Axios. I don't know, bro. It doesn't. I don't see anything here. Give me a link if you guys got something going on. Let me try to keep looking here. Doesn't look like anything recent, man. You guys are saying there's explosions in Iran. Okay. All right, let's talk about Arnon Milchan real quick. And this, I could dovetail this into the fucking war anyway. Oh, what's up? I'm done. Oh, you're done? With your room oh, sweet. Okay. Is Frank, I'm gonna go be him now. Okay, he's done? Okay, thank you.
I think he's really sick because he's chatting a lot. And the groomer told me for the first time ever that they're gonna do a de-shedding on him because he's shedding way too much. He's shedding too much? Like too much, like crazy much. Shit. So if he continues like that, I'm just gonna have to take him to the vet again.
Okay. He was getting better.
You want me to take him home or?
No, you could bring him here, unless you really want him. But I could take him. It's up to you.
I'll bring him here.
Okay. Yeah, whatever's easier for you. Thank you, Angie. Okay, guys, so let's talk about Arnon Milchan real quick. So Arnon Milchan, right? The reason why this is important, because Ian Carroll brought him up. So this guy, Arnon Milchan, billionaire, Zionist Jew, he funded several movies. One of the movies he funded was the classic JFK movie, okay? This film right here by Oliver Stone, okay? Probably the most famous JFK movie in America, okay? And in the movie follows Jim Garrison, okay? A prosecutor out of New Orleans. This is him right here, okay? And Jim Garrison was basically on a hunt to discover and bring to accountability the people that killed John F. Kennedy, okay? He always thought it was a conspiracy. He didn't think that Oswald was the sole shooter. He basically looked at it as it was physically impossible. Okay? Didn't agree with the magic bullet theory, etc. Right? And there's more details to it than that, but that's what you guys need to understand for the purpose of this story. So, that is the JFK movie. Now, the JFK movie, guys, focuses almost exclusively on the CIA angle. Okay? And this is important because this movie is probably the biggest movie that concerns the assassination. I'll take it a step further. It is the biggest piece of media in American culture that covers the assassination. Okay? Now, you're probably wondering, okay, Myron, all right, so Arnon Milchan funds this movie. Why does that matter, right? Like CIA, okay, cool. We know the CIA was involved. What's your point here? Well, here's my point. Arnon Milchan also doubled as an Israeli spy. Not only was he an Israeli spy, but he was an Israeli spy that worked specifically to protect Israel's unacknowledged nuclear weapons program. Okay? Now, this is where we start to go into the rabbit hole. For you guys to understand the significance of Arnon Milchan being involved in this program, okay, you need to understand why that matters. And as a matter of fact, let me go ahead and show you guys receipts, because it's not enough for me to just say that he's a spy. How about you guys hear it from him himself?
Justin Timberlake, Vince Vaughn, Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie. Just a few of the stars Hollywood producer Arnon Milchan has rubbed shoulders with. But it's his story that should be made into a movie. The Israeli-born businessman behind hits like 12 Years a Slave,
I have a business proposition for you.
Pretty Woman,
Come on, hit me before I lose my nerve.
and Fight Club, says he spent years as an Israeli secret agent and arms dealer.
Yeah, you heard that right. Rewind that back for you guys a little bit.
Says he spent years as an Israeli secret agent and arms dealer. In a stunning interview that aired Monday on an Israeli investigative program, Milchan detailed how he was recruited in the 1960s to Israel's Bureau of Scientific Relations, where he helped gather technology to further Israel's still unacknowledged nuclear program.
Why is this important? We'll play it a little bit more, but you guys can see he was a spy when it came to garnering information and intelligence on their unacknowledged nuclear weapons program.
Saying, quote, "I did it for my country and I'm proud of it."
I did it for my country and I'm proud.
Milchan moved to Hollywood in the 1970s, but he suggested his efforts on behalf of the Israeli government didn't end completely. Milchan indicated other big Hollywood players were also involved, saying, quote, "When I came to Hollywood, I detached myself completely from my physical activities to dedicate myself to what I really wanted, filmmaking. But sometimes it gets mixed up."
Yeah, it gets mixed up because this was the backer, the financial backer for the most popular fucking movie in American pop culture when it comes to the assassination of a president. Why is this important? Well, I'll tell you guys why this is so fucking important. Your boy, John F. Kennedy, was trying to keep Israel from getting a fucking nuclear weapon. So let's go ahead and bring this all together, why this is so fucking important, okay? John F. Kennedy, before he died, was having a feud, a battle with the Prime Minister Ben-Gurion. He wrote several telegrams to him telling him, hey, I know you guys have nuclear weapons. I know you guys have a nuclear weapons program. We need to have inspections. While John F. Kennedy was putting pressure on Ben-Gurion, the first Prime Minister of Israel, his brother, Robert F. Kennedy, was putting pressure on the Jewish lobby, okay? Which used to be called the Zionist Council, before it became what it is today, AIPAC. While Kennedy, JFK, was putting pressure on Ben-Gurion for nuclear inspections, his brother RFK was trying to get the Zionist Council to register under FARA, aka the Foreign Agent Registration Act. That would force them to disclose where their money came when it came to their donation and their political contributions. Why is this important? The reason why this is important is because at the time, when Israel was at its inception, it had three main types of people that funded, okay? You had American businessmen, you had Israeli terrorists from members of the Haganah, Irgun, and Leahy gang, and then you had what would later become Israeli politicians, okay? And on top of that, they would become the terrorists would become Israeli politicians. Menachem Begin, Ben Gurion, etc. Also, you had organized crime. Bugsy Siegel, Mayor Lansky, okay? Mickey Cohen. All these guys were Jewish, okay? And a lot of people don't know this either, is that the Italian mafia and the Jewish mafia worked together like this. They made billions upon billions of dollars during the Prohibition era. The Prohibition era is what made La Cosa Nostra and the kosher mafia rich, okay? And the Italian mafia and the Jewish mafia were so close because Lucky Luciano was extremely close with Mayor Lansky. Mayor Lansky brokered a deal to get Lucky Luciano out of jail in exchange for spying and giving them access to the ports during World War II, okay? Now, why is this all important? It's important because RFK was independently trying to get these individuals to register under FARA, but they didn't want to disclose where their money came from because a lot of it came from organized crime, okay? So that's one side. This is why they wanted RFK gone too. And then JFK was pushing to have nuclear inspections. Why is this such a big deal? Well, the reason why it's such a big deal, chat, is because Israel is surrounded by enemies. Everyone in the Middle East wants them gone. Nobody wants them there, okay? Israel barely created their nation state in 1948. So by the time it was the early 60s, they understood that they needed to have a nuclear weapon to deter all of their Arab neighbors from attacking and invading them. They found this out after the Suez Canal crisis, okay? And the president at the time, Nasser, was wanted to create like a pan-Arab union with all the Arab nations to work together. And as they were doing this, they quickly realized, holy shit, the only way we're going to be able to ensure our security and protection is we need a nuclear bomb. That is how they were able to go ahead and procure uranium, high-level uranium, from a facility called NUMEC in Pennsylvania, Apollo, Pennsylvania. Okay? The guy that ran this plant was a guy named Shapiro, a very big Zionist. Okay? I'm going to weave this all together for you guys here in a second. So JFK, we need to figure out who was involved in killing John F. Kennedy. There were three main components. Three. One, organized crime. The mafia, Italian and Jewish, wanted JFK gone because he allowed his brother RFK to basically lead an entire campaign trying to prosecute them as Attorney General. And the reason why this is a problem is because John F. Kennedy's father promised that if they rigged the election in Illinois, the Kennedys would not fuck with the mafia and organized crime. Well, guess what? RFK is not corrupt. So as soon as his brother brought him in as Attorney General, he started going after the mafia, brought them in to testify. It was the first time America finally found out about the shadowy underworld. Because not only did he force him to come in and testify, he did it on TV, black and white, in the 60s. Okay? That's why the mafia wanted JFK gone. They felt as though he betrayed them. Two, the CIA. The CIA wanted JFK gone because JFK did not like their rogue activities. He never liked Allen Dulles. Allen Dulles was the first director of the CIA, before that was the OSS. And Allen Dulles basically did a bunch of corrupt shit. We're talking about false flags, the fruit company, destabilizing South America. It was the good old boys at the CIA, and Kennedy did not like that. He wanted to smash the CIA into pieces. Okay? Third, and this is the part that no one likes to admit. This is the part that gets you censored. The Zionist lobby wanted JFK gone. Why? For the reasons I told you guys before, with the nuclear program. JFK wanted to disband their nuclear program, and RFK wanted them to register under FARA. That would have been a death sentence to Israel because they barely survived 1948, and they barely survived all the conflicts with the Arabs. They understood after the Suez Canal crisis and all the wars, the only way that Israel would be able to protect itself and stay a nation was to have a nuclear bomb. Okay, guys? Nuclear bombs are the strongest forms of deterrent to keep countries from attacking you. So what they did was, They had this guy Shapiro over at the NUMEC facility in Apollo, Pennsylvania, and they secretly smuggled the uranium out of this plant and to Israel. And Israel, working alongside the French, started doing nuclear testing and creating a nuclear weapon. How do we know this? Because a CIA asset went out to Dimona after they had satellite images of what they thought was a nuclear facility out in the Dimona Desert, and they tested the soil. And when they tested the soil, they found out that the soil had traces of uranium in it that was extremely pure. The only country that was able to manufacture uranium to that level of purity back then was the United States. Once Kennedy was armed with this information, he put an enormous amount of pressure on Ben Gurion to stop their nuclear program and have it be inspected. And he threatened that if they did not allow them to inspect, they would stop giving aid to Israel. And they went back and forth for a while doing this. I think the last telegram he had with Ben Gurion was in June of 1963. Well, we know what happened a couple of months later. He got killed November 22nd, 1963. Also, the Israelis made a fake control panel, fake place where it looks like they were doing their nuclear stuff. Kenny found out about this and he was livid. So they were at very high tensions when this all went down. It got so bad, chat, that Ben Gurion resigned as prime minister. That's how bad it got. To buy time. So, why is this important? What does it have to do with Arnon Milchan? Well, as a spy for the Israeli nuclear program, where his job is to ensure that people don't know about their unacknowledged nuclear program, he directed a movie about a U.S. president that wanted to stop their nuclear program. See where I'm going here now? The JFK movie focuses almost exclusively on the CIA angle, but they did everything in their power to remove the Israeli angle. I'm going to say that again. The JFK movie, directed by Oliver Stone, who's also Jewish, by the way, funded by Arnon Milchan, Jewish spy, Zionist, focused exclusively on the CIA angle and kept away from the Israeli angle. That is why it's so important. So anyway, now you guys understand JFK, organized crime, and everything else. So I see that you guys are spamming the chat saying, relax, guys, I'm going to join the fucking space, man. Relax. I'm going to join the fucking space. But you guys need to understand what the fuck is going on here. Because what I just explained, not many people know that. Okay? Arnon Milchan directed the movie that depicts the most famous media on an assassinated president that was killed with hands involved from Israel. Okay? That's a big fucking deal. Okay, Mr. Hooligan gifted 5 subs. I appreciate that. We'll go ahead and jump in here on Twitter. This is why Twitter is so bad. Oh my God, man. Nigga. Bro. These niggas, man. All right. All right, so here we go. We got
اینجا رو زدن، اینجا رو هم زدن، این لویزانم زدن، پشتم زدن، پشت لویزانم زدن، اینجا رو زدن.
Yeah, that was fucking Academics page, bro. What the fuck, man? Damn it, Academics.
اینجا رو هم زدن، این لویزانم زدن، پشتم زدن، پشت لویزانم زدن. اینجا رو زدن.
All right, let's go ahead and join the space. We got 3,000 people in here.
On the ground news. So if you are from Iran, do request and we'll bring you right up. But yeah, there is a direct hit. The tweet's in the nest in Mehrabad Air Base in Tehran. Iran has been hit directly.
Sulaiman, they hit on the 13th and it's Donald Trump's birthday on the 14th. Connect the dots, man.
A lot of people don't know they've already proven over the last few years that they can get through the Iron Dome.
They did it twice last year, Levi.
They're the only country that can do that in the region. So what people don't realize is Israel cannot defend against their missile attacks because of the volume of them and the quality of them. And so this is they can punch back, right? And so the reason they didn't think they'd go to Tehran is because they would then activate the ones that can go through the Iron Dome and escalate this war in days instead of months.
It's worth noting
just want to bring in Myron. Myron, thanks for joining us. What's your thoughts? There's been that's it. It's happened. Israel's attacking Iran right now. They've hit Mehrabad Air Base. They're hitting Tehran directly. Any quick thoughts, Myron?
Yeah, World War III is about to start. It's here. It's here. We've been anticipating this for several years now. Kind of started with the Abraham Accords and killing, Qasem Soleimani. And here we are now. Israel's been wanting to do this for a bit, and Iran's going to retaliate hard. And they have the ability to. I think they've proven already that they have the ability to touch Israel. They proved this last year when they were able to get missiles through the Iron Dome. They have a very strong and refined ballistic missile program. So they're going to absolutely. I anticipate Tel Aviv is going to be hit within the next 48 hours. For this,
it shouldn't even take that long. They need to be a lot more quicker. They said that they've expecting.
I'm being conservative.
Battle to continue for the next few days. If they leave it too long, Israel's going to continue to plummet them.
Yeah, no, of course. I'm just being conservative here. I mean, within the next 48 hours, they're absolutely going to attack them. So, and the real thing is, okay. Well, I think here's something else that's I think very important. There was supposed to be a result today. If someone can let me know, because I know that the same organization that was doing the inspections, the IAEA, basically they had went ahead and looked at Iran's nuclear program again, and they were supposed to render a decision. Do we know what that decision was, whether they were compliant or not?
Well, they actually increased. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Truth. You answer because I'm tweeting anyway.
No, what I was looking at is they actually increased their refinement percentage, and they added more subterfuges as well, so they could refine more uranium. So they're definitely well beyond what the IAEA would have expected, because I believe they anticipated an attack. So they may actually be scaling towards building some bombs, possibly, to show it as a deterrent. For many reasons, obviously, they want to show nuclear deterrence to try to de-escalate.
But my question, Truth, is
could possibly use it.
But my question, Truth, I know obviously that they're going to work towards an atomic bomb to protect themselves. My question is more along the lines of, were they found to be compliant or not compliant?
No, they were found to not be compliant.
No, they're not complying anymore.
Okay, all right, fair. Because I know that obviously.
But to be fair. But Myron, to be fair, remember the leaks that came out of Iran. Apparently, one of the guys working for the IAEA was also colluding with Israel. So take that for what it is.
Okay, all right, fair. So that's the main thing.
Provided the names of the nuclear scientists in Iran that Israel ended up.
Let me tell you guys why I'm asking this question, because this is more important than like me just asking if they're in compliance. It's not really that if they're in compliance or not. As you guys know, they're supposed to have a meeting. Witkoff is supposed to meet with them this weekend. Either in Oslo or I think Oman. So now, since they're not compliant, that meeting might actually get called off now, especially since Israel attacked. And that was supposed to be the 6th round of talks. So diplomacy might be off the table now. That's why I'm asking that.
I think you're right.
Off the table. Yeah, they actually
Myron, just to make the point, when you say comply, like, let's not forget the nuclear agreement got trashed back in 2017, and Iran never got its billions of dollars of restitution from the assets that were frozen, and sanctions weren't lifted. So complied to what? There's no real agreement for them to comply.
No, let me explain.
They've already.
Let me explain. So when Obama struck the deal with Iran back, several years ago, there was
2015.
In 2015 exactly, and Trump ripped it up in 2018. One of the terms was they needed to have their their enrichment program at a certain level below weapons grade to ensure that they were compliant with the IAEA, and in return, obviously, they'd lift the sanctions, etc. So what I'm saying is that apparently this organization came back and did another inspection to see if they were compliant or not. And that would kind of weigh in on how the United States moves with them during the 6th round of negotiations. So it's not that I completely understand why Iran is not complying now. But what I'm saying is that I was just trying to figure out if what the rendering answer was as far as them being compliant or not. I'm not surprised they're not compliant. Obviously, they've probably been enriching like crazy given what's going on right now. But the reason why I'm so interested in this is because that is going to affect the United States' stance when they come into the negotiation this weekend. That's why I want to know. But now that Israel attacked, diplomacy might be off the table for good, because I did not think that they were going to hit this soon. I anticipated that they would hit next week. But the fact that they did it literally today, they're attacking sooner than I thought.
Just some more breaking news as well. Just quickly, guys, some more breaking news. I appreciate Ivy for he's putting all these tweets under the space as well, because there's just so much information coming out. But the breaking news: Lindsey Graham had just tweeted, "The guy who loves more than anyone we know." He said, "Quote: The game has begun, and we pray for Israel." So he said, "The game has begun, and we pray for Israel." This is literally a game for them. So he's just vocalizing what he actually believes. Significant bombing in Tehran. It's a significantly bad. We're highly concerned about what's happening, and we continue to provide.
Netanyahu needs to be removed from power immediately. The people in Israel and Mossad need to remove this guy ASAP, because if they don't, he's going to fucking cost millions of people lives. This guy needs to be fucking removed, and the fucking Mossad has to do it themselves.
Israel needs to be removed from America. It's decimating the stock market, skydiving. A lot of soldiers are about to lose their lives because Israel and Donald Trump don't care about America.
Buy gold, guys. Buy gold as a hedge. Buy gold as a hedge, so at least you can make some money off this. Sick thing to say, but it is what it is.
So the IAEA went in, and Iran actually stonewalled. So we don't know if they're enriching extra. I mean, it's just not a strategic advantage for them to show any sites at this point.
They already disclosed that they are.
Yeah,
but remember, there was leaked documents as well showing that that organization has actually sold out to Israel, and they were colluding with Israel as well. So one needs to take that into consideration.
Yeah, and Truth made obviously a good point. Like, there's no deal to comply with, right? It's just sort of like one-sided at this point. But also, Truth put up a map, and yeah, Tehran doesn't really have nuclear. So they have a reactor. But most of the other sites are elsewhere. You know, in Esfahan, for example, there are other sites that are buried but far below the ground under deep rock. But they have thousands of centrifuges that they can enrich uranium.
Okay, we have some more breaking news. There is claims, the tweets in the net, let me sort that out. But there's claims that, according to Israeli media, N12, that the operation in Iran is in coordination with the United States of America. That the operation in Iran is in coordination with the United States of America. If that is true, then what that means is that Iran already said it, that they will retaliate against the United States of America if the United States of America is in colluding with Israel in order to do the attack. Sorry, go ahead, whoever was speaking.
Let's see evidence of that before we start drawing conclusions.
It's happening right now, Meg.
I put up in the net. This is breaking news. Apparently, a residential home has been struck. Sorry, I put it up. It was Middle East that just reported that a residential home has been struck in Tehran. So looks like they weren't aiming for just airfields or nuclear sites.
They're hitting Tehran, right? Not the nuclear facilities, the centrifuges that they keep claiming that this is about and that they want to do. They might not have the capability to do it. And I think if they're hitting Tehran, it's something that might get them to respond. And then in that case, they can tell, the big brother America, oh, we're under attack, we're in danger, it's an imminent threat, it's an immediate threat. And how are we going to hit them back? We'll hit the nuclear facilities. Let's hit them all at once, kill two birds with one stone.
Yeah, and they would never hit Tehran if they thought they had nuclear capabilities, right? Because then it would be a short war and not a long war. And Lindsey Graham, the game he's referring to is like Iraq, where it's like a 20-year war where it goes and drags on, and that's missiles being exchanged both ways. That's generations of people being recruited in, and rebuilding countries is how they really make money. It's 10 times the money of the war. So they're wanting to
who gets those military contracts afterwards, right? Whether it's
exactly. So
Blackwater or Halliburton, there's a very lucrative multi-billion-dollar contracts, or BlackRock, for instance, in Ukraine. So yeah, it's by design, of course. But I mean, Iran's not going to be, contracting out their building. They know how to build their own stuff. What I would also point out, though,
just some more breaking news. Truth alluded to it. Basically, major bombing by Israel, but on civilian residential buildings in Iran. You can see this residential building up in flames. The tweet is in the nest. It's in flames. You can see it. It's shocking. It's crazy. It's significantly bad. Like they just done what they've done in Gaza. They targeted civilian buildings. You saw when Iran responded with True Promise 2, they directly targeted military bases, military personnel, and military locations. What we're seeing here is basically the opposite of that. They've basically attacked. They did attack an airbase, but they've also attacked civilian buildings. It's significant, and it just shows the psychopathic nature of this regime. Truth, go ahead, jump in. You were saying something, but look at the video. It's mental.
Oh, do you mind if really quick I point out, like, so their greed might actually save them, because if they want to rebuild, or Iran, where they make all the monies and the rebuilding, they don't want to nuke everything, because then you can't rebuild there. So they probably just hit 1 or 2 facilities and not all of them, because you'll want to poison the water and the desalinization for all the countries around there. That's their drinking water, is that water that the plants are on. And then, but you can't rebuild the country if you nuke it all. So that is the good part, that their greed will limit it. The problem is then they'll do more small arms and missiles, which are more going to hit the civilians over the next few years. So we just hope, I guess, their BlackRock greed will mitigate their nuclear attacks.
It's not. This is what Israel does. Israel nuclearizes people. Israel burns people alive. Israel nukes people and residential properties and attempts to decimate economies and real estate markets. People to leave from there so that they could genocide the rest of the world. So this is what Israel does. This is no surprise. They're going to try to do it everywhere else in the world. They started in Gaza, Palestine, and they're going to keep spreading and spreading and spreading until someone stops them. And this is what I've been trying to warn about for literally 2 years straight on social media.
Just some more breaking news. Some more breaking news. We're getting more images of civilian buildings being hit. We're getting more images of civilian buildings being hit. Oh my God, I've just got another report. I'm just going to tweet out. But yeah, more reports of civilian buildings being hit.
So just to make the point, like, this appears to be a bait and switch strategy, because all the talk was about wanting to disable the nuclear program, research facilities, whether refining uranium or even the missile manufacturing facilities. Now they're striking residential homes. So you see how deceptive they are. On the one hand, they pose the threat because of the nuclear and also their missile manufacturing abilities that they provide for their allies. But instead, now they're doing terrorist attacks on civilian infrastructure, similar to the Diddy doctrine. I'm not saying they're going to go that far, but what this did, though, is it got around to concentrate its efforts in its alerts, its alarm systems, and even its communication and its radar towers towards those areas and away from, say, residential, because they weren't anticipating that. So just to point out the strategy here.
Sorry, Truth, and you're giving some important points, so I feel bad whenever I'm interrupting. But some more breaking news. Reports of explosions at Imam Khomeini Airport in Iran. So there are reports of an explosion at Imam Khomeini's airport in Iran. This is happening right now. This is according to Israeli media, so just anytime that comes, just take it with a bit of grain of salt. But there are reports that is happening. Oh my God, we got more images of civilian locations being hit.
So the last point before you go to the next person, that said, let's not forget it was Yemen that struck David Ben Gurion Airport just the other day. So I'm sure Israel was steaming mad about that. So they may have even fast forwarded and accelerated their response and wanted to take it out on Iran, who they view as the source of that weaponry, those hypersonic missiles that Yemen has access to. So they went for that might have been why they went for the airport in the capital city as well. Kind of a tit for tat move there.
Yeah, like I said, if you blow up civilian infrastructure like bridges and schools and houses, you can rebuild those, and that's very profitable. And then think about going through the Suez right now when Yemen is allied, right? So the likelihood of shipping containers getting attacked is super high, right?
Israel's doing this because it wants Iran to retaliate as hard as possible back, so they could try to drag America into this, so that they could use U.S. soldiers, they could use American soldiers as toy slave soldier goyams, and they could try to extend this war as far as possible so that Netanyahu Milchan could stay in power. This is what a lot of people have to understand. This is by design. This is why a lot of us on stage knew that.
We've got more images coming out of civilian areas being hit. The tweets in the nest. There's more images. Look at it. There's cars just completely wrecked outside civilian buildings. This is significant, and it's extremely bad. Well, it sounds thingy, but it's extremely significant. I mean, we're going to see the Iranian response.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny, Sulaiman? I'm seeing like this guy, Vivid Prowess, this dumbass fucking retard who claims to be an Israeli, but we all know he's in India. Like, I'm seeing the Zionists like celebrating this. I don't think they realize that Iran's going to hit them back with hypersonic missiles. Like, do they not realize like this is not good for them? Because now their entire ballistic program is going to fucking come raining down on them. Like, I don't get it. Like, are Israelis this stupid?
Know. No, they don't know. That hasn't been covered in Israel. So that the missile
also
program
Americans are going to hate them because the stock market's skydiving
that's
right
not
now.
True, Levi. That's cope. That's just not true because in true promise to Iran did use a few hypersonics and it was all ballistics. They know exactly what Iran can do. They're fully aware. You can't give them a pass on ignorance there. I'm sorry.
Oh, the civilians.
Not the case.
I'm talking about
the whole country knows. It's widely reported. I mean,
I want to put out there real quick though.
They've been played of the trajectory of those missiles.
Breaking news, though, the markets are skydiving, so this is going to make Americans hate Israel even more than they already do as well. I just want to add that to what Myron was saying
necessarily,
earlier.
Mofit, because there are those who knew about it in advance, just like 9/11 and 10/7, who've already placed their put options. We're going to profit off of this. You just have to go look and see who bought put options for today that they're going to be exercising. This happens every single time. Today will be no exception, especially for those that bought a whole lot of Bitcoin
just some more
put options.
By the way, I agree with you, Truth. But some more breaking news. I'm not getting a chance to give my view. I'm just going to quickly continue giving breaking news. The breaking news is that the strikes have included this is according to Israeli media. The strikes have included military compound targets, military site headquarters, and nuclear facilities, according to the Israeli army. So they've targeted military compounds, military locations, and nuclear facilities. This is according to Israeli media. What's this? Okay, go ahead, the Truth. Continue with what you were saying.
Did it say which facility? Nuclear facility?
That's what they've claimed, yeah. But again, that's I'll wait to see if Iran confirms what's actually been struck. So far, the videos aren't stating that, other than the airfield, the airport, and also the residential buildings. 2 of them have been struck. So we'll see. I mean, they're saying nuclear research facilities. Really? I mean, those are buried deep down within. So I highly doubt those have been struck. And by the way, I cited this earlier today, that even Grok admitted even if they were to use a nuclear bomb and they knew the exact GPS location of the nuclear site, at best they could get about 15 to 20 meters buried deep within. And I think the closest one to the surface, the nuclear facility to run has to the surface is maybe 200 meters below. It's still not close enough. And the average one is 500 down to 800 meters below. So even if they were to repeatedly strike it, it would cause some reverberations and at best cause some minor damage, surface-based damage, but nowhere near enough to be able to disable or even slow down their nuclear facilities. Plus, let's not forget they're decentralized. It's going to be very difficult to try to strike them all at once without Iran, essentially defending itself, which I think they'll have to do immediately now. There's no time to go to the UN. They're under attack. I'm just surprised at this point. Why don't they just declare war? We're going to war. I mean, they're already striking civilian infrastructure, and they claim nuclear research. This does not seem to me like it's just an isolated attack. And I'm wondering if Israel's waiting on America to join. We'll see.
Just some more breaking news. What's this? What's it gone? Sorry, guys. 1 second.
I can see it. It says 2 senior IRGC guards, they attacked the neighborhood that they knew that they were at. So the high-ranking
assassination.
Yeah,
it's a targeted assassination.
Yeah, assassination attempt. They try to get some higher-level IRGC guys. Bro, this is absolutely fucking crazy. It amazes me that Israel's doing this so brazenly. And here's the other thing too. I know some people, because different media companies reported different things. Axios said that the Trump administration was not going to assist, that they weren't going to help. I think NBC News last night said that the Trump administration would help. Let's assume best case scenario. Let's assume that Trump doesn't want to be involved and he wants to pursue diplomacy. We're getting to a point now where the United States does have to assist, because Iran's retaliation is going to be so fucking severe that the only way to prevent Tel Aviv from going up in flames is that the United States and the allies are going to basically have to assist them with defending themselves, because we already know that the Iron Dome can be penetrated. The Iranians proved this yesterday with they proved this last year with cheap drones. So and people forget that Iran has hypersonic missiles, right? These missiles go out into fucking space and then come back in and pretty much are impervious to Iron Dome and missile detection systems. So man, this is and they're going hard, because you can see here they're hitting nuclear facilities, they're hitting commander homes. they're trying to get this done quickly because Israel does not have the ability to do long-term wars. We saw this with Hezbollah. We know that the IDF is a small military. And then what Truth Teller was saying as far as like them being able to destroy their facilities, Israel doesn't have the capability of doing that. So we know it's really only the United States that has the bombs big enough to actually destroy these nuclear facilities way underground. And the Iranians are smart. They saw Saddam get bombed by the Israelis in the 80s. And a big mistake that Saddam made when he was trying to run his nuclear program and get his weapons is he didn't put stuff deep enough underground. So the Iranians saw that, learned from it. They learned from Libya and Gaddafi. They learned from Saddam being toppled. And their nuclear facilities are decentralized. There's like 5 or 6 different locations. Hell, there might be even more that we don't even know about. And they're deep underground. And they have like an entire city and they're under deep mountains. So this is gonna be crazy, dude. This is gonna be crazy. I don't even know if we're gonna be able to do this this meeting this weekend. And I think Israel did this on fucking purpose, to be honest with you guys. They know that there was another 6th round of talks coming up, and I think they probably looked at it like, you know what? Let's go ahead and sabotage diplomacy. Let's go in and hit them early. Let's put the United States in a very difficult position where Iran can't even come to the table. And they know at the end of the day, if Iran mounts an attack against Israel, despite the fact that we might say we're going to stay out of it, we are going to come to their fucking defense. And the Israelis know that, man. They fucking know that. That's why they're doing this brazen attack, knowing that Iran can hit them back with fucking hypersonic missiles. It's only because they know that we're going to mobilize their aircraft carriers. They know that we're going to come in and support them. Even if we don't attack Iran directly, we're at least going to prop up their defenses to keep them from getting fucking bombed.
And Myron, just to add to that,
just 1 second, guys. I don't know whose mic's open because my mic echoes. If someone's is, just a couple of things, Myron. Israel's putting out a claim that this attack on Iran, whatever you want to call it, is going to last weeks. This is what Israeli media is saying, that they plan for this to last for weeks. The other thing is,
and that
this whole thing.
So once you've done that, you can go for it.
Thanks, Sulaiman. The other thing is, this thing that it was only in the last few hours that America started saying that the US will not be involved. The fact that, like US officials are telling Reuters the US is not involved in attacks on Iran and it's not assisting it, I don't think there's a chance in hell of that being true. And Iran would be seriously naive to believe that. There is no chance in hell that America is not completely all over this. America doesn't have a choice in this. You've got the whole of Congress is fully Zionist. They don't have a choice. They're in this up to their necks. Sorry, Myron, back to you. Let me just go through that very quickly, and then I'll get back to you. So, Israeli army spokesperson, the preemptive strike targeted dozens of military targets in various areas inside Iran. Military campaign will continue for weeks against Iran. Israel attempts to eliminate senior officials in Tehran. Guys, the tweet's in the nest. Please share it. Please retweet it. Myron, back to you.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think even if the United States says that they're not going to be involved, I talked about this yesterday when I was tweeting it at Mount Walsh, because he was saying, the United States doesn't need to get involved in this because Iran doesn't pose a threat. And I was like, actually, they do, because they can absolutely fuck us up economically. The problem is that Israel would not be striking Iran right now as hard as they are if they didn't have certain guarantees that their defense is going to be ensured to some level. They understand that Iran can penetrate their Iron Dome. They understand that Tel Aviv is in a sensitive position. This is a country, guys, by the way, that has a very weak infrastructure. They built their fucking land in the middle of a desert. So you can easily hit a couple of locations and fuck Israel up for a very long time when it comes to their water, their irrigation systems, their food, etc. It's not a self-sustaining country like other places. So the only way I could think in my head that they would make such a brazen attack where they're attacking multiple places at the same time as hard as they're doing is they have to have some level of guarantee from the United States. Maybe it might not be boots on the ground. Maybe it might not even be us using our Air Force to attack them. But it could be, you know what? Look, you guys are going to do this anyway. We'll fucking position some... We'll put some stuff in place to help you guys shoot these missiles down when they inevitably attack. So the United States is going to have to get dragged into this to a degree. Does it mean us attacking Iran? No, but we're absolutely going to mount a defense at bare minimum to keep Israel from getting destroyed, because that's one thing we won't allow is for them to get destroyed. And Iran does have the capability of destroying Israel. They do.
U.S. soldiers will be used as...
Just some more breaking news. The tweet in the net, what happened there. Iran's leadership are holding a top security meeting. So Iran's leadership are holding a top security meeting right now.
Iran attacked Israel April 13th. Israel attacks Iran June 13th. When you guys going to realize they're playing games according to the same stuff I study and the same stuff I preach? Go down the list. You'll see it.
I'm getting news, guys, that Sulaiman's team's going to just post it out very quickly, but Iranian fighter jets are reportedly taking off from Mehrabad International Airport in Tehran. Israel is anticipating a retaliation for the strikes on Iran. So that news is coming out. We're just going to put it in the nest in a second.
For everyone tuned in right now,
I'm wondering
hit that
where
repost button.
Simon guaranteed that Iran wouldn't get struck.
For everyone tuned in right
he
now,
said they were going
please
to
hit
sign
that
up on the
repost
Abraham
button.
agreement.
Absolutely. For everyone tuned in right now, hit that repost button really quick. We got 6,000 people in here. Guys, do us a favor. We're being attacked by the fake stream media. Do Sulaiman a big the last few weeks especially. And so make sure you follow Sulaiman and hit that repost button as soon as possible because this is an emergency breaking live news. So repost the button because this is not just a breaking event, but it's an emergency alert. Israel is bombing and attacking Iran. They are literally putting us all at a risk and probably World War III incoming as we see it here. So make sure to hit this repost button, follow Sulaiman, and tune in for more breaking news live right now.
Just some more breaking news as well. The tweet in the list. It's what you call it? It's from Israeli media, but they said the chief of staff of the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran was assassinated tonight at Tehran by Israel. So if this claim is true, that is one senior official that has been taken out by Israel. So the chief of staff of the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran was allegedly taken out tonight. I'm just going to post a bit more things. Go ahead, whoever was speaking, Maze, go ahead.
Man, I guess what I'm wondering right now, my brain's just all kind of fucked up because, you know, I do have family and shit in Iran and I'm trying to get in touch with them. But, for the most part, though, I am concerned that this is going to also be a stage of where any false flag that happens, let's just say on the 14th, is going to be blamed on Iran because of whether it's either, cybersecurity. I'll be right back.
Do you mind if I make a larger point here?
I see where she was going, though. If I could continue her point really quick, where Maze is going with this, guys, is be aware of a false flag event that is.
Yo, chat, I'm probably going to get off YouTube soon and go to Rumble and Kick so you guys can, move to wherever you want. I'll stay on YouTube a little bit longer, but I am going to shift to Rumble and Kick only here if you guys want to keep watching the stream and Twitter. So yeah. You guys, whatever you guys prefer to watch. I'll give you guys both links. I'll give you guys the Rumble link and the YouTube and the Kick link if you guys want. That's the Rumble link. Don't worry, I'll stay on here for a little bit longer. But I'll give you the Rumble and I'll give you the Kick link, ninjas. I know some of you guys prefer Kick, some of you guys prefer Rumble. But there's both of them. Kick.com/MyronGainsX or Rumble.com/MyronGainsX. Either or, guys. But I'll stay on YouTube a little bit longer. I'll give you guys a little bit of time. I'm not going to just shift right away. But I'm just letting you guys know maybe in the next, 10-20 minutes I'm going to shift over.
The notifications on and do the follow for me and Kristi. That'd be important because we can start the space at any time.
Or if you guys really rock with me, if you guys want me to stay on YouTube, how about this? Let me work with you guys. Open up a tab and watch on Rumble and Kick. Then I won't get off YouTube. How about that? Open up a tab and watch on Rumble and Kick. Let's get the viewership up on Kick especially. And then maybe I'll stay up on YouTube. Fair? I'll do that for you guys. All right?
Orchestrated, and there is a planned retaliation from Iran. That's my hope.
Yeah, like all you guys, like I said, watch on, you guys want to watch YouTube, that's fine. The only thing I ask, Let's get 300 live viewers on Kick. Let's get 3,000 plus on Rumble. Open up a tab, watch on Kick and Rumble. And then I'll stay open on YouTube for you guys. How about that? Because remember, guys, YouTube don't pay me, bro. So you guys can keep watching on YouTube. That's fine. That's fine. Just open up a tab and support me on Kick and Rumble. Fair? We'll see how it goes. If you guys do that for me, then maybe we'll stay on YouTube.
You said that you've got family in Baghdad and there is bombing in Baghdad and the airspace has allegedly been closed there as well. What do you want to elaborate on what you're saying?
Sulaiman, there's a statement from Marco Rubio. Do you want me to read it?
Yeah, please do.
So obviously it's with respect to what just took place. Secretary of State Marco Rubio just made the following statement. Tonight, Israel took unilateral action against Iran. We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. Israel advised us that they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense. President Trump and the administration have taken all necessary steps to protect our forces and remain in close contact with our regional partners. Let me be clear. Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel. That's from Marco Rubio, Secretary of State.
I think that's that's a strong statement.
Sorry, Max, just 1 second. Max, 1 second. I'll give the mic right back to you. But we're getting news that Baghdad in Iraq was hit as well. So we're just waiting to get some footage and confirmation of that. And I see the space is glitching. People are being disconnected. Guys, if you have been disconnected, I'm seeing 10 people here saying connecting. I think they've been glitched out. If you've been glitched out, please request again and we will bring you back up. So yeah, sorry, Max, go ahead.
Yeah, Marco Rubio's statement is exactly what you want to hear right now. It was unilateral action. The United States had nothing to do with it. I think we should take him at his word until proven otherwise, and obviously until President Trump speaks.
Max, I think what's interesting, if I heard it correctly as Truth was reading it in real time, is it was carefully worded whereby Iran is open to a retaliation, and it was just US distancing itself from it, standing by Israel as in they believe that they needed to defend themselves, but it didn't have any warnings, unless I didn't hear correctly, Truth.
There's one warning, and that's that Iran should not strike American personnel, and they're in touch with the partners within the region, like the Gulf states, where there are American bases there. If they strike those, then the statement and the tone
nothing was said about Israel. Nothing said was about striking back on Israel, which is exactly what we want to hear.
Game.
That's carefully worded, that there's no warning, so it means that they would be expecting some retaliation, and it doesn't come with a condemnation until it actually happens.
Israel backing and doing this with the backing of the U.S., the current U.S. administration, and the current government. So this is just wordplay. This is an absolute circus show. AIPAC controls the government, and that's how they were able to do the strike today.
We don't know that. You're making assumptions. You're making assumptions.
Because he believes in Donald Trump, and this is what happens when you...
If Marco Rubio just came out and said, we strongly support Israel and we will defend...
Hey guys, do me a solid. Like the video on YouTube. We only got 1,700 likes, bro. We're going to be up for a while here. So do me a favor, guys. Smash that like button on YouTube. We got 1,700 likes. I'll stay on YouTube a little bit more. I know you guys fucking love YouTube, even though these motherfuckers don't pay me, but I do it so that you guys can go ahead and get the best viewing experience you guys want. Some of you guys want Kick. Some of you guys want Rumble. Some of you guys want YouTube. Fine. I will go ahead and stay on a platform. Just do me a favor. Open up a Kick tab or a Rumble tab to support your boy. Continue to watch on YouTube. It's fine. You guys get it in 4K on YouTube. I don't blame you. On YouTube, you guys actually are getting it in 4K. So it's fine. Shout out to Carmen Guerrero with the big $50 super chat. Appreciate that.
There is an explosion in the Iraqi city of Basra. So there is bombing happening in Basra as well.
All right, let me read chats real quick. We got Hung Epstein says, perfect response for women hoeing in person online. Need the red pill. They usually respond with, you're insecure because you don't let me show your body in the world, blah, blah. No, bro, it's called having boundaries. Don't fall for the insecure lie that women use to try to shame you. You know, if she wants to go ahead and show her body off, then behave like you're single. Then be single. Myron, the railroad student here, do you think Israel can defeat Iran one-on-one without U.S. help? They would destroy each other, to be honest with you. Let's see here. Okay, and then let's... We got Mr. Hooligan, 5 gifted subs 30 minutes ago. I appreciate that very much. Guys, if you sub on Kick, you also get, I got a bunch of funny emotes, as you guys can see, that we're using here, which, you know, the merchant, dude, definitely is fitting for the situation. Let's see here. W. Myron, bring up Mordecai Vanunu in this space if you haven't already. What? He's not in here. Oh, bring up Mordecai Vanunu? Yeah, I can if you guys want. Sloucho, when will Diddy assess activities with Usher and Justin Bieber come in trial? Justin Bieber said he hasn't done anything with them. Shout out Mordecai Vanunu. Myron, you need to bring this up Sulaiman space if you haven't already. Keep doing your thing, bro. I've talked about Mordecai Vanunu quite a bit. Thoughts on a $5 million gold card to get citizenship in the U.S.? Weird. What's up, Myron? Hopefully when you get to NYC, I'll have a chance to meet you there. Also, when are we getting a Europa stream? Soon. I'll do it on OSS and I'll do it on Castle Club. Did you hear about the $93 billion? Oh, got that one. Also, guys, running a promo right now for OSS and Castle Club. Half off on Castle Club's CC17 and OSS for Castle Club members only. Let's get back to the news, though. I'll drop the link for you guys at Castle Club.
I would note that it's unlikely that they're going to attack Israel with fighter jets. It's probably more of a security thing in case something comes into their airspace, right? But I did want to ask a question, but I see Levi unmuted, so I wanted to give him a chance.
It might be for reconnaissance, right? To see what else is going on in the sky.
I was going to point out.
Shout out to, thank you guys so much for the support, man. Shout out to Herb Lunali. Do you think the riots are a distraction from the real conflict? Could be, bro. Could be. This is way more important than the fucking riots, bro. We might not even have a country. This shit keeps going. So yeah.
I think Marco Rubio's statement is indicating that America is looking to distance themselves for now as much as possible. So I think you'd expect that to continue.
Thank you to all the real ones that opened up a tab on either Kick or Rumble. I love you guys. Thank you guys so much. I'll stay up on YouTube then. If you guys could do that for me, just keep watching on YouTube. It's fine. I like to have the YouTube numbers up, right? Helps with the algorithm. Just open up a tab on Rumble and Kick so you support me.
The American people, however, they go back in the office and do whatever needs to be done in their mind or whatever else. Okay, they did this already to us with weapons of mass destruction and countless other things. I've had it up to here with this government, and so now we are looking at another war in the Middle East. And so that's why they started putting out their preemptive messaging about we will not participate in an attack on Iran, but they will defend Israel. It is codified in our laws, like our Senate codified this. We have to defend Israel. Point blank period. There's no question about it. They can say what they want. They said Israel felt like they needed to do what they had to do. And, okay, fine. They put that on Israel, but they're not going to leave their greatest ally aside. The other thing is, this is the perfect administration for something like this to be happening. This is not, to me, orchestrated like the last one. And I wanted to ask if they hit any civilians. I pray. First of all, I pray for the people in Iran. So there you go. Iran cannot accept this kind of behavior. Come on, they're killing civilians. It doesn't make sense. So this is not like last year when we saw these little coordinated show of force, right? They're not going to keep doing this. That was under the Biden administration, where at least the people of that administration would be paying attention and saying, hey, the Democrats are sending us to war. And this Republican Zionist administration, they know they can get away with escalating, and America's going to back them up, because in this administration, Israel gets whatever it wants, no pushback whatsoever. So I'm just praying for the people of Iran, but I just wanted to, break down the American speech when they talk to us, how they make it sound good, but in the back they're doing what they want to do anyway.
100% agree.
Short statement from Netanyahu: we targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. That's what Netanyahu says.
Yeah, sure. Fucking fact.
The X account called Iran Military, which I think is official, but they said, remember, we didn't initiate it.
Natanz, I don't think they will be effective there. It's like the deepest one under the hardest rock. So I'm not really sure.
Where do you guys think which countries you guys think allowed Israel to fly over their airspace to get to Iran?
Syria. They pretty much control that airspace now. The reason why Syria falling was so important was because the Israeli jets didn't have the range to get to Iran because they would basically run out of fuel in Syria. So now that Syria has been taken out and it's been neutralized, now they can have like basically be gassed up in the middle of Syria. They basically got gas stations in the air. So now they don't have to worry about Syria shooting them down. So all that happened was 100% through Syria. That's not even the question.
Just some more breaking news. Some more breaking news. The tweet is in the nest. It's a statement by Netanyahu. And he said, Iran still possesses capabilities to strike us, and we have prepared for this and ask our people to cooperate in the coming days. Iran has carried out weapons sector activities in recent months that it has not executed before. So that is the tweet by Netanyahu. I mean, the claim by Netanyahu and the tweet in the nest. Sorry, Gary, do continue what you were saying.
No, I'm just saying it's all a chess game. And when Syria fell, that was a major win for the Zionists. They basically now can refuel their jets and bomb Iran. And they couldn't do that before. So again, Hezbollah basically attacked them. They signed the deal. Then the Israelis got them with the radios, took care of them. They took over Syria. Iran has been extremely weakened, and they did this unilateral strike. And I want to make this clear. Until any evidence is given that America is supporting them in any way whatsoever, I don't want to hear anything. Marco Rubio came out there and made a statement.
Billions of dollars.
My friend. They sell arms all over the world. Until evidence is given, Marco Rubio made a very strong statement, and he said they did this unilaterally. We had nothing to do with this. That is an extremely strong statement from American government. That never would have happened under a Bush administration or a Biden administration. Now you're seeing pushback. You've never seen that before. So stop being women and understand that this is what you have, and it takes time, but at least you're finally fucking seeing it. Do not blame this administration until evidence is given, and that's all I'm saying.
The evidence was given. This administration and the previous administrations have been supporting Israel by stealing our tax dollars and funding them with the arms and the bombs.
I know the talking points, sir. Well. I know the talking points.
So that's why, including
know.
Donald Trump has been supported by AIPAC by the multi-millions of dollars, by the hundreds of millions of dollars.
He won't take Adelson's phone calls now.
And that's why this attack
he won't take Adelson's phone calls now.
U.S. soldiers are going to be used as toy slaves, soldier goyim.
The same way Soros fucking supported Obama, and once he got in the White House, Obama wouldn't take Soros phone calls. They use these fucking rich people like fucking prostitutes to get in prison, to get in Oval Office, and once they're there, they don't give a fuck about them.
Yeah, is that what they
use each other. This is what political whores do.
Is that what they did with Peter Thiel, or did they give them access via Palantir to the entire
Hey guys, I dropped the OSS link in there. What we got going on here is crazy. I disagree with Gary on this. The U.S. is definitely involved, chat, because the problem is that whether the U.S. decides to attack or not is irrelevant. You know what I mean? Whether because we're gonna go ahead and give them a foundation to be able to defend themselves. So, yeah, bro.
Guys, can I ask? So we've like all the footage I've seen.
Just some breaking news. Sorry, Simon. Let me just give the breaking news and then you can jump in. People are just harming the space, but I'm just going to drop them now. The breaking news: Iranian ballistic missiles are en route to Israel. So Iranian ballistic missiles are en route to Israel. That tweet is in the net, so it seems like the retaliation is happening in real time right now, this second. So that's happening right now. Simon, go ahead. What were you going to say?
I got Netanyahu here if you want to hear.
We hit Iranian proxies in Syria and Yemen. And when Iran directly attacked us twice last year, we struck back inside Iran itself. Yet in defending ourselves, we also defend others. We defend our Arab neighbors. They too have...
This is Benjamin Netanyahu, chat. This is him. This is a voice.
Carnage. Our actions against Iran's proxy Hezbollah led to the establishment of a new government in Lebanon and the collapse of Assad's murderous regime in Syria. The peoples of those two countries now have a chance for a different future, a better future. So too do the brave people of Iran, and I have a message for them. Our fight is not with you. Our fight is with the brutal dictatorship that has oppressed you for 46 years. I believe that the day of your liberation is near. And when that happens, the great friendship between our two ancient peoples will flourish once again. I want to assure the civilized world, we will not let the world's most dangerous regime get the world's most dangerous weapons. And Iran plans to give those weapons, nuclear weapons, to its terrorist proxies. That would make the nightmare of nuclear terrorism all too real. The increasing range of Iran's ballistic missiles would bring that nuclear nightmare to the cities of Europe and eventually to America. Remember, Iran calls Israel the small Satan. It calls America the great Satan. And this is why for decades, it's led millions in the chance of death to Israel and death to America. Today, Israel is responding to those genocidal calls with action and with a call of our own. Long live Israel and long live America. Our action will help make the world a much safer place. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in confronting Iran's nuclear weapons program. He has made clear time and again that Iran cannot have a nuclear enrichment program. Today, it is clear that Iran is just buying for time. It refuses to agree to this basic requirement of peaceful nations. That is why we have no choice but to act, and act now. The hardest decision any leader has to make is to thwart a danger before it is fully materialized. Nearly a century ago, facing the Nazis, a generation of leaders failed to act in time. They were paralyzed by the horrors of World War I. They were determined to avoid war at all costs, and they got the worst war ever. They adopted a policy of appeasement. They closed their eyes and ears to all the warning signs. That failure to act resulted in World War II, the deadliest war in history. It claimed the lives of 60 million, including 6 million Jews, a third of my people. After that war, the Jewish people and the Jewish state vowed never again. Well, never again is now. Today, Israel has shown that we have learned the lessons of history. When enemies vow to destroy you, believe them. When enemies build weapons of mass death, stop them. As the Bible teaches us, when someone comes to kill you, rise and act first. This is exactly what Israel has done today. We have risen like lions to defend ourselves. Over 3,000 years ago, Moses gave the people of Israel a message that has steeled their resolve ever since. Be strong and courageous, he said. Today, our strong and courageous soldiers and people stand together to defend ourselves against those who seek our destruction. And by defending ourselves, we defend many others, and we roll back a murderous tyranny. Generations from now, history will record that our generation stood its ground, acted in time, and secured our common future. May God bless Israel. May God bless the forces of civilization everywhere. Thank you.
It's in English, guys. It's in English. He's talking to the Americans, not the Israelis, and he's giving the new talking points to our senators and congressmen and women because
And
they're
he's
going to take
quoting
their
the
marching
Bible,
orders.
Brother Ivy.
Let me
Yeah, and God bless everyone but America.
Let me give some comments real quick on this. I think it's very important that people understand most of the time when Netanyahu does his press conferences, it's almost always in Hebrew. The fact that he did it in English is a big deal because that tells me, and he mentioned Trump being a leader in the situation, whatever. I'm telling you guys, I know, Gary, you don't think the U.S. is involved, bro, but I do think the United States at least guaranteed them some assurances for defense. Maybe not attacking Iran, but when it comes to defending them, I definitely think Trump probably gave them some concessions. Because he mentioned Trump and he gave the press release in English. That's a big tell right there. He normally doesn't do press conferences in English unless he's trying to talk to the American people. Almost never. He rarely does.
You know,
English.
Myron, I can make a statement and say your name too. That doesn't mean it's real. Let's wait for Trump to actually answer and say something to see if he's actually standing by Netanyahu's statements. I don't trust Netanyahu. No one in here should trust Netanyahu. So his statements mean absolutely nothing. He has the virgin. This is a known liar. Why would we trust him now? Let's wait to see what Trump does.
Just some more breaking news, and then I need to jump and get some more news as well. There's loads coming out. But basically, multiple explosions heard in many locations in Iran. Iranian Tasnim agencies.
Israel can't defend itself. That's why.
Explosions in several Iranian provinces, including Kermanshah and Loristan provinces. And the Iranian sources to Al Mayadeen said several missile bases near Tehran and in the city of Kermanshah were subjected to Israeli aggression. So there has been a number of provinces heard hit and a number of areas that have been hit in Iran. Sorry, Myron, you were speaking. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, what I was saying was, no, I mean, like, again, Israel doesn't have the capabilities of actually defending itself. As much as they say Israel will defend itself, they can't do it without us. So I think at bare minimum, they got some assurances that we would move aircraft carriers. We'd position ourselves in a way where when Iran does inevitably strike Israel, we'll at least defend them. Again, we might not make offensive moves towards Iran, but we are definitely going to make defensive moves to keep Israel from being destroyed. I think at bare minimum, we're going to do that.
And again, he's giving them the marching orders. He's telling them what to say. And if you pay attention, look, Marco Rubio says they believe this is to defend themselves. He's being very careful to see how people react. And Netanyahu came out. He's showing that it's not just about defending themselves like he always does after October 7th, defend myself. Now he's
guys, other breaking news as well. Your boy AB is wanted by authorities in Miami. I told you guys that they were gonna fucking go after him. Shit, hold on, let me make sure I'm muted. Sorry, guys. I told you guys AB is gonna get cooked, and here he is, wanted by Miami authorities in Miami-Dade on attempted murder charge in connection with the shooting at his thing. Called it, guys.
Sorry?
Have you seen Gaza? They don't want civilian casualties?
No. I'm talking about Iran right now.
I know. But they have a track record.
Can I finish? So then if you disagree, that's
go ahead.
Thank you. So what they want to do right now, if you recall, Zan Zindagi Azadi, when they were, there's been rebellion in Iran, there's been upheaval in Iran, and so on and so forth. One of the other reasons to speak in English is also to get it out to the Iranian people and hope for a revolution. If you go back to the original revolution, or even before that, it was the UK that put in the Shah's father, and then twice, this last time.
Just some more breaking news. Dr. Roshanak. We'll get back to you in a second. Just let me break this breaking news. Major news. Iran announced that the Iranian Natanz reactor has been bombed. The Iranian Natanz reactor has been bombed. So Israel has bombed the Iranian Natanz reactor, and that's been confirmed by Iranian media. So that's a major escalation. But go ahead, Doctor.
I believe they're centrifuges, but they're very deep, Sully, and they're under like hard rock. So I don't know what their goal is. I think they're literally trying to make a show.
No, but this is from. No, but what do you mean? What do you mean by that? So, like, for example, the reactor's been hit. Are you saying it's only on the surface, and in reality, it's not been hit, or like, what are you trying to say?
No, they're hundreds of meters in that specific site. They have the most advanced ones, and they're the deepest, and they're under hard rock. So if they hit that place, it's unlikely to do anything, and it's mostly like
right.
A show.
It just said it's been hit. It didn't say anything other than that. And playing dead is a really good way. I agree. So look, what I'm trying to say is this is a regime. So the U.S. Betrayed Iran many years ago because it stood to benefit, and Iran was a jewel in its crown. And then when things started to go south again, they had put away the Ayatollah in France for quite some time in case they needed him. They pulled him back out, and he was supposed to keep the Iran for the UK and the US. But of course, being Iranians, they tricked them and they didn't release the hostages because they're very, very measured.
Hey guys, look, we got some, it looks like ballistic missiles are already leaving Iran. Sulaiman posted this. Look at this shit, bro. Bro, what we are experiencing is fucking nuts.
Play dead, they'll play this, they'll play that. And one of the things that won't serve Netanyahu is to start to have a lot of civilian casualties. What you want is to now have those people that have so much unrest already in Iran to do most of the work for them. This is also what they did with trying to get Mossadegh, although it was a little bit different. The point is this. Number one, this is not the short game. Simon, I was listening to you last night, and I really appreciate so much of what you were saying. But when you said this is not going to go through, I thought, yeah, it is. Because that's why Trump pulled everybody out, because he knew this was going to happen. Even though he says, we'll see, he knew this was going to happen. Israel was not bluffing. This has been the long game that's been set up.
Just more breaking news, and then I'll give it back to you. No, I'll give it straight back to you. Straight after the news. So Iran, Israel update. This is according to the Times of Israel. And remember, we're getting different statements. We're getting different statements from the US and different statements from Israel. But this is from the Times of Israel. The Israelis are saying, this is from the Times of Israel. The Israelis are saying, the Israeli military expects its operation against Iran's nuclear program and long-range missile capabilities to last for several days. The military is preparing for heavy fire from Iran in response to its airstrikes tonight. Quote, at the end of the operation, there will be no nuclear threat, military officials say. We are in the window of strategic opportunities. We have reached the point of no return, and there is no choice but to act now. This is according to the military officials that have been quoted. Israeli military says it's coordinating its actions with the United States of America. So the Israeli military is saying that the US is involved and they're coordinating with them. So there's just a divergence in terms of the reports that are coming out from both sides. Doctor, go ahead, continue.
Thank you. Basically, this is not going away, is the short version of this. This is not going away. And if you look at what's being written in Farsi in different Iranian sites, they have been saying, we didn't start this, like Simon read from the English site. They have been saying, look, what we're doing is fighting tyranny. We're fighting the world right now is against what's been going on. So there's a lot of this sort of chess playing of who's going to be pulling in the sentiments.
So guys, if you guys want, you should follow this Twitter account right here. This is the Supreme Leader of Iran, Khomeini. I've been following him for a while. So you might get some news here as well with what's going on. Absolutely insane stuff going on right now, man. Absolutely fucking nuts. Absolutely fucking nuts, bro. Holy shit, man.
And so what happens if Iran falls is the GCC gets to take over the whole area with the US, the West, and Israel. And now all those resources and everything is secured for quite some time moving into the future. This is very pivotal.
Kevin J said, hey, Myron, I don't know if you saw Tulsi Gabbard's post on nuclear Armageddon. Do you think this will lead to massive nuclear war that'll affect the globe? It's potential. She also confirmed that Iran does not have nuclear weapons. But now that you best believe they're absolutely enriching uranium right now, though. I'm telling you, they're absolutely enriching uranium now. They're going to probably work to make a nuclear bomb right now as we fucking speak, chat. Okay? I'm telling y'all that right fucking now. As we speak, they are probably fucking got those reactors going nuts right now, chat. Guaranteed, bro.
Welcome, punch!
Them boys are in the lab getting ready. And make no mistake about it, guys. Iran is what's called a threshold state. A threshold state means they are able to create a nuclear warhead within weeks, okay? Because they have a space program and they also have a civilian nuclear program. Many countries do this, by the way, okay? Japan does this, Brazil does this. Many countries do this, chat. And the reason why they do this is what they do is if they have a space program, that allows them to work on rockets because hypersonic missiles work as rockets, okay? They travel at a speed of Mach 5 and above, if I'm not mistaken. Right? Which is basically like, it's fast as fuck. Like the speed of sound pretty much. Damn near. Very fast. Okay? And then they also have a civilian nuclear program. What this allows you to do is when you have a civilian nuclear program and a space program, this is a way to get around having nuclear weapons, but being able to assemble one quickly. You guys understand? Right? It's very important that you guys understand this. And Iran, knowing that there's been tension with Israel for so long, has maintained these two programs and has fought to keep them. Okay? Also, a lot of their missiles are in-house. They make a lot of their own shit. Obviously, they buy stuff from Russia and China and shit like that too. But a lot of their stuff is their own ingenuity. They knew this day would come. When they saw how Israel attacked Saddam in the 80s, when they saw Saddam get attacked again in the early 2000s, destabilized, when they saw Gaddafi get destroyed, they watched the entire Middle East around them get destroyed. Every single country has either been destabilized or bribed by Israel. Okay? Sudan, destabilized. Somalia, Ethiopia, all destabilized, right? UAE, Abraham Accords. Oman, Abraham Accords. Egypt, bribed. Jordan, bribed. Lebanon, destabilized. Syria, destabilized. Bashar al-Assad's out of there. So, what Iran did after the nuclear deal fell out in 2018 was they maintained their space program and they maintained to use rockets and then they maintained their nuclear program. Now, they can effectively put the two together and they can go ahead and enrich uranium to 90%, which becomes weapons grade. So they can make a nuclear weapon. They don't have one now. They don't have one yet, but they can make one pretty fucking fast because they knew this day would come. And there's many countries like this that are threshold states. Brazil, Japan, Iran. There's a couple others where they might not necessarily have nuclear weapons, but they can make one quickly. Okay? It's kind of like a go-around to actually having nuclear weapons. Let's get back into the space. Give me ones in the chat if you guys learned something there. Because that's very important for you guys to understand that Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons now, but they can make one pretty damn quick by having these two programs running together. Also, guys, do me a favor. Smash the like button. We got 8,000 plus you guys in here. Almost 10,000 you guys. Well, between Twitter, we probably got like 10,000. So shout out to you guys. We're going to be keeping up with this war the whole time. Okay? I'm reading chats and stuff like that. Sub to the channel on Kick. Show some love. Love you guys. And let's get back to it.
That they could use against the scientists in these facilities.
I would also point out that
just some more breaking news. Oh no, I've already mentioned this. Sorry, go ahead, Zako.
Yeah, no, it's all good. So I would also point out, listening to Netanyahu's speech, he made sure to add Trump's name into it, so there would be no question.
Shout out to Hung Epstein. He said, thank you for covering this, Myron, most diverse, best content creator. I got y'all, baby. And Middle Eastern foreign policy is one of my specialties, man. So I'm really happy that you guys are tuning in here and watching. Shout out to you guys.
One civilian was killed, Father God, but we know civilians were hurt. This shouldn't be happening. So what is the reason for this? So that's why this one is different than the last one, because the last one, I don't remember hearing that civilians were.
Also, guys, it's a little hard for me to read the Castle Club chats. It'd be easier if you guys did it on OSS, if you guys are members of OSS. Let's see here. The Dark Knight says, Israel will use this retaliation from Iran to destroy the mosque and start rebuilding the temple. Yep. Israel has no chill. How many wars can they fight at once? America cannot support this attack. Trump is in the middle of peace talks. What are they doing? Bro, I'm telling you, they don't give a fuck, bro. They don't give a fuck about those peace talks, man. They want war, dude. They're never going to get a chance like this in a while. Oh, shit, Trump's going to make a statement soon. All right. Yeah, I want to know what the fuck Trump's going to say.
Oh, I'm eager to hear that. And I'll just end with this. But
I've been telling y'all niggas this for a minute. I've been telling you guys that a war with Iran is going to come. And then there's other guys that have been saying it for even longer than me. I've been telling you guys for months. A war is coming. You know? Other people have been saying it for even longer than that. You know? So, Abba says, Myron, you need to take Chris' mic away. He kills the quality of the show and he can't properly formulate a sentence to save his life. You and Zerka killed it, by the way. No problem, dude. I appreciate the show. But yeah, Chris is a homie, nigga. We love drunk Chris. He's funny.
As a result of one of the Israeli airstrikes on the Iranian capital of Tehran. Unfortunately, a child has been killed by the Israeli bombing of Tehran. That's happening right now. So a child, unfortunately, has been killed. That's in the nest, unfortunately. Guys, okay, I'm going to say that. Go ahead, Cassie, whoever was speaking.
yeah, and so look at that. A child's been killed, right? But then this guy, and it took me everything not to come off the mic and scream, to listen to Netanyahu tell us about never again is now.
Guys, dropping the OSS links in here, guys. Dropping the OSS links in here. It's easier for me to read chats with OSS because it's connected to my Rumble account. I'll read some of these CC ones right now, though. We got Armator says, thanks for helping us level up in life. Got you. Your boy Lem says, Omar, and I got a sweet present for you. Pause. This nigga Joe Biden admits that he likes dudes. Please react to this one. What the fuck? Smoke Taz says, how do you feel about Mexicans online getting mad at black people for minding their business, not getting involved in riots? That is kind of funny. W. Myron, thanks for opening everyone up. Just sign up for OSS. I spent all my money on getting LASIK, so my inner dem boys appreciated the discount. Keep up the great content. Thank you so much, With Ghost. I appreciate that for you joining up. Bro, what the fuck? I heat up a G on Instagram about deal with Telegram. Can you do a vision on how to cancel 35? We'll figure that out tomorrow. I talked to Noble about this yesterday. Diddy isn't mad that his girls are fucking other dudes without him watching. He's mad he isn't getting the cum spread on his chest. Okay, bro. True Alpha says, new criminal minds. Documents 3 or 4 studies. The most divorce. Got you. Nightly Wisdom said he joined the OSS for a year. Welcome, bro. Welcome, welcome. All right, cool. Guys, join OSS. Link is pinned. I'm dropping a link for you guys. Join for only $4 a month, bro. Get in right now or for a year. Dropping a link for you ninjas right now.
Guys, bottom right-hand corner, the purple pill-shaped button. Tap that and then retweet it or quote tweet it and give your opinions. That also helps the space a lot more than just retweeting it. Make sure
guys,
you give it a like.
do me a favor. There's like 7,000 people on the space. If the space was to...
Okay. Oh shit. They ended the... All right. I'm gonna restart the stream up on OSS, guys. It just went down. Let me go ahead and restart the stream on OSS. It only gives me 3 hours. I'm gonna fix that, by the way, for you guys. It's because it's a new account, right? So let me fix this while you guys listening on what's going on here.
How long this is gonna go. So if you can do that for us, it'd be brilliant. So go to my profile, click on the follow, and hit the notifications. I normally don't do this, but unfortunately the situation is that because they took the blue check mark away, people don't get notified when we start spaces. So do that for us. I'm much appreciated. So go to the profile and hit the notifications. We're getting more reports. Here, I'm gonna get mixed up. Yeah, I've already mentioned this. That another wave of Israeli airstrikes against Tehran are happening right now.
I want to note something I was saying before, but I got cut off.
Sulaiman, real quick, before you go. Sulaiman, Press TV is reporting live from Tehran on this right now as we speak, just so you can catch it on Rumble. It's free. This lady Miriam is reporting on it live in English.
If you send it to me, I could play it if Sulaiman wants.
Oh my god! So it says that
I can play it too. I have it in my
Israeli
background.
missiles at Tehran were launched from Iraqi airspace, which is controlled by USA. This is from the Iran Observer. Did you already mention that?
Oh wow! And what I was gonna say is they don't just drop bombs. They try to, with the CIA and intelligence agencies, what they typically do is that at the same time they coordinate minority groups within the country to kick off conflicts as well. That's what they did in Syria. That's what they did in Libya. So that's a big part of what we would see if that the U.S. is getting involved. Tehran is near Azerbaijan, not super near, but they have the biggest ethnic population, and they're partners with the U.S. So if you're going to see, what the Azeris are doing, what the surrounding neighbor countries are doing, and if there's factions rising up, that's usually a good sign that this is going to become a U.S. involvement.
There's also I think it's too early to say U.S. involvement. I personally still believe that this will be a measured response. I think it will be similar to last time. I don't think this is what people are thinking of this.
So from a Farsi outlet, they're saying that Israel has said that Mossad is in the country, in Iran, that is also leading operations deep inside of Iran, both to get rid of their defense capabilities and to start uprising.
Yeah, if you listen to his statement, I was saying this earlier, he had to bring out more than just Israel has the right to defend itself, because this is clearly not defense. So he wheeled out the old excuse of we're bringing.
Yeah, but neither was
democracy.
Lebanon, neither was Syria.
Hold on, doctor. He wheeled out the old excuse of we're spreading democracy. Look at Syria, look at Lebanon, all this kind of crap. And he's basically just repeating every single lie and excuse they possibly have to see what sticks, right? giving them
Right,
ammunition.
guys, we've got some more breaking news. There is footage coming out of the Israeli strike against Natanz nuclear facility in Iran. So there is footage coming out of the Israeli strike on the Natanz nuclear facility in Tehran. That's happening right now.
All right, guys, we are back up on OSS. I got it fixed. So OSS is back up. I got to talk to these guys, bro. Don't worry, guys. I will, you know, I'll get with locals and fix that so I can stream longer on here. It's because it's a new account, chat. So, sorry, Sorry, guys, the camera turned off. I'm back, though. I'm going to get back.
For us to go after Iraq, he said, you know, to make us safer, the war on terror. We've been fighting this so-called war on terror for decades, and now it just escalated. But this is supposed to be what's going to bring peace to the world by attacking a country that has not attacked you first. So he had to bring all that up, Ivy, because there was no reason for this. Like you said, yeah.
Yeah, this big Satan, little Satan, death to America chance. He not just death to Israel. It's just a classic playbook. But yeah, Levi, if you unmuted, you can go ahead.
Yeah, that'd be great. But so basically, some of the key nuclear facilities, you know, Fordo, Natanz, these are all below Tehran. They're all in line. I don't know if you guys could share an article or something, even if it's not about the war, just to give people context for where these facilities are. And when they say they're talking Tehran, it's like really close to some of these facilities in the south. So they might just be going north to south with their attacks.
Some more breaking news. All passengers at Ben Gurion International Airport have been evacuated, and all flights have been suspended. So all flights at Ben Gurion Airport have been suspended.
That's insane news.
Also,
several European airlines had suspended flights, and they were about to start resuming it. I think this month. I know Swiss was. So that's over. They're in serious trouble with their traveling.
Israel has transported all their leadership to underground bunkers and told all their soldiers, all their settlers to, man their posts. It's like, I told you, this is full on everything.
Shields, basically.
The same news source, the Iran Observer, says that missiles have not been launched by Iran yet. The reports of missile launches had not been true. I'm going to still look into it, but I just thought I would read that. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's definitely worth considering. Let me just bring just a quick one, guys. Some more breaking news. The tweet I'm just bringing right up. So, Israel has targeted the chief of staff of Iran's armed forces, the commander of IRGC, and the secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council. That tweet is in the net. So the claim is that they have been attacking the leadership of Iran, including the nuclear facilities. They have hit civilian areas as well, but that's happening right now.
Ryan's up.
Ryan, thanks for joining us. What's your thoughts on what's happening? We did say this was going to happen, right?
Yeah, I said it was inevitable.
Your mic's really bad, Ryan.
I got Ryan Dawson now.
Hello?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, I had to unplug the thing. I said this was inevitable because Israel is at the steering wheel of U.S. foreign policy, regardless of what Trump wants or not.
Facts.
They're going to bomb Iran. It's on the script. I didn't think it would be this early, but, a lot of things heated up with pressure on Netanyahu and so on. This is awful, but it might be a blessing because Iran gets to counterstrike now, and I've been waiting for that my whole life.
But how big do you think Iran's counterstrike is going to be? Because many people were widely disappointed by True Promise 1 and 2 for various things, including delays and other reasons as well. What's your thoughts?
Well, even Iran wasn't sure during Promise 1.
Guys, OSS stream is up. It's officially up. OSS stream is up.
And systems could do. But they've more than beta tested that with Yemen getting hypersonic missiles through with one shot without using any drones or any overwhelming tactics. So those ballistic missiles are going to cut through like butter and hit whatever they want. People can say and doubt, but I haven't been wrong on this yet. And Iran definitely has the capacity to do that. They haven't gone full throttle, closing the Strait of Hormuz or any of that. They're going to take this just to Israel right now. And this is their leverage. Like, if you want to keep the U.S. out as much as possible, direct your counterattack on the Israelis. keep the rest of the world out of it.
Just some more breaking news. Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu is being moved to a safe location in anticipation of a massive Iranian retaliatory strike. So he's being moved to a safe location in preparation for a strike.
They all are.
Guys, just so you know, when you hear the news talk about enrichment and all this kind of stuff, what you have to understand is uranium's all over the world, but it's, if you look at your peer.
Hey guys, do me a solid. If you're watching on YouTube, no problem. I know a lot of you guys prefer to watch on YouTube. I only have one request. Open up Rumble and a Kick tab for your boy. As you guys know, it's Myron Gaines X. It's kick.com/Myron Gaines X and rumble.com/Myron Gaines X. Same things. I'm going to go ahead and drop the links for you guys. If you're watching on YouTube, just open up a tab and support me over there because you guys know YouTube ain't paying me, but that's fine. I will go ahead and stay on YouTube for you guys anyway. The only thing I ask is you just open up a tab and show me some love and support over there, man. I would appreciate that greatly because YouTube is definitely being fucking lame. So, yeah, I'll give you guys the Rumble and the Kick link. There's the Rumble link and kick.com/Myron Gaines X. So, thank you guys.
To make the 90%. Now, Iran is at 60% right now, and it would only need a few more stages to get to 90%.
Let's get to 500 live viewers on Kick, guys. Brand new account. Let's keep cooking. You don't got to close your YouTube tab. Just open up a tab on Kick and Rumble. You don't got to close your YouTube tab. I know a lot of y'all niggas love YouTube. Fine. Just open up a tab for me.
Ways away, right? That's kind of the whole thing.
Sorry, they're not at 60. They went to 60 so they could negotiate that away. They only did that as a bargaining chip. They went down all the way to 3.6. It didn't matter. Like this whole thing, Witkoff and stuff, like Witkoff is Trump's errand boy. He was the middleman for loans to Bernard Kerik during 9/11. This whole thing is just something to give the ignorant masses to be like, look, they're enriching uranium, and all that nuance about like, well, what percent is a bomb? They don't care. They're just like, we got to get them before they get us. It's the same crap they did in Iraq. Like, we can't let the smoking gun be in a mushroom cloud. Same rhetoric, same.
Nate says, I live in SoCal, 30 minutes south of downtown LA, and it's so frustrating. Nobody here speaks English. It's rare that you meet people on the streets that actually speak English. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. Ferd Ray says, how are you doing this scary? How are you doing? This is scary for all Muslims across the world, slowly but surely. Nobody wants to truly understand Islam, even though Islam is spreading. You can tell people about morality is being diminished now on a full scale. Well, yeah, man. I mean, it's a different world, my friend.
Well, that is claimed though, just as a just so people understand where the report's coming from, so you can see or understand the veracity of it. Is that's coming from Israeli media and CNN.
Oh, I'm sure they're all together in the same place.
Yeah. You're going to see the media's true colors again.
Ryan and Ivy, you don't need to be at 90% to produce a bomb. If you combine that enriched uranium between 40 and 80% enrichment with plutonium enriched, you can create a nuclear bomb as well.
I'll be right back, ninjas. Give me one sec.
You need
Iran has a plutonium plant they've been running
to get
since
neptunium, and then you bombard that to make plutonium. So it's a lot harder to make plutonium. It doesn't exist in nature.
Actually, it's not that hard to make, and they already know how to do it. I'm just letting you know they
know how to do it, but it takes a lot of time. You need literally.
Well, they've been enriching plutonium since 2013, so anytime.
Yeah, it's very, very hard.
I just read something very interesting from Jamshid Bazigar, a journalist and political analyst, that Israel had been concerned that Trump might be making a deal with Iran, and so that's why they were rushing to make this attack, quote unquote, so that they wouldn't lose their window of opportunity for a military strike.
But I think the double side to that is if this follows up and they want to escalate towards the deal, then this might be just exactly what you need in order to have a narrative of a lose-lose.
Simon, sorry to guys. Just 1 second. Sorry to interrupt everybody. We're getting unconfirmed reports from Iranian TV of the assassination. of Hussein Salami, who was the commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Guards. We're also getting Iranian TV confirming that General Gholam Ali Rashid, Dr. Tehranshi, and Faridun Abbasi have also been assassinated. I believe they were also in senior positions. So we will be putting that out shortly. And this is coming from Iranian TV. Sulaiman's team's just verifying it, and they'll put it out shortly.
Bro, they are gonna retaliate so fucking hard. They killed all of their general staff? Bruh. Holy shit.
Consider him a weak leader, and they'll probably want to get him out. If he does nothing, he's also screwed. So it's like either they act or don't act, and the most rational thing would be to react, and a lot stronger than they did last time. Correct?
Well, I mean, yeah, again, I think this is building up to a narrative of regime change leading to a deal with a retaliation.
Bro, planes crashing, fucking riots everywhere. All right, let's go to CNN real quick and see what the fuck's going on. Come back to the space.
Defense Minister Israel Katz, who says, and I want to read this in full here. He says, following the state of Israel's preemptive strike against Iran, a missile and drone attack against the state of Israel and its civilian population is expected in the immediate future. Two important parts to that sentence there. First, the defense minister is acknowledging that Israel has carried out what he calls a preemptive strike against Iran. This is what we've been looking for over the course of the past days, and frankly, something the U.S. has been tracking for several weeks now, the possibility that Israel will carry out a strike against Iran. There are some social media reports of explosions happening in Tehran. Unclear what the targets are of those. There's still a lot more information we need there, but Israel's defense minister has acknowledged that they have carried out strikes against Iran, the first time in months that we have seen direct Israeli action against targets in Tehran. Again, unclear what those targets are, whether it's Iranian nuclear facilities or other targets. So we will wait to learn more about that. But following that, the defense minister has said that Homefront Command has essentially shifted the entire country into an emergency status, and that the population here is expected to follow the instructions of Homefront Command. A short time ago, we heard sirens going off here in Jerusalem behind us. We got messages on our phone related to those sirens saying Homefront Command is putting the country on alert, and the defense minister is saying that Israel expects an imminent missile and drone attack incoming following Israel's strikes against Iran. I will also read a statement we've gotten from Israel's military, the Israel Defense Forces, that says, following the situational assessment, it was determined that as of today at 3 in the morning, immediate changes will be made to the Homefront Command guidelines. As part of the changes, it was decided to shift all areas of the countries from full activity to essential activity, and that brings with it a prohibition on educational activities, gatherings, and workplaces, except for essential sectors. So you see the immediate shift coming from the government and from the military and the defense minister in light of what they expect to be a potential large-scale response and retaliation from Iran that may be incoming, at least according to the statement we're seeing here, imminently here. And of course, you have to note the timing here. The U.S. was still intending to carry out nuclear talks, a 6th round with Iran just in the coming days here on Sunday in Oman. This is a remarkable move from Israel to essentially cut those off and carry out this series of strikes that will have reverberations across the region from this moment, from the impact of what's happening right now. We will certainly wait to see, Anderson, what more we learn about the strikes themselves, as of course we wait to see in anticipation of what happens where we are in Jerusalem and across the country here.
Oren, we, as you said, we have seen strikes in the past from Israel, but those were more in response to strikes from Iran. Do you know anything about, I mean, and the targeting of that seemed very precise to my memory the last time. This seems different, no?
It does, and it depends on what was targeted, and that's what we don't know yet. The last time we saw Israel strike Iran, they went after ballistic missile facilities and air defenses. The time before that was a smaller set of targets, essentially just to say, hey, these are the capabilities we have. This is what we're capable of. This potentially much bigger. What the U.S. was looking for here, frankly, what the world was looking for and concerned about, was whether Israel would make the decision to strike Iran's nuclear facilities. There were concerns here about not only what was shaping up to be the nuclear negotiations, but also the existence of the negotiations themselves. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke with President Donald Trump earlier this week. Trump told Netanyahu, scale back on the threatening rhetoric, scale back on the warnings of an attack against Iran and the threat of military action.
And none of that did shit, man. He didn't listen at all because these fucking idiots don't listen to shit that we ever tell them. We give them all this goddamn money and they never fucking listen. This is what I mean when I say the United States has become the United States of fucking Israel, bro.
Clearly, that message was not taken to heart by Israel here. And Netanyahu tried to make the point that Iran was not serious about the negotiations, according to a source familiar with the conversations, and that they were just buying time. That speaks to the level of concern Israel had about Iran's intentions, and that led to what you see here. We'll wait to see what more we learn about the targets of these strikes, but Israel has made it clear, and Netanyahu specifically has made it clear, that he has tried to put on the table a credible military option against Iran's nuclear program.
Or in standby, I just want to bring in CNN's senior White House correspondent Kristi Noem in Washington. Kristi, are you hearing anything from the Trump administration?
No, we have reached out, but I will tell you that I talked to a number of White House officials who seem to be on heightened alert that this could come tonight. I was told this was going around the building, that this was a possible expectation for this evening. Now, of course, we believed that to be the case, or at least that there was some heightened intel coming in, given the fact that the United States, the State Department, Department of Defense had started to remove any non-essential personnel from the Mideast region. And as Arnon said, one of the things we've been focusing on so intently is these talks, the sixth round of talks between Iran and the U.S. that was scheduled for Sunday. I was told as recently as today that those were still on, but we did sense a growing frustration within the administration when it came to Iran not coming to the table, not coming up with anything that would allow them to not enrich uranium. Remember, this has really been the sticking point. We did report a few weeks ago that in the last talks, Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff had presented a proposal that allowed Iran to enrich a little bit of uranium. Shortly afterwards, Donald Trump posted that Iran could not enrich any uranium, could not have any semblance of a nuclear program, which then threw this idea of ever coming to an agreement off. However, they were still scheduled to sit back down on Sunday to have these negotiations. So how this is all playing into that is very important for the United States.
We have
what it is
Obama
today.
has an IQ that's triple digits, unlike Trump. To be honest, that was the difference. And Trump has an ego and ripped it up. But Simon, I don't see how this leads to.
Just some more breaking news. We're seeing explosions. Where's it gone? The tweet's in the nest anyway, but let me just go. There are more explosions in western Iran after Israel strikes hit Piranshah. I'm pronouncing all these wrong, but apologies. But basically, more explosions in western Iran after Israel strikes hit Piranshah. That's happening right now. That tweet's in the nest as well. Ivy, go ahead. You were speaking.
Trump ripped it up just out of pure ego. They're abiding by the deal. The Obama JCPOA was actually a good deal, and he came in hating everything Obama did because of telling him he'll never be president. Whatever. That's a tangent, though. So basically, he's just making he's posturing. Oh, I want a deal.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up, Ivy.
He's saying, "I want to make a deal. I want to make a deal," right? And when he come out, he can't have the same deal. He wants.
Ivy, you're breaking up.
States as they have been seeking to try to come up with some sort of Iran deal. We also know that there has been kind of threats from Donald Trump towards Iran saying that you need to come up with a deal or something could happen. Now today, Donald Trump was asked specifically what the Israelis had told him that had caused the United States to remove their personnel from the Mideast region. And he said they hadn't told him anything, but He did continue to say that a massive attack could be coming. He wouldn't use the word imminent, but he said there really could possibly be something on the horizon. So clearly they were tracking this. They believed that this was going to happen, and we have reached out to see what comments they have as this is unfolding.
I want to bring back Kristen to stay with us as you could.
Inside the Pentagon, Trump and Vance, and maybe Don Jr.
Shouts at my guy Nick. We got 34,000 watching. Let's see what's going on with our guy Nick. Shout out to the Grapers.
Battle happening inside the White House, and that is why throughout March and April there were so many leaks and negative press and scandals and purges of personnel. 10 people fired from the National Security Council. A few people very close to Pete Hegseth were fired from the Pentagon. And there was a lot of reporting and talking about leaks and personnel inside the national security apparatus at that time, because there was an intense ideological battle over whether we were going to support an Israeli war in Iran or whether we would support diplomacy. Ultimately, this turned into a situation where Netanyahu was requesting permission from the Trump administration to bomb Iran. And this was reported on in April and then in May, that Israel was prepared to carry out strikes, but Trump did not give them the green light, didn't give them approval. Trump wanted to try diplomacy. Then in April, 60 days ago to the day, Trump announced with Bibi Netanyahu inside the Oval Office in a joint press conference that he had initiated diplomacy with Iran. Ever since then, for the past 60 days, Israel has been trying to sabotage the talks, publicly and privately. Netanyahu and his allies in the media and his allies in the White House have been going to the press, and that includes, by the way, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. That includes Marco Rubio. They've been going to the press and trying to undercut the diplomacy by talking about how Iran is weeks away from a nuclear bomb. They have new plans, new schematics for a primitive nuclear device, saying that the only way to stop Iran is to blow them up, saying that the only acceptable deal is that Iran would have to completely denuclearize, meaning that even their civilian nuclear program would have to be dismantled. All along, allegedly, Trump, his personal envoy, Steve Witkoff, J.D. Vance, Don Jr. were pushing for a diplomatic solution by meeting indirectly with representatives from Iran and trying to find a way to resolve the impasse over nuclear enrichment, which we've covered a lot on the show before. That all ended in the past couple of weeks. All that diplomacy, all of the apparent good faith and goodwill, best intentions, aspirations for peace, all came crumbling down in the past couple of weeks. And let's be very honest about what took place over the past 60 days.
I want to note here that Nick has 35,000 people watching despite the fact that he's not on the front page. I think, who's on the front page right now on Rumble? Let me look. Killing it, man. I'm so happy for Nick, bro. I really am. They've blackballed this guy so fucking much, bro. And he's still killing it, man. So I'm really happy for him, bro. I really am. Guy's finally getting his fucking due credit, man. After years of censorship, years of fucking being ostracized, years of being blackballed, he's finally getting his fucking flowers, man. I'm happy to see it, dude. I'm so happy to see it.
Problem. No amount of goodwill was ever going to resolve the immense hostility and distrust between Iran and the United States in a matter of months or weeks. It was just never going to happen. So there was so much pomp and high expectations and hope about these talks merely because they were going through the motions, merely because there was advertisement, marketing, that this was going to be some kind of solution. All along, the problem never got close to being solved. And let's break down specifically how these talks went. The first 2 rounds out of 5 that occurred between Steve Witkoff and Iran's foreign minister consisted in negotiating about negotiations, okay? So Trump announced, I think on a Tuesday, that there would be a 60-day deadline and we would engage Iran in nuclear negotiations. The following weekend, there were indirect talks between Steve Witkoff and Iran's foreign minister. The following week, they held the same meeting. And the response to both of these talks was so positive. Everybody said it was constructive. Both sides said it was a positive atmosphere and very constructive, and they were hopeful about the outcome. But let's be honest, those two first rounds of negotiations were not substantive talks. They weren't negotiating about anything. They were negotiating about the negotiations that they first needed to establish what the subject of the talks would be in the future. Because the United States had said previously, we don't want to just negotiate about your nuclear program. We want to negotiate about your missile program and your proxies. Three things. The U.S. position was, we want to take away your missiles and your proxies and your nukes. And so Iran came into the negotiations originally to see, are we going to be talking about just the nuclear program or all these other things? That's what the first 2 weeks were about. The first 2 weeks were narrowing the negotiations to just the nuclear issue. That's why it was positive. So for 2 weeks, there was so much positivity and so much hope, but nothing was really happening. There were no real negotiations. There was no discussion of the actual subject at hand. It was a ceremony. The third and fourth round of talks, which occurred the following week, and then 2 weeks after the third round of talks was the fourth round, they hit a dead end. They hit the issue of enrichment. The third round was tough. The fourth round was delayed a week, and when it was finally held, it was tough. And that's because in the third and fourth round of negotiations, they actually talked about the nuclear program. And what Iran said is what they've always said. Enrichment is our fundamental right. We as a nation, as signatories to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, have a fundamental right to enrich uranium. You cannot impose limits on it. You cannot take it away. We will not be negotiating limits to our enrichment, how much we can enrich, to what percentage, how much material. And sure enough, we will not let you take our capability to enrich off of our soil. And the United States said what we've always said, which is you cannot have enrichment. You cannot enrich uranium, and you cannot have the infrastructure to enrich uranium. That's why the third and fourth, and then ultimately the fifth round of talks were fruitless. That's why they were difficult and tough. And there was some, they tried to make it sound good. They said, well, it was still positive and still constructive, and there were various creative ideas floated. But the third, fourth, and fifth rounds of talks ground to a halt immediately, because they started to actually reconsider the proposition, which was considered 10 years ago in the original Iran nuclear deal, which is whether Iran's going to enrich. Then came the proposal. After 5 rounds of negotiations, finally, Trump put forward a proposal last week based on the talks. The deadline for this deal is today. So last week, a week before the deadline, Trump submitted his proposal based on the talks. And the proposal went something like this. They said that Iran would ultimately give up enrichment. There would be enrichment happening off of Iranian soil, maybe in Saudi Arabia, maybe on an island in the Persian Gulf, and it would be managed by a consortium of regional countries, including Iran, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and the United States. Iran was insulted. They said, how dare you? We have said repeatedly, enrichment is a red line. We're not giving it up. We're not restricting it. This is the fundamental right of all nations. We're not restricting our enrichment program. So Iran began to draft a negative response to Trump's deal. That leads us to today. Netanyahu had a phone call with Trump on Monday. And Netanyahu said, we're going to strike Iran. Trump said, give us more time. Please give us more time. We want to work out a deal. And talks were scheduled. The 6th round of talks outside the deadline was scheduled for Friday, tomorrow, at Oslo, where there's a big forum that's supposed to happen, or potentially on Sunday in Oman. We didn't even get there before Israel prepared for and then executed massive military strikes that are taking place now. This is how we got here. We're going to refresh. We'll check back here on Rerum Novarum, and then we'll continue a little bit with the analysis. I'm still waiting on this statement from Trump. Obviously, that'll be a game changer. Let's take a look. So you can see these pictures, by the way. This shows that these are assassination strikes. It's very important to understand precisely what's happening.
I told you guys about this. Israel does have the capability of taking out floors. This is why what they're doing in Gaza is unacceptable. They have the ability to have precise missiles hit parts of a building and not take it down, chat. There's proof.
Residences, the homes of Iran's military personnel. So if you look at this picture, they didn't blow up the whole building. They blew up someone's apartment. They blew up somebody's house. This is what all the pictures look like. They're blowing up. These are assassination airstrikes. They're blowing up people's residences to assassinate IRGC and Iranian military leadership. The purpose, by the way, of that type of attack is twofold. One, this is classic command, control, and communications, which is their modus operandi. This is what they relied heavily upon in 2006 in Lebanon, and this is what they relied upon against Hezbollah in October. And there's a word for this doctrine, I forget what it's called. But it is relying on special forces to carry out operations on command, control, and communications to cause disorganization. If you can strike at the leadership and strike at the communication, then the army is disorganized and they cannot effectively respond to a major attack. So this has been Israeli doctrine for a very long time. They'll strike at the leadership, they'll strike at the comms system, and then they carry out the airstrikes.
And just so you guys know, the reason why this is so important, this is how they took out Hezbollah. They took out Hassan Nasrallah, they took out Fuad Shukr, they took out the entire Hezbollah leadership while they were in the middle of a ground assault, okay? Israel does this all the time, and they have the ability to do precise strikes. When it came to Hassan Nasrallah, they killed him with a bunker buster. But with this one, they got the precise strikes.
Organized defense. That's the goal. So that's what they did here. That's the first purpose. You kill the leadership, and then they bring in the airstrikes while everyone's running around with their head on fire, literally and figuratively. The second purpose is to derail negotiations. You have to understand, the Israelis are very hip. Diplomacy is dead. They have to salt the earth and make sure that there is no chance that the United States can resuscitate a deal or any off-ramp from hostilities with Iran. Killing personnel is the best way to do that. Because if you kill personnel, nobody in Iran's military and government is going to trust the United States. Nobody in Iran's military and government is going to, they're not even going to be able, if they wanted to sell that to the public. Blood demands blood. So you go and kill high-ranking officials, you have guaranteed that you're moving up the ladder of escalation. If you kill their personnel, you guarantee Iran is going to hit back. And if Iran hits back hard, that brings the United States in to defend Israel. It also makes it so that Iran cannot bring back diplomacy with the United States. This is burning the boats, making it so that there's no turning back from this conflict.
I told you this, that Israel is going to sabotage any type of diplomacy. This is what these fucking assholes do. They destroy diplomacy instead of actually doing it. They just sabotage everything we got going on.
Is going to sit with the United States after Israel and the U.S. has blood on their hands. And let me tell you something else. This is on the strikes tonight. So Marco Rubio delivered a statement tonight from our State Department. It says that Israel's airstrike was unilateral. They acted alone, they did it themselves, and we had no involvement. And I see people saying, well, this is a good statement. This exonerates the United States. It doesn't. People are saying the United States didn't coordinate with Israel. They did not participate in the strike alongside Israel. That doesn't matter because Israel and the United States are closest allies. Because Israel is armed by the United States. So we own this. And by the way, most likely, we were complicit in this. We probably were given advance notice. Nobody would believe that we weren't. And probably we did provide some intelligence role, almost certainly neocons in the military. They might have done it without even telling Trump. So whether they did or did not, it's a distinction without a difference. It doesn't even matter. We own.
Look, they killed. What did I tell you guys? Israel, all they do is kill fucking nuclear scientists. This is what they killed here. Very high-ranking nuclear scientist.
Israel's our ally. Their military is an extension of our military. Probably we were involved. And no one would buy any other explanation. And Israel knows that. Israel knows that that is the case. And that is why they carried out the attack. And that is why the Israeli government is saying that we were involved. Even if it's a lie. I don't think it is, but even if it was. Because that's their goal, is to draw us into the conflict, okay? So it doesn't really matter whether they were unilateral or not. Distinction without a difference will be blamed anyway. And Iran may only retaliate against Israel if there's any chance to avoid the U.S. intervening, but I doubt that they will. Let's see what else is happening. This is the Israeli chief of staff. He says, "We have begun this operation because the time has come. We are at the point of no return. We cannot afford to wait for another time to operate. We have no other choice. Recent and past events of history have taught us that when the enemy is attempting to destroy us, we must not turn a blind eye. We need to fight for our existence." Okay. This is self-defense, right? Whenever anybody asks you, does Israel have a right to exist? This is what they mean by that. They've created this convoluted causal chain where they say, you believe Israel has a right to exist, right? Okay, sure. Well, then if Israel has a right to exist, it has to defend itself. Sure. Well, Iran is trying to destroy Israel, right? Maybe. So Israel has a right to declare war on all of its neighbors and launch preemptive airstrikes and go to war with the whole world, correct? So if you don't support U.S. support for Israel's wars against all its neighbors, you don't support Israel's right to exist. That is the convoluted causal chain that Zionists have created, that Israeli Jews and Zionists and their allies have created. That's why you can never answer that question. Because they will argue you into, if you think Israel should exist, then you must support their wars against all their neighbors, which doesn't really make sense. Then it begs the question, what does it mean to have a right to exist? I mean, the safest way for any country to be is to be the only country. I mean, Russia poses a threat to the United States. How do we guarantee the existence of the United States? If you were God, you would destroy China, Russia, every country that has nuclear weapons, really every country. But we don't have a right to destroy every country. That's why we have diplomacy. We negotiate. We have to get along, in other words. So just because we want to exist and have a right to exist doesn't mean we can kill everyone that isn't us. You know, and I'm taking it to its logical conclusion, the logical extremity, which is, you know, if we have a right to exist, well, I mean, theoretically, any other country having nukes threatens our existence. Does that mean we have a right to kill every other country? Obviously not. So that's where there's a problem with that. But, you know, it's typical like Jewish lawyer stuff. All right, let's see. New Israeli airstrikes in western Iran, in northern Iran, in Qum. Let's see. President Trump to convene an emergency meeting of the National Security Council tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Huh. What?
Iran confirms the death of Mohammad Mehdi Tehranchi, who was assassinated by an Israeli airstrike earlier. He's a high-ranking nuclear scientist. They're just killing civilians.
And just so you guys know, they kill nuclear scientists all the time. That is the main target that Mossad goes after. This is all they do is go after fucking scientists, chat.
Nothing ever happens, by the way. 240 airstrikes against Iran. This is a significant operation, and they say it's going to go on for weeks. The list of assassinated leaders is long and unprecedented. So they're killing military commanders, nuclear scientists. They're attacking virtually every strategic city. Hundreds of airstrikes, apparently still ongoing. No word from Trump yet. Shocking. This is where we are. It's shocking to see it. I've been predicting it for a year and a half, but it's shocking to see it. Now, I want to get into another aspect of this to elaborate a little bit on an earlier point. So I'll actually read the statement from Rubio tonight, and that'll be a jumping off point. So our response so far, the U.S. response to the airstrike so far is this. Marco Rubio says, tonight, Israel took unilateral action against Iran. That means they acted alone. We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. Israel advised us that they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense. President Trump and the administration have taken all necessary steps to protect our forces and remain in close contact with our regional partners. Let me be clear, Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel. Let's break this apart a little bit. So, in the first place, I'll just reiterate very quickly, this does not matter at all, okay? Because the United States is the principal benefactor of Israel. We arm Israel to the teeth. We have given them missile defense. We have given them the most advanced
We pay for their fucking Iron Dome. We replenish their Iron Dome, chat, and it's not cheap. It is fucking expensive to replenish their Iron Dome.
Israel is an extension of the United States in terms of logistics, intelligence, military, and not because they are a subsidiary of us, but because their spies and their personnel have infiltrated our system. They're in our commercial defense industry. They're in our defense tech industry. They're in our Pentagon, our National Security Council. So the two are inextricably connected. What's more, there is a deep diplomatic and political cooperation and alliance between the U.S. and Israel. So that Israel is technically doing a unilateral strike doesn't matter. Because the way that this is perceived by Iran and what it is in reality is that this is a joint U.S.-Israel operation. So they will blame us. Let's go further, though. I'm reiterating what I said earlier. I am so sick and tired of our personnel like Steve Witkoff and Marco Rubio and others. This is a very common sentiment from this administration. They say things like, Israel advised us that they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense. They told us. They advised us. They acted alone without telling us, against our wishes, and they advised us that this is what they're doing alone. And a lot of people think that's an acceptable way to be. But let's be very clear. Israel only exists because of the United States. Israel exists as a political entity. There are Jews in Palestine. They survived the wars in 48 and 73. They were armed to fight the other wars in 56 and 67. They're armed to fight every other successive war. Their adversaries have been eradicated. Their economy has been supported. Military has been propped up because of the United States. They owe their existence to the United States.
We are their fucking daddies, bro. We are their daddies, and they disobey us. Stop. They destroyed our diplomacy right in the middle of a fucking deal, dude. Right in the middle of a deal.
Advising us of their decisions. I'm sick and tired of hearing it. Steve Witkoff said this when Trump visited the Middle East a few weeks ago. He said they are their own country. They have sovereignty, and they can do as they please. We don't tell them what to do, and they don't tell us what to do. I'm sorry, but if you are dependent on us, you don't get to do whatever you want to do. If you're, or at least you shouldn't. In a just world, if we didn't have liars and traitors running our government, that is not how it would work. If you are a dependent, if you're taking with both hands, you actually don't have sovereignty. You don't get to do whatever you want. That should not be the conventional thinking inside the administration. They say, well, they're their own country. They're just telling us what they're going to do. If they're dependent on us, then we own them. We should be telling them what they do and don't do. We should be advising them what's in their best interest, not the other way around. If they're acting against our wishes without coordinating with us, opposed to our foreign policy and our interests, then why do we give them weapons? What's the basis of the relationship? Isn't that the whole idea, that they're our closest ally because they're our instrument in the Middle East? The foreign aid largesse is owed to them because this is some kind of strategic investment for our interests. What happens when they go off the leash and they carry out an independent, unilateral foreign policy that's contrary to what we want? Well, then that means we're a colony. If they're in charge, but we're giving them all this money and weapons, then we're like a feudal peasant, giving up 10% of our harvest, giving up a percentage of the product of our labor. We become a colony. It's about resource extraction. We're not closest allies. They're not an aircraft carrier or a vassal for the United States, a satellite, an outpost for our foreign policy, forward operating base. We're a colony. This is not an investment strategically in a U.S. forward operating base in the Middle East. This is resource extraction for our colonial master because they run the government. So you read a statement like this. I saw Harrison.
And, you know, honestly, dude, like me and Nick and maybe a couple other people are the only ones that fucking say this shit. Every other right-wing political commentator is too fucking pussy to admit that Israel runs this fucking country because they're terrified of being called the fucking anti-Semite. I'll tell you this, bro. We gotta fucking do something. This is starting to get ridiculous now. Not enough people call this shit out at all. It's fucking ridiculous now.
Thing that a governmental official could say. What are you talking about? What?
I don't hear Bongino talking about this. I don't hear Crowder talk about this. I don't hear no one from PragerU, no one from Daily Wire. Nobody talks about this shit. The only people that go into detail about this bullshit and this weird-ass fucking relationship we have with Israel are me and Nick. And shout out to Nick and the Groypers, man. Guys, show them some love. Open up a tab. I can drop the link for you guys so you guys go over there and give it a like or whatever. Open up a tab. Let's get them to 50,000 watching live because more people need to see this shit. But, bro, this is so fucking frustrating, man. It is so fucking frustrating. No one talks about this shit. Israel runs this country. People need to wake up. Oh, no, we run Israel. No, we don't. We don't get any benefit from these dickheads at all. Zero strategic value, but they get everything from us. And now they destroyed our diplomacy. We're going to end up going to war more than likely to save their dumbasses from their bad decisions. Iran's going to retaliate hard, guys. They are going to retaliate hard.
Determination that we're bombing Iran and you're going to eat it. You're going to deal with it. That's what happened today. And they know that we're going to be on the hook to fight on their side.
Yep, they absolutely know that. That's why they did this brazen attack. They know we're going to back them up. They know it, dude. They fucking know it. This thing freeze?
Obviously, it's a rapidly evolving situation. That's why I keep switching back and forth.
Iran just declared war?
Let's take a look. Israel's bracing for a large-scale missile.
All right, let's go back to the Twitter space, guys. Shout out to my guy, Nick, man. Let's go back in here, see what they're talking about.
The assassinating, they're attacking nuclear facilities, they're basically trying to decapitate Iran. And if these attacks are going for weeks, like Netanyahu said, their goal is to literally disable Iran inside out.
Yo, Sulaiman, can you hear me?
Also, the State Department has issued a new warning as well for all.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. No, I just want to come in real quick. I've been like, all over the place looking at stuff. Right now, man, I just made a tweet. Basically, Israel's already conducted 240 plus airstrikes to include precise strikes, assassinated commanders. They killed a nuclear scientist, and obviously they're blowing up a bunch of strategic places. Look, man, I think at this point, anyone that says the U.S. isn't involved, I think it's kind of crazy because Israel is going for the jugular here. They would not be taking, this isn't just a little missile strike here and there. No, man, they are absolutely doing precise strikes. They're attacking apartment buildings and knocking it down by floor. They're using very sophisticated, precise weaponry. They're assassinating these guys directly. They're killing nuclear scientists like they've always done. Typically, it's always been done by the Mossad, but now they're overtly killing these nuclear scientists. They're attacking Iran so severely to ensure that Iran hits them with sophisticated weapons back. And, to say that the U.S. isn't involved or doesn't know or wasn't going to get involved, I think that's just like, just fairly delusional. No one would believe that, man. So we'll see what happens, man. But it's kind of crazy that they're doing this now when we literally had a meeting with these guys this weekend. We're supposed to meet them in either, I think, Oslo or in Oman to kind of have another round of talks. But the fact that Israel's jumped the gun and just said, fuck it, we're going to go ahead and just attack these guys and bomb them in a way where there's going to be nothing left and force their hand to attack us significantly. There's no coming back from this, man. They've killed a bunch of commanders already. I know, Sulaiman, you posted a couple of the guys that got killed. I just saw they killed a scientist here a second ago. So, yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, Iran has launched missiles, right? Back already?
Though that was reported, but I don't think that was right.
No, so that was actually air defense. It was a misreport. It was actually air defense missiles.
Okay, interceptor missiles. Okay. Shit, man. This is crazy, bro. This is absolutely crazy. I just don't see any way where I know Simon said that he thinks there's going to be a measured response. I don't know, Simon. I think we passed that. If he's still in here, I think we've passed the measured response thing.
What you said, Myron, before, he said that.
I can't hear you, man. You're coming in choppy. Is it just me or is it him?
Nathan, you need to sort your mic out. I'll drop you while you're sorting your mic out.
Yeah. So yeah, I know. Because here's the thing: Iran has typically been pretty measured when it comes to responding to Israel. For those that don't remember, Sulaiman, I know me and you covered this extensively last year. Between killing Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran, attacking the embassy, doing all the shit that they've been doing. All last year, they were trying to antagonize Iran under the Biden administration. And, Iran, when they would respond, it was always measured. It was always to a point where it'd be like, hey, look, we can touch you. We're going to shoot a couple missiles into your country, let you know that we can absolutely get past your Iron Dome. We're not going to kill anybody. I think they killed less than 10 people with their strikes. But I think the purpose of those strikes was to kind of show that they can touch Israel. And they were always measured, right, for obvious reasons. But I think now at this point, man, I think them trying to do a measured response isn't going to work. I think they're going to probably just have to, actually unleash the big guns and start shooting the real stuff here. So I don't know, Simon. I think as the minutes pass and I see how much more and more aggressive Israel is with their bombing campaign, the chances of a measured response from Iran, I just don't see it as feasible, man. They're going to have to actually hit them back hard. I don't know if Simon's here.
News before Simon answers that, Israel has started another round of attacks on Iran. So this is like the fourth round on Iran that's happening right now.
This is like wild, one of the most wildest days, wildest spaces ever here.
Yeah, this is equivalent to March of this, guys. This is equivalent to like March of 2003. Like this is like when we invaded Iraq. I would put it up there with that level of significance. What's going on right now? I don't think people understand that this is going to trigger a larger conflict all across the Middle East, and Iran understands the consequences. They watched the rest of the Middle East fall. They watched Bashar al-Assad get run out of Syria. They watched Hezbollah get destabilized. They watched Egypt get cucked and Jordan, and end up making allies with Israel so they could get paid by the United States. They watched the civil war in Sudan. Israel is systematically either economically through civil war or through, some type of agreement, whether it be the Abraham Accords or whatever, has destabilized or cucked every single Muslim majority country around them to beat them into compliance. And Iran is the last nation standing that opposes their hegemony in the Middle East. And I think at this point, it's literally a do or die situation. They are the last domino left. So I don't see another option here where they're not going to retaliate to an extreme fashion on Israel. And the fact that Netanyahu did a speech in English when he normally doesn't, anyone that watches Netanyahu knows that he does not do, especially when he does press conferences in Israel, he rarely does them in English. So the fact that he did in English tells me that the U.S. has some level of involvement in this. You mentioned that Trump is a leader in this situation. So, we at least know what's going on. Maybe we didn't agree with it. Maybe we didn't like it. But, the United States was absolutely aware of what was happening. This is why he pulled all the troops out of that region. He knew that, they would attack military bases after, So we'll see what happens here. But this is. I don't think we can go back at this point.
I think Iran has to have a significant and powerful response. If not, they're going to be extremely weak. There is the tweet, according to Iranian news, there is a large number of civilian casualties. They said, quote, the number of civilian casualties in Tehran is incredibly high. So unfortunately, a lot of civilians who've been attacked and killed. Simon, jump in. I think Myron had some questions.
Sulaiman, I'm going to leave and come back because my thing is choppy. I'm just going to refresh my page. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got you right now. It's coming in staticky, so I got you on ninjas right now.
The official who says that according to Israeli assessments.
Yeah, bro, they killed everybody, bro. This shit is crazy, man. This shit is absolutely fucking crazy, chat. Holy.
What happens with the strength of the retaliation, how long the retaliation takes, what the implication of the retaliation. Obviously, the previous two retaliations didn't lead to any deaths or civilian casualties. They were measured and they were demonstrations. I guess if everyone's right and Myron's right, you'd expect them to fully demonstrate what they've got, which would lead to serious damage within Israel. And then I don't see, if that happens, I don't see any other option other than America having to be involved. But my assessment is still that I think we'll see a similar type of retaliation as in the previous two, but let's see what happens.
If they declare war, then it's going to be totally different between the first and second.
Just try and bring Myron up. I've added him and then I sent him the co-host. I don't know what's happened, so hopefully he can.
I don't see him in the space yet.
Yeah, there's something wrong. There's a lot of people dropping us.
Let me try again.
The space do jump back in. I think there is a intentional targeted attack of
so
the space.
What do you guys expect?
Holy shit, man. What the fuck? He's trying to. You try joining this again, chat.
So, guys, if the U.S., I'm not sure what the legal doctrine is that.
All right, cool. We back.
There's a code that I actually looked it up the other day, and I'll find it for you again, Ivy. That makes us have to defend Israel as our ally. So technically, because they're putting Iran in a position where they have to retaliate in an aggressive manner, so now we can say, oh, we have to defend Israel, and Congress doesn't have to be involved at all. This is already like codified. I'll find it.
If Iran retaliates, they don't need to attack American bases first, because they can go with the idea that, okay, the Americans didn't get involved. But are they going to get involved with the air defense systems to stop Iranian missiles? And if they do, then America's complicit, and American military targets within the region are going to be in play.
Hey guys, do me a solid, bro. Open up a tab on Rumble or Kick. We got not 10,000 in here? We got almost 10,000 y'all in here, man. So let's go, baby. Open up a tab, man, on Kick for me or Rumble, guys. I'm gonna on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, we got almost 5,000 you guys in here. I just dropped the link right there for Kick, and I'll drop one on Rumble as well. Whichever one you prefer to support me at. We'll probably play some Marvel Rivals after this. Holy shit, it's already 10:30 p.m. I gave you guys the Rumble and the thing. I'll go back to Nick, guys. Let me see what's going on here.
I think they'll retaliate. I don't think there's any
deal on the table. As a matter of fact, they blew
Iranian
up the deal on purpose.
through the Red Sea into the Indian Ocean,
they
flows through the Suez Canal, which Nasser takes over from the British. The British, the French, and the Israelis conspire to invade Egypt, and the pretext is that
I think he's talking about the Suez Canal crisis, which is what I was telling you guys about before. Alboy says, breaking, Iran to declare all-out war against Israel. Bibi's speech after the attack. Kron sent me a link. Thank you so much. Tonic 2072 says, Myron, been thinking about getting a firearm. I'm 24 years old. What do you think is a good affordable choice in California, by the way? Get a Glock. Just get a Glock 26. You'll be fine.
Eisenhower comes in on the side of Egypt.
Yeah, so he's covering guys. The Suez Canal crisis is what led Israel to wanting to get the nuclear bomb. By the way, so this is good. This is good history here that Nick's going over.
On the West Bank, or pardon me, on the East Bank of the Sinai, they take over and they invade the Sinai Peninsula. Syria invades the Golan Heights from the north. Israel's caught completely off guard. They summon their reservists, but it's too little, too late. They're suffering massive casualties. There's intense fighting. And they demand that the United States send a giant airlift of supplies to fend off Egypt and Syria. Eventually, they're successful. They fight through to a stalemate.
He's talking about the Yom Kippur War, I think.
We conquer all the territory.
But they did this during the Suez Canal crisis too, by the way.
Few weeks. Then there's a breakthrough. After the intelligence failure of 73, there's a big commission to analyze how...
Yeah, Yom Kippur War, where fucking Golda Meir fucking threatened Nixon.
Israel comes to power, called the Likud Party, which is currently in power today. They take over and they realize that the only way that Israel can be safe is if none of their neighbors exist. This is the most important point to understand here. Israel determines that the answer to the original question, how does Israel get along in the Middle East? They have to destroy every country that has ever been at war with them. Every country that ever supported the Palestinians or any of Israel's adversaries must be destroyed. That's not even covered in this map. That's Libya, Algeria, Sudan, Somalia, which are not on this map. But that's also Egypt, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Oman, the Gulf states, all of them. They're all a problem. They all have to go. In 1979, Israel signs an agreement with Egypt, a peace agreement. Egypt gets the Sinai Peninsula back, and Egypt recognizes Israel's sovereignty. But in 78, and then later in the 1980s, Israel invades Lebanon. They try to foment a civil war, and they try to split apart the Lebanese state into 4 or 5 different smaller states along ethnic lines. In 1981, Iraq tries to develop a nuclear bomb.
Piss off their own citizens and their proxies by waiting like that, I think.
No, I think it's because the reason it was a weak response.
Of Israel, and they start receiving a ton of U.S. military aid. The situation in 1994 is that Egypt and Jordan have been pacified. Their big adversaries that remain, the most powerful ones, are Iraq, Syria, and Iran. 2003, the United States invades Iraq. 2011, there's a civil war in Syria fueled by Israel, Turkey, and the United States. Eventually, Bashar al-Assad is ousted, becomes favorable towards Israel. That was in December. The last remaining country that's left is Iran. Every other country has been split apart or pacified. Libya is in a civil war. Sudan is in...
Imity says, where's the fear when you need him? Social Observer said, Iran just declared war on the United States and Israel. I'm hearing jets around here. What? Justin, judge pulled over in favor of California governor returning control of the National Guard. Okay. All right. Thanks for your Myron. For the OSS sub, they served and I will be of good service. Social Observer, thoughts on Alex Soros and his demon wife, Uma, getting married on June 14th, Trump's birthday? It's obviously a ritual. People are weird, Bo. Whatever.
In a civil war. Somalia's in a civil war. Egypt, Jordan.
What the hell are you guys talking about, Sneeko, bro? Stop lying. What the fuck are you guys talking about with Sneeko, dude? What are you guys talking about with Sneeko, dude? If you're fucking trolling, you're gonna be banned for life. You guys that are saying that fucking something happened to Sneeko. If you guys are trolling, I'm gonna warn you right now. if you guys are trolling about him dying, I'm going to ban you for fucking life. All right, I'll check love speech.
Have a nuclear weapon.
Before I check it, if you're lying, bro, you niggas are cooked.
And yet they were invaded and destroyed. Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. Arguably, they're pursuing one. They're being destroyed now. When you filter all this out, nuclear weapons are not the common denominator. Whether you have them, whether you're pursuing them, or whether you don't have them and aren't pursuing them at all. You are in the crosshairs of Israel and the United States. From Libya, Algeria, Sudan, Somalia, Iran, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Yemen. All these countries that have been visited by death and destruction. Nuclear weapons are not the common denominator. The common denominator is that in 48, 56, 67, 73, and in the various Israel-Palestine conflicts, they supported Israel's enemies or were Israel's enemies. That's the common denominator. They did not recognize Israel. They supported the Palestinian insurgency, or they went to war with Israel.
He's not dead, retards. What the fuck, man?
Destroyed, overthrown, pacified, and bribed with foreign aid by the United States, or has been destabilized with civil wars and special operations and regime change. The question is, how does Israel get along in the Middle East? The answer is they have to destroy every country that opposes them. That is what is happening in Iran.
That's because nobody wants them there.
Weapons are deeply related to that question. Because if these various countries recognize that Israel and the United States is going door to door and destroying every one of them, how do they defend themselves? How do they prevent themselves from meeting the same fate as Egypt and Syria, as Libya and Algeria, as Sudan and Somalia? They have to get a nuclear bomb. How do they protect themselves from the United States and Israel, who are going door to door, starting in 1967, really? How do you protect yourself? You get a nuclear deterrent. This is what Iran is doing. Iran, in the 1990s, is exploring a nuclear weapon. By 2003, they abandoned a nuclear weapons program, but they maintain a civilian nuclear program which has the capability of producing material that might be used in a nuclear bomb. They're on the precipice of a nuclear bomb as a warning. If they get one, the United States will go to war with them. If they don't have anything, the United States and Israel will destroy them. So they're hanging out and straddling the middle so that if they get attacked, they could develop one to defend themselves.
Because that's the only way you're going to keep Israel off your back is by having a nuclear bomb. This is what keeps North Korea safe, by the way, chat. You guys want to know why we haven't fucked with North Korea? Because they got nuclear weapons.
It's key to understand this, to understand the distinction between Israel and the United States foreign policy. What Israel desires, therefore, fundamentally is regime change.
Yes, 100%.
Okay? What Israel desires in Iran is regime change. They do not desire the denuclearization of Iran. They desire regime change. They do not want an unfriendly government in Iran. They need a government in Iran that will play nice with Israel. They need a puppet regime installed. That,
like the Shah.
Oh, they don't care whether Iran has nukes or not. They want Iran to have a new government. Nukes stand in the way.
Yeah, I reported earlier on AB. AB is cooked. I told y'all niggas, I made a video on this weeks ago and I said that they were going to cook AB, man. I told you guys he's a fucking retard.
Welcome.
Shout out to Arc Lightning with the 50 fucking gifted subs, baby. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you greatly. Also, guys, do me a favor. Open up a tab. Watch on Kick. Okay, guys, watch on Kick and watch on Rumble. If you're watching on YouTube, that's fine. I know you niggas don't want to leave YouTube. I don't want to force you guys to leave YouTube. Just do me a favor and watch on Kick or on Rumble. Your choice.
We don't want Iran to have one. We don't want North Korea to have one. We don't want South Africa to have one. We don't want Libya to have one. We don't want any country to have nuclear weapons, ideally. And so we since 1945 have sought to stop the spread, the proliferation of nuclear weapons. But do you see the subtle distinction? Trump wants to make a deal with Iran because he doesn't want a regime change war. He doesn't want a destabilizing regime change war that is going to draw us in and all the
And you know why else? Because regime change leads to what? A power vacuum. Power vacuum needs to what? Oh, terrorists taking over. That's exactly what happened in Iraq. That's exactly what happened in Iraq, chat. We learned early on that regime change is not good.
The United States cannot allow. This is the three-way battle between the U.S., Iran, and Israel. Israel has been driving all of the conflicts for 50 years for this reason. And it was always a different reason. In Iraq in 2003, they said they had nuclear bombs. They didn't. In Libya in 2011, they said they're not a democracy, so NATO intervened. In Syria during the Arab Spring, shortly after in 2011, they said Bashar al-Assad.
Wow, it's freezing every now and then. Let me refresh it.
They wanted to. Now we're being dragged into the fight. But fundamentally, this is not about nukes. This is not about proliferation. This is about clearing the way so that Israel has no competitors. Because if you take a look at the map, Egypt is a pawn of the United States. So is Saudi Arabia. So is the Emirates. So is Bahrain. Iraq is occupied by the United States. Syria is occupied by the United States and now a friendly government.
Yeah, Jelani.
Jordan is a close ally of Israel. It's an extension of Israel. Turkey is a NATO country.
We pay them a lot of money to be nice.
Under the United States. All that's left is Iran.
Yeah.
Once Iran is out of the picture, Israel dominates the whole region. Israel becomes the only nuclear power in the region. They control the U.S. government. They have immense influence in Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar. They control Syria and Jordan by proxy effectively, and Iraq. With Iran out of the picture, they not only control the Middle East, they control the Suez Canal, the Red Sea, but also the Persian Gulf. All the oil, all the natural gas, all the commerce, all the shipping that goes through the Red Sea, all the shipping and oil that comes from the Persian Gulf, all of the overland trade routes, the rail, the highways, communications infrastructure, the ports situated in this area that go from Asia to Europe, from Africa into Europe and Asia. It's all going to go through a region dominated by Israel. That's the big picture. So the United States has spent trillions of dollars. Thousands have died. We have ruined this region. Refugees have poured into Europe.
Millions have died. Millions.
They will carry out terrorist attacks in our lifetimes because of this. 9/11, all of this has happened. Our domestic situation has worsened.
Every terrorist attack that's happened in the United States from radical Muslims is because of our support of Israel, chat. Take the red pill. If you read any of the stuff that Osama bin Laden wrote, or any of these guys, 9 out of 10 times, one of the chief reasons they fucking attack us is because of our support of Israel, and Israel doing all the bullshit they do in the fucking Middle East. There is no benefit to supporting this genocidal apartheid ethno-state named Israel.
Our country's gone bankrupt. Our military has been drawn into this. We can't focus on our real competitor, which is China, so that we could basically level the region and pave the way for an Israeli empire in the Middle East. That is the big picture here. That's the grand strategic revolution that has occurred, starting with the Likud takeover in the late 1970s. And by the way, I'm not making this up. This is all written. It was all written in Odin.
The same Likud party that killed Yitzhak Rabin, a prime minister. They will stop it at nothing, guys. They will kill each other for this shit.
A mosaic of statelets. They wanted to disintegrate all of the big Muslim countries, all of the big Arab countries, all the Middle Eastern countries. A big country, and let's just think simply in terms of geoeconomics, a big country with a big population and a big territory can command a lot of resources. It can make a big army, big cities, big schools and universities with big talent pools. Big countries can field big militaries. They can have big armies with lots of soldiers. They can have large air forces with big defense industries. They can have advanced scientists that make nuclear weapons. Small countries can't.
Utmost Supreme, yo, it's really it's really pathetic how low IQ some people in the chat are while we're literally going through World War III. They're so fucking dumb trolling. Yeah, I know. Shit's retarded, bro. You know it is.
Small countries with small populations.
Oh, shit. Someone said that they're barricading the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. I'm not surprised they're barricading the Israeli embassy in D.C., bro.
With small economies cannot
not surprised
do these things. So what Israel decided to do, this is their plan in the late 70s, is we must disintegrate all the big countries into small countries. That way they can't oppose us. And that's effectively what they've done. Iraq cannot do these things. So what...
Hold on one sec.
To try to relay this, especially with all the lives they've stated since 10/7.
Israel is right, bro. This guy's such a
babies
cuck.
Hanging off a wire, babies in the oven, fake rapes, etc. So it's a a monumental task to pull off, but I wouldn't put it past them to try to do anything they can to lure America in. And Trump's absolutely aware of what's going on. They actually, I understand that some of the missiles were actually launched from an airbase, from Iraq, essentially, from part of the positions I guess Israel's actually in addition to submarines, which are I guess a lot harder to monitor. But it went through airspace that America controls, so there's absolutely no way Israel didn't coordinate with America in advance to let them know they were launching missiles from that site within Iraq. So Iraq is right next door to Iran, for those who aren't aware. Just want to highlight that. I'll let you know what else I find out. Sulaiman, if you can check your DMs, I sent you something.
Yeah, sure. Just some more breaking news. The tweet in the nest. Speaker Johnson made a statement. He said Israel is right and has a right to defend itself. That is from Speaker Johnson, the tweet in the nest.
These politicians are such morons.
Yeah, I responded to him. Said he's a retard because he is a retard for that. Because, and this just goes to show, like, it's
They're
really
bought
frustrating.
off.
What was that?
They're bought off. They're not retards. They're bought off.
Well, here's
retards
yes.
too.
Well, that makes them a retard because they don't understand that for them to be proper politicians and run the country in the sense of what's best for the American public, they can't be bought off. And this guy Johnson saying this shit, I just responded to him saying like, bro, yeah, Israel has the right to defend itself when Israel just literally attacked them while we're having fucking negotiations like this. So the thing that's the most annoying about this is we were literally in the middle of negotiations. We had a planned meeting with these fucking guys this weekend. These dickheads decided to just completely destroy the diplomacy and attack. And not only attack, but attack in a manner where diplomacy is completely destroyed. They've severed Trump's ability to have any type of wiggle room for negotiation. And now we're going to have to be in a permanent wartime type posture with them. At bare minimum, we are going to have to at least help assist Israel in defending itself. Maybe we might not attack right now, but at bare minimum, now we're on the hook for at least defending these idiots. Because as usual, what does Israel do? They bite off more than they can chew, and then they come running to us so that we can go ahead and help them. And it's amazing to me how we get no strategic benefit from these motherfuckers. They come in, they're parasites, they commit war crimes in our fucking name, and do a whole bunch of shit. And the other thing, too, that I think is very important, that I find very interesting, because the main reason why they're attacking Iran is two main reasons. They want a regime change, then the nuclear weapons. Well, here's the thing. According to international law, they are 100% within their right to have a civilian nuclear program. Like, who the fuck are we and Israel to tell them, oh, yeah, you guys can't have a civilian nuclear program? Like, no, you guys just can't. Like, no. I mean, it's ironic because Israel has an illegal nuclear fucking program. If we're going to go ahead and go down this topic, like, Israel to this day will not publicly acknowledge that they have nuclear weapons because Jimmy Carter signed a law back in the fucking 70s that anyone that procures nuclear weapons in a way that's not aligned with, IAEA can no longer get aid. And that is why to this fucking day, they will not acknowledge their nuclear program, but we all know that they have it. So I find it's comical to me how they will sit there and try to police Iran and their civilian nuclear program, which is actually far more out in the light and actually legal, versus Israel's illegal weapons nuclear program that they have to this day, and they stole it from us. To add insult to injury, that nuclear program came off of the blood of John F. fucking Kennedy. So, and the thing that pisses me off is that not enough Americans understand this or know this. They don't know this shit. If people knew the dark history of Israel and what they've done, when it comes to the United States, what they've done to other people, the war crimes they've committed, etc., there is no fucking way people would support Israel. People are waking up, right? We're doing a good job here on Twitter. We're doing a good job on platforms like Rumble and shit like that, getting the information out. More people are waking up, but it's still not enough, man, unfortunately, because the fact that we have all these stupid-ass politicians I've been seeing on my timeline, God, pray for Israel, God, pray for Israel. Motherfucker, they attacked them first. What the fuck are you talking about, pray for Israel? They're the antagonizers in this situation. They were literally in the middle of a nuclear deal with us. We were doing negotiations trying to come to a middle ground, and these fucking dickheads went ahead and attacked them. This is what I mean when I say Israelis, Jews, whatever the fuck it is, they fucking cry as they strike you. It's ridiculous. They've always had this fucking victim narrative. They've always been crying and complaining and saying how, oh my God, we must defend ourselves, never again, blah, blah, blah. They're the ones committing a fucking genocide right now. Several experts, world-renowned, that study genocide, almost all of them have concluded what Israel's doing right now is a fucking genocide. And we're watching it live in 4K, right? But a lot of Americans don't know this again. Why? Because 6 out of the 6 news companies that are running the United States are owned by Zionist Jews. So they're not showing the kids getting blown up. They're not showing the kids with their limbs torn off. You only see it on Twitter. So, I think, it's just, we just got to get this information out there, really. The only thing we can do is just get our voices out there and like wake people up to the evilness that is the Israeli state. And, hopefully in 2, 3, maybe 4 election cycles, people will wake up and we can finally get this fucking monkey off our back, which is the Zionist lobby and Israeli control of this country. It's absolutely starting to get ridiculous right now. I mean, the fact that they went ahead and conducted this attack while we are in the middle of nuclear negotiations goes to prove what I've been saying forever. This is the United States of Israel. They run this fucking country. Anyone that sits here and says that Trump runs the Jews is doesn't understand anything, because they do what they want. And honestly, we can't even stop them. We just got to go ahead and just deal with their bullshit. They're like a spoiled ass fucking kid that gets into fights in the schoolyard, and we have to go ahead and support them and keep them from hurting themselves. They always bite off more than they can chew because they know that we're going to fucking support them, because we got a bunch of fucking tentacle parasitic motherfuckers here that carry an Israeli passport as well as an American passport. It will do anything for their fucking nation state that shouldn't even fucking be there. It's an illegal country. Ridiculous, man. Absolutely ridiculous. And this war that we're seeing right now is the fruition of damn near 100 years of bullshit with these foreigners fucking up our situation. Absolutely crazy, man. Anyway.
Great point.
Extremely on point there, Myron. There is a tweet on the Nest. Security fencing and police presence has increased outside the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. So the security fencing and police presence has increased outside the Israeli embassy, in Washington, D.C. So there is concerns that there will be protests and maybe some kind of attack against the
I'll tell you this, Sulaiman.
embassy.
Americans are too stupid to understand what the hell's going off right now. They're more concerned with fucking Mexicans getting grabbed up and illegal aliens that are not supposed to be here than what's going on right now. They're more concerned with fucking protesting about ICE than us potentially getting into a war with potential nuclear powers. Because remember, Iran has allies, right? They're lined up with North Korea to a degree, Russia, etc. So, yeah, they're too busy fucking protesting ICE, right? And how much they hate Trump to actually understand what the fuck is going on. And it's almost like it's a perfect distraction, right? Where Israel's like, you know what? They're really concerned with these fucking protests. Let's go ahead and hit Iran now. It's not, people are going to forget about it or not care, because most Americans are not aware of it or care about foreign policy, because they don't understand the ramifications. I'll give you guys an example, right? So the biggest political commentators in America, right? You look at Matt Walsh, you look at Steven Crowder, you look at Bongino, you look at anyone from PragerU, Daily Wire, all these guys. Almost none of them, except for Ben Shapiro, and even Ben Shapiro stayed away from foreign policy until October 7th. All of the biggest political commentators in America, on the right especially, almost always stay away from foreign policy. And if they do talk about foreign policy, it's bullshit like, low-hanging fruit. Ukraine, Russia. Oh, we need to stop giving money to Ukraine. But once we get into Israel, once we get into the Middle East, they stay away from that shit, bro. This is why guys like Matt Walsh, they'll just say, oh, I only care about America, instead of actually addressing what they don't care about. He wouldn't say, Michael Knowles, all these guys. So the fact that a lot of these political commentators are more concerned with what is a woman, or how many genders there are, or trainees reading books to kids, they almost never really talk about foreign policy. And the reason why they don't talk about foreign policy is because we know what the elephant in the room is, and we know who runs shit. And you have to have a very uncomfortable conversation about Israel if you actually want to attack this problem. But conservative media is run by Jews. Let's just call it what it is. They run it. So therefore, if you want a career in conservative media, you must not go ahead and point out the elephant in the room. This is why they blackballed Nick Fuentes. This is why they fucking demonetized me. Like, every big right-wing creator shills for fucking Israel. It's fucking embarrassing. At least on the left, right? They will criticize Israel. Like, I'll give them that. Like, they will criticize Israel because of the humanitarian fucking atrocities going on over there in Israel. But it's just crazy to me how people are more concerned with, like, you know, ICE protests and dumb shit like trainees reading books to kids versus something that literally is very bad because, right, like, the president and the Secretary of State, right, control foreign policy. You can't, like, outsource that, right? Like, if inflation sucks, you know, if you know, there's cultural stuff, whatever, like, you could kind of insulate yourself from the bullshit, right? If you see a rise in teachers, you know, teaching a bunch of bullshit in school and you don't want your kid to be indoctrinated, you can put them in a private school. If you see that the crime is on the rise from black people, you can always move to a better place. If inflation happens, you can work more hours and make more money. You can kind of deal with problems. But if we're in the middle of a world conflict, there's not really much you can do there. Like, that's just going to affect you, and you have no power over it. So it's amazing to me how more people don't pay attention to that when actually it can affect them significantly. We're talking about your fucking gas bill going up 5x. We're talking about your cost of food going up. A lot of people don't know this. Iran is the breadbasket of the Middle East. Okay, they provide a significant amount of food for Saudi Arabia, for all these different countries, because they're out in the middle of nowhere in a fucking desert. Iran has a vast farming industry. So, you know, and when food prices go up in one region, that means it's going to go up in other regions because there's you end up getting like a constriction in one area, and obviously everyone wants to make money. So what are they going to do? They're going to raise the prices of their groceries. This is what happened with the Russia-Ukraine war as well. Food prices in the United States went up after Russia invaded Ukraine. So I don't think people understand that conflict absolutely, regardless of where it is in the world, affects you because we now live in a globalized world where world trade is a thing. So if one country is feeling it, that is going to get passed on to other people. And people just don't focus on foreign policy enough, man. It amazes me how stupid Americans are. Most Americans don't even have a fucking passport, if I'm being honest. Retards.
I think you made great
some
points.
breaking,
There's
just
go
some
ahead,
breaking
sorry.
news. A couple of breaking newses. The first one is the tweets in the nest. Another explosion at Natanz nuclear facility. So again, they're attacking Natanz nuclear facility. This is like the third or fourth attempt at it. Furthermore, earlier, it was that Israel has implemented a full blockade on the entirety of the West Bank. All roads to and from the Palestinian towns and cities have been closed off. So that's that news. There's another piece of news that I'm tweeting out now, which is that what was it again? That Israel has begun their next wave of strikes on Iran. It's light in Iran now, so you can see these strikes happening. The significant bombing of Iran happening as well. Let me just quickly put that in the nest. But yeah, renewed airstrikes
6:30 a.m.
in the city of Tehran right now. So yeah, it's just major escalation. Avi, we're gonna say something. If not, I'll go to Simon.
Yeah, it's 6:30 a.m. in Iran, so just so everyone knows the time there. Myron made some really good points, and I think Israel is miscalculating because when the gas prices went up during the Iraq War, everyone was afraid and stayed silent, kind of, right? But when it's going up because Israel's afraid, Americans are not really going to stand for that. But the thing I really want to drive home is this left versus right language really needs to stop. Like, Myron, when people come on your show, the women come on your show, they use language that's like trying to label you or shame you, right? And that's for a reason. They're really good at communicating, actually, and it usually works, but it doesn't work on someone like you. So, but when people try to make you afraid of being called a leftist or being called on the right winger, hard right, whatever, that just silences it and keeps people divided and distracted. And it allows Congress, who has a 9% approval rating, to continue to not care about the interests of the American people. I mean, the election cycles, they're every 2 years. You have to remember that. And they're spending up to 66% of their time calling donors, trying to raise funds for their re-election campaign. That's how they don't even have the mental capacity or time to be thinking about anything else besides staying in power, which requires them to kiss the donors' ass. And 3 or 4 election cycles is not going to do it. That's just the reality. You know, we
Just some more
borderline need a
just some more
constitutional amendment.
Just some more breaking news. I'm gonna put it in the nest, but basically, if you look at the Iraqi-Iranian border on the Iranian side of Mehran, it has been significantly bombed and devastated. That's happening right now, so that is being bombed. Let's go to. I want to go to Brother Omar, but yeah, and then I'll go ahead, Brother Omar. Then I'll ask Dr. Rosa about. Actually, let me go to Dr. Rosa first. Dr. Roshank. What the Iraqi-Iranian border on the Iranian side of Mehran? If you can explain to the audience why that would be obliterated in the way it has been.
There are a couple of places along the Iraqi-Iranian border that have been hit. There are reports of that. I was going to share that with you, but I also want to tell you quickly that reports are out that
war with Lebanon. Well, in 2003, they overthrew Saddam Hussein. In 2000, if you hit a nuclear facility, it's going to scatter nuclear particles and give everybody cancer and kill everybody. We'll look at some of the video here. That's in Tehran. This doesn't even look real. Is that even real?
Just gonna have a rogue army in their country? What do you mean?
Why do you think they're not stopping? Why do you think they were meant to be prepared for this attack? Why do you think they're not stopping this attack?
But that's just setting them up to have a coup. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
If the army's against the leadership, they do a coup.
That's not how war works.
But well, no. I mean, if this was being done on Israel, Israel would be stopping it. Israel would be would stop the attacks. These attacks are happening and they're expanding.
Did they stop True Promise too?
Well, they coordinated the one that was allowed to get through, but they still
Simon, Iran doesn't have 5 countries blowing up missiles from the air to help them like Israel had. They don't have America behind them. What are you talking about, bro?
All right. Well, I think these escalations are being allowed to happen. I think we're witnessing the separation between the Iran state
allowed
and the
to happen by America. America's allowing it to happen,
No,
not
he's
Iran.
he's trying to say Iran's allowed it.
I'm saying that the Iran
Let me just
state
give
is
you the breaking
separating
news
from the IRGC, and more of the IRGC is being eliminated here.
Let me just give you some breaking news, and then if anyone wants to respond to Simon, they can. 5 civilians have been killed and 20 others have been injured in the Namak area east of Tehran as a result of the Israeli attack. So 5 civilians have been killed and 20 others have been injured in the Namak area of Tehran as a result of the Israeli airstrike. If somebody wants to respond to Simon, go ahead, brother. Omar, jump in.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ali. Just before I respond to Simon, I just wanted to say, since 1956 Suez Canal fiasco, there has never been a conflict that Israel engaged in the region and hasn't informed the US about it. So this whole thing that that suddenly it came off as a surprise to the US is BS. Israel would have informed the United States about its impending intentions to attack Israel against Iran. America would have known this all along. And that's why there were all these leaks in the newspapers, because remember Trump administration has 2 factions. One wants to get the deal done, the other one wants to support Israel unconditionally. So the faction that wants the nuclear deal most likely was the one leaking all this information in the press that Israel is going to attack Iran soon, and so on and so forth. The other thing that I wanted to call out is US will claim, or has been claiming, that they're not involved in this Israeli operation and that Israel has unilaterally carried out these attacks. I don't believe that.
By Israel, Jordan, the United States, and I believe Egypt was involved as well. Prior to that, when Iran retaliated against Israel in April of last year, it was the United Kingdom, it was European countries as well. The point is, Israel cannot shoot down 100% of the projectiles launched at it. Israel's going to get hit. Iran has too many missiles in too many places. They can make a ton of them. They're too fast. They're too big. And hundreds of them coming all at the same time. Pause. Hundreds of them on their way to Israel all at the same time. Israel's not going to be able to shoot down 100% of them. So the United States is going to have to shoot down some of the missiles. That's how Israel gets us into the fight. Israel may have launched a unilateral strike. It doesn't matter because Iran will certainly counterattack. And when they do, we will have to defend Israel because they can't defend themselves. Now we're in it. But it gets better because Iran is not just going to attack Israel. Iran is going to launch missiles at Israel and we're going to shoot them down. We're not going to get all of them. Israel's going to get hit, and that's going to justify further attacks and an ongoing war. But Iran is also going to attack American bases. The United States has military bases in the Syrian desert here. We have bases inside of Syrian Kurdistan. We have bases in the southeast of Syria. We have bases inside of Iraq.
And the reason for that, guys, is because we've aligned with the Kurds a lot.
Qatar. We have a base in Kuwait. We have bases in the Emirates. We have bases in Saudi Arabia. Iran will not just counterattack Israel. They'll hit Israel. We'll defend Israel. Iran is also going to attack the United States. American personnel are going to be targeted. And we're not going to be able to shoot down those missiles. We don't have an Iron Dome over our bases in Syria, Iraq, and the Arabian Peninsula. So Americans are going to die because of this. Iran is going to hold us accountable. Whether we participate or not, whether we wanted diplomacy or not, whether we warned Israel or not. Like I said, this is why it's so important to understand all of the facts, everything that's happening. Marco Rubio can go on and make a press release and say, well, they did it by themselves. You saw Iran holds us responsible. And they're right. I'm sure we knew about it. I'm sure we were involved. Even if we weren't, it doesn't matter because we armed Israel. So these are two ways that we're being dragged in. One, because Iran's going to hit Israel and we have to defend Israel. Two, they're going to hold us accountable regardless and they're going to bomb us and we're going to die. Because we don't have an Iron Dome over our naval ships and our bases. We're vulnerable. And when American personnel die, now we have to go on the offensive. Now we have to attack. You see how this works? Israel attacks Iran. Iran blames both of us. Iran attacks us. We die. Now we're in a war with Iran. That's how they draw. Nobody was saying that Trump wanted a war with Iran. We knew he didn't. That's why we say Israel is drawing us in. They're dragging us in. It implies that we are refusing obstinately and they're pulling us into the war. Coercively. So Iran will be targeting American bases all across the region. Let's talk about another aspect of this. Iran also has proxies that are operating in Yemen. They're called the Houthi rebels. The Houthi rebels, the Ansar Allah group, they operate here in Yemen's northwest part of the country by their capital, by their ports. There is a situation where not only does Iran attack in Israel, but the Houthis, Ansar Allah, they do as well. And they attack American bases and they attack Israel. But maybe they also attack Saudi Arabia. Because what is happening in Saudi Arabia's eastern province is all of their oil refinement. All of their oil is refined and processed in their eastern province. You know what else is in Saudi Arabia's eastern province? A lot of Shiite Muslims that are probably loyal to Iran. Same in Bahrain. Bahrain, this tiny island here. is a majority Shiite country. They tried to overthrow the government 10 years ago to install a, whoops, you kind of can't see it here. This tiny island, Bahrain, Shiite majority. They tried to overthrow the government 10 years ago to install a Shiite regime. What happens next is that maybe the Houthis and Iran, what if they attack Saudi Arabia's eastern province? What if they attack Saudi's oil? What if they decide to close the Strait of Hormuz? Oil's already going up in anticipation of what happens next. Oil's going up 10%. It's going to go up even higher. You better go to your gas station now because oil prices, if your gas tank is empty, here's a little helpful piece of advice. Get some gas now. Fill up your car now. Maybe bring a jerry can. Because what happens, in order to put pressure on the United States, what happens next is they're going to target the oil. How do you hurt the United States? Yemen can't attack the United States on its mainland. They can attack Diego Garcia, maybe. Iran, I mean, maybe they'll have special operations in the United States. But the way they're going to make it hurt for the United States is they're going to go after the oil. They might close the Strait of Hormuz so that oil can't leave the Persian Gulf. When Israel attacks Iran's oil facilities, that causes the price of oil to go up. It's supply and demand. If Iran is one of the world's largest oil producers, if Iran's oil production is crippled, supplies goes down, prices go up. Iran will almost certainly retaliate in kind. The Houthis in Iran will do the same. They may attack Saudi Arabia's oil, the Emirates oil, the other oil in the Persian Gulf. It's going to keep happening. They might block the Persian Gulf. Oil prices are going to go through the roof. That's how you apply pressure on the United States. So now we have high interest rates. We have persistent inflation. We're trying to have this soft landing. We have a debt crisis. Now oil prices are going up. Guess what else? We need the fossil fuels more than ever because of artificial intelligence. Electricity prices are already surging because of demand for power from these AI data centers. So we're already getting squeezed with electricity and energy because we need more.
Hey guys, let's get Nick to 50K. Drop his link right now. Guys, open up a tab. Let's get to Nick to 50K right now, niggas. Let's get him to 50K right now. He's 40 away. Let's go. Open up a scrub. Open up a tab. Let's get him 50K right now. Let's go, guys. Let's get him 50K. OSS, we doing it.
Oil refineries on the mainland and the islands.
Let's go, baby. We did it.
So it's not just, think about what's going to happen next. What happens next is Israel gets bombed by Iran. We are involved in the defense of Israel. And once Israel, people die and infrastructure is destroyed.
Hey, man, I just want my friends to win, bro. Let's go, baby. Let's go. No haters over here.
Another step up the escalation ladder. We climb another rung. The United States is involved in the defense. 2, Iran bombs American bases in Iraq, Syria, the Arabian Peninsula. Americans die. American infrastructure is destroyed. Now we're in the war too. Now we're on the ladder of escalation. 3, oil resources are severely constrained because Saudi Arabia is hit, Persian Gulf is hit, Iran's already hit. Oil prices go up, the economy's in trouble. Now we really need to bring an end to this war. What happens after that? Iran does their retaliation with ballistic missiles. Now it is a U.S.-Israeli joint strike on Iran. Iran says, we hold the United States accountable. We're going to hit American bases. If Americans die, now we're in the next strike. That's the next thing to happen. As Israel carries out its weeks of attacks, now the United States is involved too. And guess where this is headed? There's no scenario where Iran surrenders. There's no scenario where they make a deal. This is now a regime change war. Israel conducts hundreds of airstrikes on Iran all across the country, assassinations on their energy, their oil, their nuclear, their radar, their air bases, military bases. Iran must respond. They hit Israel and the United States. Israel and the United States hit back. Iran, if they're capable, is going to retaliate again. We're in a full-blown war. The only way the war ends is in regime change. What Israel always wanted, toppling the government. This is a country of 90 million people. You know how many people that is? America's got 350 million. Russia's got about, 160, 150 million? I think Germany has 80 million people. This is a country with the population the size of Germany that we're now going to topple their government. We are now going to be in the business of destroying their entire navy, destroying all their missile silos, destroying all their nuclear facilities with bunker-busting bombs. They've got 1 million soldiers. How are we going to enforce a new government without some kind of ground invasion? Is that possible? We couldn't.
Yeah, we didn't learn our lesson from Iraq, clearly. And a ground invasion would be very fucking bad. Very bad. Let's see what Hassan, the loser, got to say.
Out by its proxy Israel.
I just watched the news. All right.
Ali Durrani, stay with us if you
Soldiers.
will, as we continue our coverage.
And we're going to just do it with airstrikes? I don't think it's a given that we're going to invade with boots on the ground, but there's a very good chance. And if we're not going to invade with boots on the ground because it's too costly, what's the other option? Remind you of anything else? We're at war with an enemy that'll never surrender. Invading the mainland would be far too costly. It's too many people. What's the obvious? What's the only way we could get them to surrender? Israel attacked their nuclear facilities. Iran is going to attack Israel's nuclear facilities. Iran will never surrender. We can't defeat them with air power alone. We don't want to invade. What's next? This is what happens when you're in World War III. Yeah, nuclear weapons. You really have like two options. We're going to nuke Iran or we're going to invade Iran. What's the other option? After Israel has blown up their entire military command and control where they live, bombed their nuclear facilities, releasing radioactive material into the air, crippling their economy and destroying their oil, they're going to let it go? They're going to make a deal now? The Ayatollah is going to come to the table and trust Israel and the United States. Oh, you just snuck attack us with a preemptive strike. The United States has no control over Israel. Let's make a deal, though, now. Under what conditions would they surrender? Under what conditions would their government collapse? We're not talking about Libya. We're not talking about Somalia. We're not even talking about Iraq. In 2003, when we invaded Iraq, they had a military that was about half the size of Iran's, a population a third the size. They had no missiles. They had no navy. They had no nuclear program. They had no drone industry that was native. They had no fortified missile complexes underground. How exactly do you think this is going to go over the next weeks, over the next few weeks? I think, unfortunately, it's going to be very quick. Maybe. It may not even go the way we think that it will. And by the way, this may threaten to derail everything. I mean, this is sort of an afterthought. I saw this today. You know what's so funny about it? I mean, it's horrifying. But you know what's a little bit funny? I saw Charlie Kirk today on Twitter. He says, we shouldn't go to war with Iran. It would divide MAGA. You don't want to go to war with Iran because it would divide MAGA? What are you talking about? End wokeness and cat turd would be fighting it out in the replies? Oh, God help us. I shouldn't even say that so flippantly. We need God's help now. Charlie Kirk is on Twitter saying, what do you think about the war in Iran? I don't know. I think it'll divide MAGA. Yeah, I think that's the least of our concerns. Oh, heaven forbid, libs of TikTok and cat turd are in a voice chat and they're furious with each other. MAGA's so divided. Vivek and Tulsi Gabbard and Elon and Trump, they just can't agree on anything. Hey, fuckface, I think that's the least of our concerns here. Americans are about to die. Israel's nuclear plant may be bombed with a ballistic missile. You're talking about the MAGA movement might be divided, and they have to talk like this because they can't criticize Israel. And if anything good can come out of this, it is this. It is simply this. Thanks to social media, nobody is misinformed. It's not lost on anybody that we are being dragged into this
deserts, free land. But what they're hitting is absolutely nothing. They're hitting on top of grounds. Iran's capabilities of all these of all their uranium enrichment and abilities are all deep underground. So all they're doing is attacking sand and mountains, which will have no effect. Iran understands this, and what we've got to understand is for the last 45 years.
All right, this guy's Iranian. Let's see what he's got to say.
Iran, after the Iran-Iraq war, Iran has been prepared for this sort of attack. Now, Iran has over 100,000 normal missiles that they can launch, as well as hypersonic 2 missiles, which even United States has failed in recent tests, creating hypersonic missiles, which will go past their American air defense system, which has recently been sent over to Israel. So what we can expect in the next 2 hours is heavy attacks on Israel that will hit the targets. The Iron Dome will have no effect, as Iran will launch many hypersonic missiles, which it has been holding for many years. Now, many of my family members in Iran are higher-ranking Sepah members, which I am constantly getting information from. Again, I'm sitting here absolutely not worried at all. The black flag raised, it just means that Iran has potentially had some martyrs. But should Iran raise a red flag above the masjid in Mashhad, then you can expect a high-ranking death of an official, and that will show that Iran.
Just some more breaking news. Unfortunately, we're getting some images coming out of dead children. So Israel has killed a child in Iran. They killed Palestinian children. Now they're killing Iranian children. That's in the nest. But yeah, unfortunately, those images are coming out now. Do continue, bro.
All right, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go real quick. Mario's having a space right now. He's got 13,000 in there. Let's go in here and cook, boys. They asked me to come in, so I'll come in here for a little bit.
You remember what you saw Benjamin Netanyahu?
I'll come in here for a little bit, give some commentary, and then we'll go back to our boy Sulaiman. So let's see what they're talking about.
Far's new.
Goodness gracious! Woo!
So that is now confirmed by Fars that he has been killed.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that? Like,
it's like if the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff was just killed.
Wow.
Bukhari, right?
Yeah, the guy. Yeah. Bukhari.
Wow.
Yes, actually, if this is
so
confirmed,
massive.
he's number
That's
2.
so massive.
Yes, this is major.
I mean,
This
Darius,
is
how are
real
you
war,
feeling?
yeah.
Like you're just, you can hear explosions where you are. You heard I think it was Hussein talking about this vengeance and Iran not taking this lying down. I'm just curious your sentiment, being Iranian, being in Iran now, hearing the explosions.
Personally, my friend, I'm not a religious guy at all, but I'm not afraid at all either. You know, Hussein is right in some aspects. Iranians are not afraid of war. Iran has very deep experience in war. And to be honest, I study Middle East politics. I'm very sad that my people have died tonight, but personally, I'm feeling okay. But the main thing that makes me upset the most is that Iran and the U.S. Were making progress in the nuclear talks, and the sentiment that is saying that Iran was stalling, that is, let me just be frank at this point, that is all just BS. Saying that Iran was trying to kill time, that does not make sense at all. Iran just wanted sanctions relief from America, and that was going to happen if this, I don't know if to call it crazy, to call it wild, to call it whatever this was just we are in a new era right now. The reason that I can't really speak to you is not that I'm afraid, is that we are in a 9/11 situation in Iran. This will have major consequences in the region, not just for Iran, not just for Israel, for Saudi Arabia, for the UAE, for all of the countries, and most importantly for the United States and the Republicans, because Iran sees this not directly but indirectly from the US. You know, it's hard to imagine that Israel attacks. Israel can't do such kind of things without US assistance, US money, US approval. And I'm not saying that President Trump wanted something like this, but the thing is that we are in a new era. And for people to think that the regime change is a real possibility, I would say that is immature to say, because it is so much more
Amir,
complicated.
actually, if I could jump in, just sorry, just a quick update on the previous breaking news. Tabriz, one of the areas that was specifically struck was the Tabriz. It was a ballistic missile facility or site, probably a base in Tabriz, and the images coming out is a massive explosion. I wouldn't be surprised if they hit, just on the image, I'm speculating here, that what they struck was a storage facility housing ballistic missiles in Tabriz, because it was a ballistic missile site. So that is and it's the images are circulating. It's a massive explosion.
Can we can we talk about how crappy the Iranian Air Force is right now? I mean, I'm just saying.
Vladimir,
yes,
I saw you
fact.
unmute. Vladimir, I saw you unmute earlier. I know you want to talk when we were talking about Israel has essentially decapitated the military leadership of Iran, are able to sort of with impunity strike any target they want. You heard Amir Daryushin and Hussein, both Iranians, say that look, it's sort of a 9/11 for them, and it's this is a historic moment with huge consequences. I'm curious your perspective.
Sorry. I gotta ask Amir this. Vladimir. I gotta ask him. There's reports of now a massive explosion in west of Tehran. Oh, you know what? West of Tehran, Chitgar. Somebody from the area says literally felt the shockwave. Sorry, go ahead, Vladimir.
Well, the attacks are ongoing like everywhere now. Like the Israeli operations are now expanding to other parts of Western Iran. So, but some of the points, like to see it as a 9/11. I mean, 9/11 was something else. I mean, it was an attack on the financial center of the U.S. This is like more a different war, but I mean, it's a matter of discourse. So it's up to them how they frame it. But it's a little bit different because there were like thousands of civilians killed. But I think this is really a shock for Iran that they lost so many IRGC commanders. And I think it's going to be very difficult for Iran to come back with this. And they're going to respond. Definitely, they're going to respond. But I think it's really a big, this is going to be a new Middle East. This is going to be a big setback for Iran. They're going to lose a lot of influence in the region. It's going to also be much more difficult for their proxies in the region to operate. And I don't see how Iran at the moment is going to get back from this. I mean, the comments on regime change, like Israel is not, or the US is not doing a regime change in Iran, I think that's too early to say. But I mean, this is going to make huge shockwaves. I mean, because I remember I'm in neighboring Iraq, actually, in the Kurdistan region, and Iran was very strong before. And now you see all the setbacks for Iran with, after the October attacks. The war in Gaza, you see now the Houthis are also weak. The Hezbollah leadership is gone. Just the Hashishabi, they're still quite strong. Actually, the PMF in Iraq is still quite strong, actually, compared to other Iranian-backed proxies. So we're gonna see what the PMF is gonna do. But this is really this is unimaginable. And actually, there were already some people predicting something like this would happen, that there would be a new Middle East, and that Trump will do something with Iran or using Israel to do something with Iran. So this is really a big shock for people in the region. And also, I don't agree with some of the comments of one of the other speakers that they were saying that the Gulf Arabs, they are sympathizing with Iran because of Palestine. I think the majority of Arabs, or they sympathize with Palestine, but it doesn't mean they sympathize with the Islamic Republic of Iran, also because of religious differences, because the majority of the Sunni Arabs are not a big fan of the Shia Islamic Republic. although they have like links with Sunni Islamist groups like Hamas and others. But I don't think there's a sympathy among Gulf Arabs for Iran so much. And I think actually that's also the current situation is really a big blow to Iran, because Iran was always tried to project power outside of his borders through these proxies, which we also saw with the Hamas attack on Israel. And now it's actually on the defensive. So this is like a big change, because Iran in the last few years in the region, it has been winning through proxies, but now they're on the defensive.
Thanks, Vladimir. Myron, I'll go to you. I mean, we talked about this sort of briefly, but there are some people here from sort of Arab states saying that, generally speaking, the sentiment
if I could just jump in quickly with some more additional breaking news. I'll share right now. The Israeli Air Force has conducted 5 waves of airstrikes across Iran. The Israelis 5 distinct waves of airstrikes, resulting in hundreds of strikes in total. The declared targets from the Israeli Defense Force is operations including Iranian nuclear facilities, military sites, and high-ranking military nuclear officials.
So Myron, we saw sort of in Syria fall recently. That was sort of a big Iranian ally.
Yeah.
Now it seems to be more Western, I guess, Israel aligned. There was supposed to be an alliance between the Arab states and Israel before October 7th, which kind of got put on ice. But it seems like that's coming back. What's your feeling of where history is going here? People from Iran in this space saying this is an unbelievably big historic event for them, watching essentially their military heads get decapitated and Israel able to fly wherever they want and blow up whatever they want. What are you thinking, Myron?
Yeah, I see that we have a lot of people here from all over the world, which is good. So I'll kind of give a perspective from an American sense. The problem here is that, and I think, even regular normie Americans are going to have to pretty much figure this out, that we don't run our foreign policy. We were in the middle of negotiations with Iran. We had a meeting set up this weekend, to go, I think, over the 5th or 6th round of nuclear talks. And, Israel, I think, did this purposely. They did it deliberately. And I think it's because they understand that they're going to attack Iran hard. They're going to kill their nuclear scientists. They've already launched, as of an hour ago, about 240 different airstrikes. They're probably up into 300s now. And that Iran's going to have to retaliate pretty hard. Now, Iran obviously has a very sophisticated ballistic missile program, and they can absolutely bypass the Iron Dome. They proved this last year, and let Israel know that they can touch them. And I think what's going to end up happening here, despite the fact that the White House doesn't want to say that they're culpable or that they weren't involved or they're not getting involved, we are going to have to get involved when it comes to defending Israel, because the reality is that Israel does not have a real capability of defending itself, despite what people try to say. They don't. The Iron Dome has weak points, and Iran can absolutely get through it. So we're going to have to go and move our,
Myron, to what extent do you think Trump is involved in these strikes?
At bare minimum, he knew it was coming. That's why he moved the troops out of the region. At bare minimum, he knew it was coming.
And do you think he, greenlit it? Heart of hearts, your gut?
You know what, man? I think, okay, so for me to properly assess this is what I'll say. Iran and the big discussion when it came to this nuclear talk, because we got to talk about the nuclear talk, so this can make sense what I'm going to say. They pretty much had, the U.S. said, you cannot enrich uranium. You got to completely disband your nuclear program, which is illegal because in international law, you can have a nuclear program for energy purposes. But for the U.S., they said you have to completely disband it. They came to some kind of agreement where maybe they would enrich in Saudi Arabia. They wouldn't enrich on Iranian soil. They'd slowly start to, stop it. But for Iran, they said, no, we're not going to stop enriching because we saw what happened. We saw what happened in Libya with Gaddafi. We saw what happened with Saddam Hussein. Giving up your weapons against the Israelis is suicide. And obviously, I completely understand their rhetoric with that. And then on top of that, Trump ripped up the nuclear deal back in 2018. So they have no incentive to trust us. So I think maybe they kind of had a disagreement with this, with the nuclear program. I think at bare minimum, Trump said, give us more time, and Netanyahu disobeyed him. It's not uncommon for Netanyahu to act rogue. So I think he disobeyed him. And I think something else that's very important for people to know here is that Trump and Netanyahu don't like each other that much, okay? Trump is the type of guy that holds grudges. Back in 2020 or 2021, when Trump lost the election, the first phone call that Netanyahu made was to Joe Biden to congratulate him, and he put it out publicly. Trump felt this was a big betrayal because Trump had done a lot for Israel. Obviously, he's very pro-Zionist. The Jerusalem, the embassy, all the things that he did for Zionists in America, he felt betrayed when Netanyahu did that. And he's never let that go. And obviously we know that Netanyahu doesn't obey and do what he's supposed to do as well. He's a hard-headed. But I think they just simply deal with each other because Trump's donors like the Adelsons are hardcore Zionists and they're close to Netanyahu. So it's a necessary relationship that they have to have. But I don't think either party really likes each other that much. And I think what Netanyahu is doing here is, yo, we're going to attack no matter what. And they kind of know in the back of their mind that we're going to come in and defend them. We might not attack Iran directly, but we're absolutely going to come in to defend them because they can't defend themselves despite the fact that they claim they do.
Hazem, I saw you kind of thumbs downing around Trump's potential involvement here. I'm curious your perspective here. You're I believe Iranian and U.S. Department of State.
Thank you, Mickey. So here's the thing. I'm always shocked at Myron's contradictions. He contradicts himself often. On one side, he says this is coordinated with Trump. On the other side, he says, oh, Bibi is disobeying Trump. Myron, please stop getting your analysis from X. That is not the source.
To be fair to Myron, I think he said
you're
that.
completely.
Give me a second here.
Yeah,
but
first of all,
you're misquoting my position. You're misquoting my position.
Myron, Hazem, I think his point was at minimum Trump knew it was coming.
Yes.
And most likely I think his point was most likely his belief, I think if I'm summarizing, is that Trump was working on a nuclear deal with Iran, and Netanyahu went on.
Let me quickly rephrase, because this guy completely is mischaracterizing my position. What I said was, at bare minimum, Trump knew it was going to happen. That's why he pulled the troops out. Does that mean he agreed with it or wanted it to happen? No, he wanted to go the route of diplomacy. Remember, Trump has an ego. He wants to be the president that stops wars.
Excuse me, that's all speculations. I'll tell you what happened the past few hours.
Hold on, man. Relax. Okay, I'm just going to give you my position so you can appropriately attack it. Okay, because I know that's what you want to do. Clearly, you have an adversarial position here. What I'm simply saying is, Trump knew it, how it was going to happen. He might not have agreed with it because I think he wanted to go the route of diplomacy, but it happened anyway. That's what I'm saying.
Go ahead, Hazem.
Thank you, Myron. So here's what happened in the past few hours. The IDF did notify the U.S. side of an impending strike. Through that notification, the IDF presented a strong case for a strike, including activities Iran has been doing during the past weeks, during the negotiations, not only on enrichment, but also on creating what's called the gun, the uranium gun, which is the device used to activate the uranium core that is the bomb aspect of a nuclear bomb. So Iran was going forward in creating a weapon while they were at the table with the American side. That was sufficient to truly upset the president. At the IAEA statement this morning, that was pretty damning. It was a perfect storm to go and conduct a strike at this point. And it's not a secret that President Trump is sick and tired of the negotiations at this point. Negotiations that through weeks of back and forth have gone nowhere. The U.S. side is very clear, no enrichment. And Iran continues not only to defy that red line, but also to go on public media and make statements and claims that the U.S. is agreeing to an Iranian enrichment program in something that looks like the JCPOA, which is not true. So Iran alienated Trump, and you have to admit, Trump gave Iran a golden opportunity to get itself out of this miserable place the country's in right now. The dollar equals 1 million riyals right now. The inflation is beyond control in Iran. And Iran is unable to defend itself. I mean, Myron would like to tell you that Israel's 3 layers of air defense is ineffective. Well, we saw how effective the Iranian air defense is tonight. That did not even activate, and continue to and the strikes are continuing, by the way, and will likely continue for 2 more weeks without a single anti-air weapon being launched against incoming Israeli fighters and bombers. There is a reality that the Iranians need to understand today. And finally, and I've said 2 things on TV actually the past 2 days that came true today. Trump wanted to go to war with Iran at this point, but did not want to go to war with Iran. This is the perfect scenario. An Israeli strike with no direct American involvement
So what's your actual argument, man? Look, bro, I'm trying to figure out what your actual argument is to what I said. What is your argument?
No, I moved past what you said. Actually, I'm talking about what has happened the past few hours and what's about to happen the next couple of weeks. So
okay, so there's no disagreement then.
Strikes will
because you cut me off when I was talking to make an argument. So there's no argument then.
So okay, sure, whatever makes you happy.
Hey guys, this is a news space. I have a point of clarification. Myron, you said earlier that Trump pulled troops out of somewhere. Where did he pull them out of?
Sorry, they moved people.
Myron said that.
They moved people out of the embassies. Embassy government employees. That's what I meant. Not troops.
Okay, so non-essential embassy workers,
yes,
basically.
Yes.
Okay, that's not troops. I just wanted to be very clear because, like, I've been here for hours. A lot of us have been. This is a news space. I'm not a journalist. I'm being very clear. We just need to be really factual and committed to the facts tonight.
All right, embassy employees.
Non-essential employees.
Let me just clarify this for anybody.
Because when you say troops, that's U.S. military.
Yeah, no, I meant as in embassy employees.
Guys, give me a second because I know a thing or two about this. CENTCOM allowed the families of personnel to depart the bases, not personnel, families of personnel. And there may have been some confusion on reporting on troop withdrawal or troop relocation.
Well, here stateside, mainstream media is reporting here in the U.S., based in Washington, D.C., I can tell you, everything I read today said non-essential embassy-related workers. So I'm assuming some State Department people and others. But yeah, good point, Myron, about likely those people were pulled for a reason because of intel. I mean, I think that's the big thing here is that U.S. intel was clearly helpful. You know, this is a big night.
Some news.
Hey guys, but hold on, don't cut me off real quick.
Breaking news. Breaking news for everybody. Sorry, and then you can continue.
Sure.
So I just really want to share this. Iran Atomic Agency chief says the Natanz reactor is severely damaged after Israeli strikes. So the Natanz reactor has been severely damaged. Continue.
Yeah, look, it's a long night. Everybody in Washington,
guys.
Washington is definitely on edge tonight. Hold on, wait a minute. Washington is on edge tonight. I'm about to head out, but I would be wrong to leave without saying for the past few hours, Amir in Tehran has been so clear-eyed and just really incredible given that he's in Tehran, right? Amir, you're in Tehran.
Thanks.
I just want to tip my hat to that, especially given you said everything is feeling like 9/11 over there. As an American, just want to say my heart is with you. Thanks for your contribution tonight. I'm headed out. Peace to everyone.
That's right. Mark, you just wanted to make a quick comment about.
I need to go to Mark. I need to go to Mark on this. Hold on. I need to go to Mark.
I just want to say good night. That's it.
Good
Thank
night.
you very much.
You know, isn't that kind of interesting how this guy tried to pick an argument and then he couldn't find something to argue about and then he just wanted to yap? You know, I hate when people do that on Twitter Spaces, bro. Like, what they'll do is, hold on.
There's been hits, so we want to hear from
exactly.
Mark.
I really need to get to this. So, Mark.
I hate when fucking guys do that shit on oh, shit, my camera's off. Okay, I'll fix it. Yeah, bro just wanted to listen to himself talk. Didn't even have an argument. And I'm like, what's your argument, bro? You just over here cut me off, mischaracterizing my position for nothing. So, bro, shit is crazy. People just literally want to listen. And this guy, who is this motherfucker? A fucking nobody, former senior advisor, U.S. Department of State, America. Oh, yeah. Okay, of course. This guy's probably Jewish. He's probably a Jew, to be honest with you guys. But yeah, so absolutely didn't make any sense. Because what I'm saying is that Trump absolutely knew to a degree that they were going to attack. He might have not condoned it, but he absolutely knew that they were going to attack because Trump knows that war is not good right now. He knows that war is not good right now. So, yeah, niggas just want to listen to themselves speak sometimes, bro. That's the thing with some of these spaces. Like, these people, bro, so fucking gay. All right, let's hear what they got to say. Then I'm going to go back to the other one.
Uranium gas. The uranium gas is not something I would want to be hanging around with. I mean, but I don't I would need to check. I'm not a chemistry expert per se, but this is something where if there's an issue with the uranium hexafluoride gas or leakages somehow leading to issues with hydrofluoric acid, which I don't think would happen. I think you have to use a very specific facility to convert the uranium hexafluoride back into uranium.
Mark, let me ask you a question here. Like, just, and I want to go to Jeff right after, just to follow up on the comments from Craig and Hazem and Vladimir about this. The goal of this is to basically push the timeline back for Iran's ability to enrich, uranium. How far, or do these actions push this back far enough? Do they make a big impact on the timeline it would take for them to enrich uranium here, or not?
It depends. It depends on how many of the enrichment centrifuges and of the facility itself, the essential operating elements of the facility, have been damaged or destroyed. So if they did damage these very delicate, spinning tall enrichment centrifuges, then yeah. The way enrichment works is that if the more enrichment centrifuges and the more ability each one has to do enrichment work. I'm being weird with my words here, but it's kind of one of the weirder subjects that mainly uranium nerds get into when they start playing the stock market, and they all get obsessed with enrichment. But these centrifuges are used where each of these spinning things adds a little bit of capability to do the enrichment. And the more of these are spinning and the more powerful they are, the more you can enrich the more material further towards being a bomb. And so if this facility is damaged or knocked offline, then Iran will be stuck with whatever stockpiles they have at whatever enrichment levels those stockpiles already exist until they get the facility back up and running, if they ever do.
Thanks, Mark. Jeff, welcome to the space. Always great to have you, my friend.
Mickey, would you allow me a quick question to Mark? Because there's something that actually came up on another space, and it's interesting. Can I get a second?
Yeah, go ahead quickly, yeah.
So, Mark, something new came up an hour ago. One of the a heavy water storage facility seems to have been hit, which is more of a plutonium question than a uranium question at that point. We've heard a lot about the uranium enrichment program, but my understanding that you have two routes into a fission warhead: the long-term enrichment, quick assembly of uranium, or short-term enrichment and complex assembly of a plutonium warhead. Have you heard or seen any attempts?
Yeah, this guy just likes to listen to himself speak, bro. I hate people like this, man. I fucking hate people like this guy. Like, bro said, mischaracterized my position and came in. And here, this is the thing, bro, too, because, like, I'm, like, one of the biggest accounts in here, by the way, chat. So people are going to try to, like, fucking start shit with me, like this fucking guy. Just wanted to listen to himself talk, say a bunch of shit that had nothing to do with what I was talking about. And the other girl, yes, I misspoke. Embassy employees, what I meant. There's troops in the embassies, though. Like, there's Marines at the embassies. You know what I mean? So it's like, my bad. I didn't say embassy employees. A lot of embassy employees are fucking soldiers. Like, there's Marines at every embassy. So it's just crazy to me how, like, it's like they're picking up over, like, little small things like that. Like, oh, well, you said embassy employees. Yeah, a lot of embassy employees are fucking Marines and military people, bro. So it is what it is. You know what I mean? It's just fucking people are so fucking retarded. People are so fucking retarded, dude. Oh, my God. You got to remember, like, a lot of these people on Twitter are no names. Nobody knows who they are. So they'll go ahead and try to, like, make a name for themselves. So, yeah. Some dude said she cooked me. Nigga, you're bro, why do we got so many simps in chat, man? Anytime there's, like, a bitch on a space, like, you guys immediately fucking simp for them, man. It's actually really fucking pathetic how some of you guys simp for these hoes, man. Shit's actually embarrassing. Some of y'all niggas are some fucking weirdos, man. Simping for these hoes that don't give a fuck about y'all niggas, man. God damn.
Is the small amount of plutonium that has formed as a byproduct of doing nuclear reactions.
All right, I'm leaving this shit, bro. Isn't it interesting how, like, none of them are talking about Israel's fuckery? Like, they're just like, yeah, like, plutonium, uranium. Like, bro, we're past that, motherfucker. Why are we talking about nuclear energy? Shit's lost.
thing you say about Iran, Iran has not caused any terrorism. Iran has not gone and invaded countries. Iran has not bombed them. Iran has supported. The only little amendment I'd make is when you say it supported the fighters, I prefer to call them the resistance, because they weren't fighting, they were resisting the fighting.
Yeah, we got Simpson chat. All right, fair enough. You know, I can't save them all, bro. I can't save them all. There's always going to be Simpson here. Let's see here. I fucking say troops instead of embassy employees, which a lot of embassy employees are troops. And like you niggas want to fucking say, she cooked you, bro. You fucking retard. She's just trying to clarify. People are so dumb. Let's see here. Let me see what Chris is doing. Oh shit.
In terms of resistance, so appreciate that. Thank you, Persian. Let's go to Sulaiman. Any breaking news? If not, we'll go to diplomat. Yeah.
In the nest.
Okay, 1 second. I can't actually even see a nest anymore. Right, guys. Iran holds the U.S. responsible for the attack. This is breaking news. The Iranian Foreign Ministry said, and I quote, "The U.S. will be responsible for the consequences of Israel's adventures as it is its main supporter." Also, guys, listen, we are turning around things in the nest quite quickly. So if you're missing any of the news, if you go to Sulaiman's profile, you'll see it all down there. And we're putting as much as we can in the nest and highlighting it. But there was one just a few minutes ago, which is that Netanyahu's aircraft, which is the equivalent of Air Force One, has taken off from Ben Gurion Airport. And that's Israeli media reporting that. We believe it's actually going to Cyprus. So he's inflicted all of this on the freaking Israeli people. Now Israel's going to get attacked, and man's gone in his jet and left and gone to Cyprus. Like, you couldn't get a bigger coward than that. Unbelievable.
Isn't that how it always is? Right? These guys, they start the wars, and then they're it's the everyman, as it were, who pays the price. And Khaleesi, by the way, to support more of what you
Ricky Spanish says, play Five Nights at Diddy with Chris. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to go back in that space and debate. They're over here talking about uranium and plutonium, which honestly, I don't even, like, who cares about that? That doesn't matter anymore. That would have been a discussion maybe like a week or two ago when they were having discussions on the nuclear deal. But now that shit's gone. So, yeah. But I'll go back in there and I'll debate that guy, because that guy was fucking annoying, to be honest with you guys. It's just that I don't like to interrupt people's spaces. I do like to practice some decorum when I'm on some other people's spaces, because I hate it when people do that shit to me. So I'm not going to go into Mario Shin just act retarded. You know what I mean? What was I going to say? I was going to say something. Let me see if there's any chats that I missed here. Jabril says, Myron, if you want to debate Zionists about the Iran-Israel war, go on stealth space. Bro, let me see here. This one? No, this can't be it. Yeah, the biggest space is this one, guys. This one has 13K. That's the biggest one by far. So, go back in here and see what they're talking about. Hopefully they're done off the uranium and shit. Look at that, bro. 5.5K. Are we ratioing, boy? Damn. I think we are kind of. Was this shit unmuted? Bro. Oh, my bad, chat. I know why.
So just anybody can DM me. One of the things I think I mentioned in the very first moment I talked on this space, Bushehr is the location of an operating commercial nuclear plant. So that will be a big reactor that makes power for a few million people. Several reactors are under construction being built by the Russians. This is a type of reactor and a type of facility that just is not particularly good for any kind of bomb making. We had somebody mention before that perhaps the extremely radioactive.
All right, guys, we're going to switch everybody over to Kick in a little bit. I'm going to stay on. I'll stream a little bit more politics, but I'm going to go to Kick, guys. We'll move everybody over to Kick. And then we'll take that into the gaming. No, Andrew Graff. When I said the ratio, I mean, as in, if you look at, he had like 177,000 impressions. I only had 32K. But I had 5.5 and he had 7K likes. So that's what I'm saying. So, why? Because I'm not paid on YouTube, bro. CDZ. That's why. Because I'm not fucking paid on YouTube. I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys. You know what I mean? I've been straight, it give you guys like 6 hours plus on YouTube while not making like, you know what I mean? It's like you want to work for free. So. Nick's still on? I don't know if Nick is still on. Oh yeah, he is. Shit.
So the International Atomic Energy Agency has already put out several statements.
And they were expecting Iran to just agree. Maybe. And the U.S. position was so flexible, or I shouldn't even say flexible, it was so ambiguous from the beginning. They went back and forth on whether they'd allow.
Now I'm going to go to Kick, guys, because it just. I'm just going to do Kick. I'm going to do Kick. I'm doing some testing right now is what I'm trying to do. So I'm going to end, I'll keep Castle Club and OSS up, but I'm just going to go to Kick. Because I'm testing something out right now.
Trump publicized that he had a call with Netanyahu and Netanyahu's ready to strike Iran.
And you guys don't get ads on Kick anyway.
On Tuesday.
There's no ads on Kick, chat.
IAEA is going to push a resolution saying that Iran is in non-compliance with the original deal, and the European countries would put sanctions on Iran, which Iran does not like. And that resolution was published this morning. On Wednesday, yesterday, Trump is evacuating the Middle East. Now,
Rumble is home base, bro, but again, I am doing an experiment right now. I'm going to need a few days to do it. So that is why. But yeah, I'll give you guys, on YouTube, I'll give you guys the Kick link.
Now, we thought that was brinksmanship. We thought that he was trying to scare Iran. Clearly, that was the real deal. This morning, those E3 countries, the 3 European countries, Germany, France, and the UK, that are on the Iran deal, met at the IAEA Governors Board meeting, and they declared Iran in non-compliance, which means that it's going to go to the Security.
And that's what I was asking about earlier when I was in other space chat.
Security Council. Sanctions are coming back. And Iran said this morning, Iran said that they're going to begin implementing their 6th-generation centrifuges, which will allow them to enrich uranium far faster than they've been able to do so far. Trump came out with a tweet this afternoon and said, whoa, 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 we still want a deal. We want to meet tomorrow, maybe Sunday. We'll have a 6th round of talks. We're still committed to diplomacy. It was after this that Israel carries out the strike on the 60th day. And the reason that Israel waits 60 days for this to happen is because they wanted the plausible deniability to say that they gave diplomacy a chance. Trump gave them 60 days. Israel gave Trump 60 days.
Yeah, I'm not going to play GTA, bro. But yeah, guys, we're going to make the switch here soon. We're going to go, we're going to do Kick. Again, I'm running an experiment, guys. I'm running an experiment right now. That is why. Plus, we're new on Kick. We got to build up the platform. You know what I mean? So, and Kick doesn't have any ads, guys. You will not get any ads on Kick.
If they want to say. In reality, they have been provoking Iran and sabotaging the process for well over a year. And they've been pursuing a systematic destruction of Iran for longer than that. It's been in the works for a long time. And now here we are. And
I've been streaming for almost 7 hours now on all the platforms.
Made our adversary. people really believed that Trump would be able to restrain Israel. Why would that be the case?
Yo, to the retards in the YouTube chat that are saying, why are you moving to Kick? Guys, I don't get paid on YouTube, you fucking dumbasses that are here. How many times do I got to tell you guys that are watching on YouTube? I don't get paid for being on YouTube. I've been giving y'all 7 hours of free fucking streaming content, not making $1 of AdSense, okay? Holy shit, man. You guys are fucking cucked to YouTube so bad. It's fucking embarrassing. And I went longer on YouTube even though I don't want to. Like, what the fuck? God damn, man. I'll stay on YouTube for another 5 minutes or so, and then I'm going to get off, bro. It's already bad enough I've been on this bitch for like almost 7 hours, bro. Niggas are fucking ungrateful, man. God damn, bro. I pinned the link at the top.
Had fled. All the donors from Wall Street, Silicon Valley, the Israel lobby, they were all behind Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis. So in late 2022 into early 2023, Trump is really having a hard time. He's not raising money. All the influencers have turned on him. People like Mike Cernovich and others, they're all with DeSantis. DeSantis had this 20-point victory in Florida, another Florida guy. Elon Musk is behind DeSantis, was there at his announcement with David Sachs, who's now inside the Trump government. It was looking pretty bleak in 2023. It was looking like Trump might not even have the primary. But then a couple of things.
And also he had a bunch of charges on him as well.
With all those charges in New York, he got hit with all those charges in Georgia, got hit with all the charges from the DOJ. A second thing happened. It turned out that even with all the money from Ken Griffin and Elon.
And guys, just so you know, like, I lose money by multi-streaming everywhere. I multi-stream for you guys. But what I should be doing, if I just wanted to maximize profits, I should be streaming on one platform only. But I don't do that because I know that you guys obviously prefer to use other platforms, so I stay on other platforms for as long as I can. You know what I mean? So you niggas on YouTube that are complaining like, bruh, come on, man. You guys know I'm fucking demonetized. You guys know that these fucking dickheads over at YouTube are fucking with me, right? So, yeah, dude. Shaq Dub gave us up. I appreciate that, man. Appreciate that greatly. Bro, your favorite streamer would not fucking... Oh, yeah, shout out to Arc Lightning. 50 gifted subs on Kick, bro. Thank you so much. Bro, your favorite streamer would never, ever fucking do what I'm doing, bro. I'm telling you, man. They would never. Yeah, so come on over, guys. Come on over. I will drop the... Come on over to YouTube, ninjas. I mean, sorry, to Kick.
They get the National Security Council. They get the DOD. They get the...
I'll stay up on Castle Club and OSS, though. Don't worry, guys. I'll end on Rumble. Oh, no, shit. I have to end on both because of the fucking streaming thing. God damn it. Yeah, the streaming software I use, guys, it does Rumble and the problem... No, I can stay on Castle Club, I think. No, actually, no. I can stay on Castle Club and OSS. Never mind. No. We're good. We're good. I'll be able to stay up on Castle Club and OSS. So I'll stay up on Castle Club and OSS. So don't worry. If you're a member of Castle Club or OSS, you can watch on there. And I'll be on Kick.
Against him, but that is how we're going to...
Castle Club and OSS, niggas, you guys are fine.
Exert control over this guy. That's why Ben Shapiro was so excited that he won. And this is why now, 6 months into the Trump administration, who are the winners? Who are the winners and losers of the golden age? Winners, neocons. Marco Rubio, Mike Waltz, Kristi Noem. These people are terrible. Why are they being rewarded? J.D. Vance, he's a never-Trumper. They're all winners. Palantir is a winner. Palantir is getting billions of dollars in contracts. Their stock is up 100%. They're now going to have a database with their Foundry software from 4 different departments and agencies. Winner, Israel. Israel gets their war with Iran that they've wanted for 45 years. And all of the Zionists and the Jewish donors, they get what they wanted. They get what they wanted on the universities where they're expelling pro-Palestine students and deporting them. Losers, Anyone that was in favor of immigration restriction, no mass deportations, they're cutting down the border bill as we speak. Losers, anybody that wanted an immigration moratorium. Trump today said he wants to put green cards on diplomas. The 500,000 Chinese students are coming in. 127,000 H-1Bs have already been awarded. No immigration moratorium. Losers, anybody that wanted peace in Ukraine, it's not happening. Anybody that wanted peace in the Middle East. All the Arabs and Muslims that voted for Trump in Michigan.
All right, Rumble guys, I gave y'all the kick link. Again, I'm running an experiment here. But I will do, don't worry, I'll keep Castle Club and everything else going for you guys. I'll keep Castle Club and OSS for you guys.
And the corporations.
We hit the 650 mark. So guys, come on over. I'm going to switch right now. So come on over, guys. I'm dropping the kick link on both. If you are watching on OSS or Kick, you're fine, or Castle Club, but I am going to end the stream on Rumble and Twitter. Twitter niggas, come on over. Link is right there for you guys. I'm going to end, first I'll end YouTube. Smash that like button, guys, on YouTube. Smash that like button for me. Let's hit 3,000 likes on YouTube. I'll go in another minute or two.
This, which is, we
just passed the first 1,000 live viewers on Kick. Let's go, baby. Just hit our first 1,000 on Kick.
Have to dispense with the sentiment and look at the
smash the like button on YouTube, ninjas. Smash that like button on YouTube. I'm gonna stay on for a little bit longer. I'm gonna be covering politics. Okay. I'm not gonna game until way later, chat. Don't worry. This is gonna be a long stream today. We're gonna keep covering the news, so don't worry. We're gonna go over to Kick though. All right, smash that like button, guys. You know what? I'll let it hit the 7-hour mark. How about that? We got 8 minutes. I want to hit the 7. Let's hit the 7. So I'll stay on YouTube and Rumble for 7 more minutes. Fair? I want to hit that 7-minute mark. So I've been streaming for 7 hours.
Real dynamics of our situation. You know, Steven Crowder said the other day, he said, don't blame the Jews. Why not?
Yeah, facts.
We're not saying that in an ignorant way. We're not saying that in an overly simplistic way. We've laid it out in great detail tonight. And over the past few years, why powerful Jews with affinity for Israel and their own community over our country are exerting a negative influence on the United States. They're wielding their power and influence and their money, their resources in the elite sectors of society to influence government and society in a way that benefits them and Israel at the expense of us. People don't want to think that way. They don't want to talk that way. That's how it is. People don't like that sentiment. You know, it makes them feel a certain way. That's how it is. And if you know that, you could predict the outcome. You could see how this was coming a mile away.
30 away from 3,000 likes, ninjas. Let's get to 3,100 likes. Over 100% engagement. 7-hour stream. Let's go, baby. We're still cooking.
People like Matt Walsh, they say, well, I don't care about all that stuff. Well, you need to care about that stuff. That's a line that someone gave you, and it's nonsense. America's the empire that runs the world, and what happens over there is our business because people are in our country making it our business. So you need to think about Israel. You need to think about Iran because they're dragging us into a war.
All right. We'll come back and watch that later. We got a spot here.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Go ahead. Mark, I saw you raise your hand. Do you have some news for us?
Well, just responding to the question somebody put to me, there were 2 questions. One was to me.
Guys, if Kick froze, just refresh your shit and you'll be fine. Refresh your Kick and you'll be fine. I haven't turned anything off yet.
Estimating, and I just looked up the actual numbers. That nuclear plant last year provided just under 2%. Iran has about 90 million people. We don't have the data from 2024. That was the data from 2023, but it was a decent but not great year. So that's about 2 million people's worth of electricity, which makes it a very good estimation, I think, for midnight Eastern time. So take that.
Thanks, Mark. Go ahead, Hassan.
Yeah, I'd love to reflect on what Craig said, because here's the problem with Iran. It behaves like a superpower. at least a regional superpower. It's
Yo, this guy just hates Iran. Is this guy Iranian? He must have got like kicked out of Iran or some shit. Let me look here, man.
Governs international affairs and relations, spreading militias all over the region, trying to export what's called the Islamic Revolution ideology, obviously exporting missiles and drones to Russia to use against.
Okay, now it all makes sense, chat. Now it all makes sense. Okay. Now it all makes sense, bro. Now it all makes sense. It makes sense now.
Iran and the future role of Iran. This is the question we really need to start focusing on.
Do you think that it only reinforces why that government?
Smash that like button on YouTube, guys. I'm staying for 7 hours. I want to hit 7 hours on YouTube, so I'll stay on YouTube a little bit longer. But smash that like button on YouTube for me and on Rumble. I'm staying on longer for you guys so we can hit that 7-hour mark, baby.
Maybe dying is not the worst thing for that government to die. It's not the worst thing to happen for the people of Iran. The people of Iran do not, I mean, this is a country with massive inflation, shortages in food, shortages in some critical medicines. I think the people of Iran do not want enriched uranium. They need services. They need their currency stabilized. They need some edge, at least, or some margin of democracy and freedoms. This is what the people need. We cannot just, look at a small group of religious extremists who are governing the country, usually by force, force used continuously against protesters. These are not the people representing the country.
Are you advocating for regime change?
Well, that is the question. I'm not advocating for it, but that is the question on the table. Is it ripe for regime change? And I don't think I'm against every notion of an external regime change, but is this an opportunity for the people of Iran to rise and change their path? This may be it. This may be the only opportunity.
We have you here. You're Iranian. You're in Iran. I'm not asking you to advocate for anything, but just to respond to some of the things Hazem is saying around, basic services being the most important thing. How important do you feel, a nuclear weapon is for the security of Iran?
No, if not now, then when? This is like the bottom line.
Yeah, this guy wants a fucking regime change, right? And dude, this is like one of these like let's spread democracy motherfuckers, bro. And the problem with these guys is that they have this Bush mindset, right? This early 2000 mindset, like we're gonna come in, we're gonna do a ground assault, we're gonna bring a democracy, we're gonna bring in a friendly government, but they don't understand that when you go into these countries and you start a war and you take out the established leadership, what ends up happening is there's a power vacuum. And that power vacuum entices terrorists, crazy people to take power, okay? This is why when we left Afghanistan, guess what? The Taliban took it right back over. Took it right back over, bro. Took it right back fucking over. So regime change doesn't work at all. And this guy, Hazem, is advocating for that. Why? Because he's a Zionist. We just looked at his profile. The dude wants regime change for Israel. You know what I mean? Like, see how you can easily find people's purposes? Like, because in my head, I'm like, why the fuck is this guy coming at me and trying to argue with me about some shit that I didn't even say that position? But of course, now it makes sense. He wants regime change. He doesn't want to admit it because it's a very bad position, because we figured out that regime change never works. We tried it with Saddam, failed. Tried it with Afghanistan, failed. It doesn't work, bro. It simply doesn't work.
No, it won't be like that. This would be, I think this is the tip of the iceberg for the tensions, unfortunately.
I want to ask you a little bit of a follow-up question because, as you say, this has sort of never happened to Iran in this way. We're talking about the complete decapitation.
All right, we're about to go 7 hours here, guys. So, guys, come on over. Come to Kick Ninjas. Let's cook over there. All right, let's get to 2,000 plus live viewers on Kick. All right, niggas. I'm going to end the YouTube stream here in a second once we pass that 7-hour mark, which I think we're almost there. Smash that like button on YouTube. Okay, smash that like button on YouTube for me. Smash that like button, ninjas. I am ending the YouTube stream now. All right, guys, come on over. Ending the YouTube stream now. YouTube stream is going down. Come to Kick, niggas. Yeah, I'll read the chats over. I'll read the chats on Kick, guys. I'll read the chats on Kick. Come on over, niggas. You guys are on Rumble? Sorry, on you guys that are on YouTube, come on over. All right, man. Ending the YouTube stream now.
Who is good, who is bad, who is like, I'm not here to discuss the ethics, but a regime change would be a very, very bad scenario for everybody